big sponsor for OCN over the course of 2021. We're excited to have them back. And we're excited to see Wildcard playing in this manner as well, Guz, because this is, you know, the Wildcard that we haven't seen for a little while after their roster issues.
Yeah, it has been a while, and we have to look way back to, wow, like what, early 2020 to think about the Wildcard that we used to, you know, back into every single matchup of every single tournament that they played in. So it has been a bit of a delay in the action, but they're back slowly. Again, it is against Rhythm, so we don't want to get too overly hyped that this is like absolute peak resurgence of the Wildcard dynasty, but it is a good positive sign because Wildcard have been struggling against a lot of different teams in recent history. So this is a good start for them, but they will be tested on their attack, don't get me wrong. Oregon likely will still lean into the side of the defense, and Wildcard need to try and buck that trend.
It also says a little bit more about yesterday's result, right? The 7-4 Bliss win off the back of Bliss defeating Knight 7-5. Well, maybe Wildcard are actually the improved Wildcard like we expected, but they just went up against the Bliss onslaught that's playing really well at the moment. And we're seeing Wildcard with a bit more freedom here against Rhythm, who have really struggled so far on their attack, but at least now they're on the defense, so they're able to be in a position where they can replicate the defensive efforts of Wildcard. Velasco, though, having pretty much free reign above here inside of Kids and Attic.
Trying to find something. Yeah, this is the issue. Rhythm are sort of being forced into uncomfortable positions, and Wildcard allowed to freely move around, create angles, and make them feel very uncomfortable. Vinny's trying to assist in this pinch, and off the back of that pressure from above, can try and enter in towards Kitchen. He does. There's a player inside of security that he doesn't quite see. Flicks but misses. Fortunately, though, he will survive, and Emerin elsewhere will drop Drex.
Well, a decent little effort from Rhythm to sort of play above, but it has come unstuck pretty quickly, and then you've lost the player for it. I don't mind when teams do that, though, guys. It takes, you know, a bit of balls to play a little bit differently there. It's very easy on a site like, you know, Basement here on Oregon to just turtle up on site, play defensively, and allow basically Wildcard to do whatever they want. But that little kitchen and security setup and look for something and to stall out Wildcard a bit, I like that from Rhythm. Especially when you're down 5-1, you want to obviously give yourselves the best chances of winning, and that's to play a little bit differently, not to do the same old.
Diffuser will be collected, though, by Wildcard, and it looks like they'll try and set up for a laundry push. Ghoul and Novakes rotating down below in expectation for that to occur. It's going to be a tricky execute. Wildcard needs some pressure inside of Freezer to try and pinch these players out. Milo with the diffuser in hand, good player to watch.
Clear that shield first, 20 seconds left. But of course they've got that man advantage, so at this point it's a little bit different. But Avax is going to at least even things up, at least for the moment. They should be able to take care of Leb. Never mind, he literally just walked straight on top of him, and Vinny got the team kill onto Molosca. It's a bit messy at the moment, but Gio is coming up big when you want him to do so. Only 2 seconds, and Gio does not have the kit, and that is going to be the round win for Rhythm.
Close there in the end. If Gio swings a second earlier, they probably would have won the round.
Cool.
Wildcard, but Ghoul says pew pew. I'll take that under my wing, and they managed to close out the round. It was a pretty messy execute there from Wildcard in the end. Milo getting popped in the head by his teammate really did not help out whatsoever, but it is what it is, just one of those things, and they'll look to move on.
Good signs, and that's probably where Rhythm's at now in this game. You go down 5-1 deficit, it's hard to bring it back. We've seen it, of course. Oregon's a good map for it too. Without even going into that infamous 6-0 comeback in APAC South, it is just that sort of map where if defense is impenetrable, you can go on a pretty hefty run and collect quite a few round wins in a row. And that's basically what Rhythm's going to have to bank on here against Wildcard, who have obviously already got to 5. They need one more to get that match point. I think generally when teams get that match point, it's almost like the perceived pressure suddenly just rises that little bit more, where you don't even have that one slip-up opportunity. Whereas right now, Rhythm can technically slip up and then it only goes to 2-6. But when it is that match point, you lose, you're done. So chance here for Rhythm, though, as they go up to Kids Storms, which was flawless for Wildcard. See if they can replicate that.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Aruni being brought into the lineup here by Lev. Those Sawyer gates can be used to help deny some of the entries, as well as offer additional projectile denial alongside Cool and those ADS devices that the Jaeger has to offer. The Western spawn here from Wildcard, a quick take in towards Showers as they make their intent known. Unlike their counterparts in Rhythm, Wildcard want control below inside of Kitchen. Probably a wise decision, as there are a couple of players situated underneath the objective. BB and Ghoul ready and waiting. Wildcard wanting to find these kills, because not only will it give them the man advantage, but help them in obtaining objective control.
Sightline opened up for Vinny. Ooh, early swing. That's nice from Rhythm. Just puts the pressure onto Vinny, causes him to question a few things here. And it's very similar to the setup that they had in the prior round, but this time, of course, rather than being in basement, they're above Kids' dorms. Now they're going to fall back. It's kind of job done. Waste a bit of time here for Wildcard, but Wildcard are a little bit more concerned about establishing vert control than Rhythm were. When Rhythm were on the attack, they were a bit more horizontal take. Wildcard, of course, want to get control of Kitchen.
Ghoul and Z looking to try and hold this position, or at least find some drones. 5 taken down already by Rhythm, and 5 remain for Wildcard. Ghoul's been looking red hot at times in this matchup, but now's an opportunity for him to really make a name for himself. If he can find the likes of Milo or his counterparts alongside Vinny, it would really change the tide in this round, but it's a bit of a standoff at the moment. No one really wanting to make that first move.
Vinny's going to be the first one to find a pick. There's a second from Geo shortly afterwards to follow it up. Minute left, 2-man advantage now for Wildcard, and it's seemingly cruise control from here, you would have to think, for the remainder of this round with this advantage. In saying that, though, Kids Storms, as I mentioned before, is a site that can be difficult to crack at times if the defense are hard to dislodge from the site. The Gemini will go out, get a bit of information. They know there's one inside of Kids. Storms is clear, though. 35 seconds.
Geo wants to try and get in towards the objective here. Pad as well will want to get that diffuser planted. He can throw out a smoke canister to try and cover the vault in. It does work successfully, but he gets shut down by Novax, hidden in the corner. Emorin gets the call, but he himself is also killed. Geo, on a lick of HP, needs to try and clutch up, but he as well will be shut down by Novax. It's Vinny to try and clutch up, but there's nothing he can do, and Rhythm hold out the onslaught.
And I'm so glad that I mentioned that even at a 3-5 deficit, Kids Storms is not exactly that easy to take. You can hold those positions, find some picks pretty comfortably. It was a good start for Wildcard, and if you're going to be taking Kids Storms, you would want that 2-man advantage. But they all just funnel in through big window. Geo Pat just taken down too easily. I think even I might have missed Nevaix sitting in the back side of Dorms originally, and maybe Wildcard have done the same there. Very unfortunate result for Wildcard, but well played by Rhythm. And look, they're coming alive here on the defense, as you would kind of expect here on Oregon. And
yeah, attack pause for Rhythm. They're just going to get their thoughts together and make sure everything's in check. Of course, if they lose the next round, then they cannot get full points in this matchup, so it's quite an important one. At that, I think they can be quite happy with how the last round played out. Novax really did step up. I would have been a little bit more concerned for Rhythm had Novax died there. Wildcard probably would have been in a good position to close it out, but they didn't in the end, of course. And actually see Ghoul seems to be the one leading the charge here with the comms, so interesting to see that. And yeah, I honestly did not know what if Ghoul was taking on, I guess, a bit more of an IGL leadership role, and that, at least in this tactical timeout in isolation, would seem to be the case.
That tactical timeout now has expired. Full credit to Rhythm. It's pretty easy to just sort of roll over when you're down, you know, 1-5, but they've been able to win the last 2 rounds and show that they are just as capable on their defense here on Oregon as Wildcard were. Good opportunity to really put pressure on Wildcard. If this continues to snowball, guys, and you know, make it 4-5 and then suddenly 5-5, you have to wonder if Wildcard are going to have the attacking prowess to be able to break through the Rhythm defense. Now, we head over to Meeting Kitchen. Wildcard's going to find a site to win. I would hope it's this one.
Yeah, well, they are employing an interesting decision here. Wildcard that is bring the Kali into the lineup. A sniper with the Lancers that can clear utility. And I gotta say, that is a little bit peculiar. We don't often see Kali on any map, but Oregon in particular doesn't strike me as a map where Kali would see a whole lot of play, even as a pocket pick. So definitely something to keep our eye on. Will Aimerin be effective in shutting down lines of sight with a sniper, or clearing utility, or both? Or maybe something else entirely. I'm not entirely sure at that, so keen to see exactly what Aimerin does.
Looks like Gaul might be setting up for a 3rd floor big tower defense with those ADSs. We saw Bailey from Order earlier tonight, employing a similar position at times. Mixed results. I think those ADSs will help. Drone not long for this world. But despite its early death, it did at least gain the information that there's a player up there.
Oh, here's Emo with the sniper. We could see the trail from Ghoul's POV earlier. Pat taking a little bit of damage elsewhere, maybe trying to get to work with Hard Breach. Not this early into the round. No, just on the roof, so not sure how exactly that happened. But either way, Ghoul still above in big tower. Swings the rappel, but doesn't quite hit the mark. He is wasting a lot of time, and I think that's really the primary objective.
Time and utility. And this is what we were seeing from Bailey as well for Order. And at one point, he wasted like a good minute or so, maybe even a minute and a half. And another one, he did get killed pretty early on in the piece. So it can play out both ways. And it is kind of tricky for Ghoul to get out of this position once they've got him sort of pinned down. While Oscar finding a pick elsewhere. That's going to be Leb.
Ghoul, he's right there.
Oh,
yes.
no.
Okay. I was going to say, if he didn't kill Marlowe there, it would have been a little bit concerning. Gio not in a position
Oh,
to
this is
frag
so
it. Oh,
messy.
Vinny, Wildcard falling apart. Ghoul is going absolutely huge, but he is eventually traded. Pat comes along and says, boys, if you can't do it, I will. The 5.56 with the 2x does prove to be the play, and now it's a 3-on-3.
50 seconds left in the round as well. So plenty of time still here for Wildcard. They've still got Pat alive, all those exothermic charges, and the Rotero drones as well for Joe. Now that that's been opened up, he can go in, he can clear things, clear utility. It's a frost mat there as well, just at the bottom of the stage. Got to be careful. Emo in though. I don't think the Vex was expecting to swing through the Sawyer gate. Fortunately though, Drex was watching behind him. BB above in attic. The last 2 players for Wildcard, Pat and Gio down below. Nice shot though from Gio. Can he get a second one? He just falls off. They have the information. That's all they need. They know where Drex is going to be coming from. They have him pinned down. Gio will finish what he started. Wildcard have got match point.
Gio's just too good. He doesn't lose those, and Wildcard are able to claim match point. That was a big round. He's right there. And it pays off. It was very messy at the start. Ghoul did great. But Pat did really well, I guess, to bring that back. And then Emo in that really calculated aggression despite getting traded was also a fantastic decision. And then Gio just at the end. 2 really clean shots. Drex narrowly misses the SMG. That does cost them the round.
And now you got to kind of wonder, is this when Rhythm should have been able to save their timeout? Now it's match point. Obviously, within the timeout that they had, the purposes of it for their reasons were probably valid, but 3-6 now. Wildcard got 3 chances to conclude this match and pick up their first 3 points of OCN Stage 2, which based off of the results that we've had tonight, would see them fare well in the standings. Based on the fact that, you know, Knights are on 3 points, you've got LFO on 3. There's a lot of teams on 3 points. You've got Roffelcopter on 2. So a good win here for Wildcard, plus the round differential would see them actually shoot up the standings into probably, like, you know, 4th or 5th.
Yeah, and outside of just the standings boost on paper, I think mentally it would be a nice break for the team.
Yep.
For the most part has been struggling, and it'll give them some semblance of normality or confidence that, hey guys, like, you know, we can go in and beat these other teams within OCE, which is something that they have been struggling with recently, again, with the departure of Diesel early this year and Salix having to step in. But now that Milo has filled that spot over the transfer period, things are starting to look up for Wildcard, and this could be the first time we really see that come to fruition. It's been a solid map for them so far, but the job is still pretty far from done. A lot can happen on Oregon attacks. A lot can go wrong, and they'll be looking to make sure things are tidy. Pat with the entry onto Drex.
Oh.
They're in the site. They are in the site.
Yes, but they've been also beaten up already, and they've just lost 2 players in Pat and Uma, and Moloska's down. Vinny and Gio need to start getting a couple of kills back. Ghoul even got a knife kill. Gio got one, but he loses his life immediately afterwards. And the rush from Wildcard proving to be ineffective. But Nevaex and Ghoul, half health. Vinny, there's a chance here that he could pull off the miraculous, but that's still what it would be. Banshee there, he has to get rid of it. Of course, can now shoot it when it's opened up. Needs to, of course, now get this diffuser. Has a minute 40, as this was off the back of a rush. And yet, well played from Rhythm. Trigger discipline and position discipline. 4-6. All right, God, jeez, what did I do?
Yeah, that was quite interesting there from Wildcard. Now, I don't know if that was a premeditated play, if that was calculated off the back of some site intel and drones inside of the lobby, but ultimately, either way, it wasn't really the play. Freezer cross, the long haul cross was enough to just completely shred that attempt. And unfortunate for Wildcard, but you may well get the map closed on the second floor, which is always dope, because the second floor is the best site on Oregon. But it is an opportunity now. There is an opportunity for Rhythm to start crawling this one back. They've been given a bit of a lifeline by Wildcard.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Need to actually capitalize upon that.
Still match point though for Wildcard, 2 more chances, and I sense that they're not going to be looking to rush kids' dorms. It's not feasibly as likely. You can go for the odd big window rush, but usually there's a lot of utility that is placed around it, makes it difficult. I think that they will go for the more structured approach, probably clear out kitchen, security, get control below, and make their play from that. What can Rhythm do, though, to continue their chances of maybe sending this to overtime? Again, at the start of this match, guys, I had a look back at the results for Stage 1. Only 2 regular time losses from 7 play days. They made it to OT quite often.
Yep. That puts the ball in Wildcard's court. Can they close out this match? You would assume that with the amount of experience on this team, that those mental demons wouldn't be quite as strong, and they should be feeling quite cool, calm, and collected, quite comfortable getting this 7th round. Upstairs is the attack, the Western entrance again here for Wildcard. We've seen them in the past play quite aggressively down below here, try and take control of kitchen. I don't see any reason why they would deviate from that plan too far. Emerin does kick things off by throwing some X-Kairos onto the kitchen wall. A line of sight quite deep and quite long towards that fortified position below the objective, as the rest of the team, like Pat for example, hold crosses above. So nothing unexpected so far. A foot hasn't really been put wrong by either team.
Loading mag.
Yeah, in stark contrast to the previous round from Wildcard, whereby I think at this point the round was over. Not a surprise to see them go back to normality for this second attempt at closing out their match points. Which they better do, otherwise they could go the way of Chiefs. You know, Chiefs had 3 overall match points and they blew all 3 of them, Guz. Wildcard could be in a similar predicament if they're not careful. Rhythm is more than capable of getting this one to overtime. The drone spotted. Oh, but it did enough though to get the information onto Drex, who was taking a beating from below, I believe by Molosca.
Yeah, Milo doing some really good work there with the skeleton key. Good quick communication there from Wildcard to make that play happen. Unfortunately for them, not quite enough to get the kill, but Milo did so much damage that one more shot is enough to get the down. Converted into a frag, and that is the opener going to Wildcard. With 45 seconds to go, they have control down below. BB can maybe try and make a rotation, but that will be tough. Vinny and Patno elsewhere have been dropped. Leb goes big. BB can make it back towards the site. Wildcard are wounded. This is going to be a tough execute.
Yeah, Vinny's back up, but he's low. The gas babe at the top of White Stairs is going to make it difficult for him to push through. Oscar still with that skeleton key, doing work down below. Emerin just had to readjust, and BB will punish him. Advantage Rhythm with 15 seconds left. Geo gets another one. The barbed wire is just slowing down Molosca, but now he has to just move forward, push into bedroom. Now in towards Trophy. BB though's there. Oh, the nice little swing. 2 versus 1, but no time. Molosca, unfortunately, will have to get Nevaix in goal, and he hasn't got any time on the clock. Rhythm have now made it 5-6. 1 more to go. Any more signs, Ghoul? Yeah, there it is.
Right on cue, and Rhythm able to hold on right on cue. Wildcard doing a great job to establish control below, but they didn't open game's walls. They didn't pressure from pit. And that meant that a lot of their effort was over towards White Stairs, where they got mowed down, and Double Window, where they also found it really difficult to get things going. Milo left isolated in the 1-on-2, didn't have really any time to work with. A little bit concerning for Wildcard, but, you know, they don't look too frazzled. Just got to refocus and get the next round over the line.
Yeah, tactical timeout for Wildcard, and we can sit back and appreciate the awesomeness of Vinny's chair. No, but seriously, 5-6, and right now all the credit has to go to Rhythm because they were down 1-5. So they've been able to really just turn this around. Not too surprising. The fact that they're on defense, Oregon, you know, plays a part of it, and that's why we never really ever get too excited when we see a team go 5-1 up in the first half on their defense on a map like Oregon. It's hard to be like, oh my god, this game's over. It's over. No, obviously Wildcard are in the driver's seat, but there is a way back for Rhythm, and then they've shown that they're able to find that way back. 5-6. We've got yet another close match. It has been such a close night tonight, guys. Do we have a second OT brewing?
Maybe. Eating Kitchen will be the site. Quite a bit of meeting play between these two. In fact, it was Geo last time that really stepped up massively late in the round for Wildcard to win it out. Outside of that, it wasn't overly convincing. Wildcard has some real teething issues clearing out the top of Big Tower where Leb is positioned at the moment, and sure, they were able to bring it back, but it was a little bit messy. So if Wildcard can tighten that up, assuming Ghoul decides to play there once again, then it should be a Wildcard round, but you just never know how many curveballs are going to be thrown.
I don't know if you can say it should be a wildcard round in any fashion. You know, you think back to when there was like 30 seconds left on that Kid Storms push. They had a 5-on-3 advantage. Yeah, Kid Storms is not always that easy to take, even with a 2-man advantage. But even that, you would usually say, oh, they should win from here. But credit to Rhythm, the way that they've been able to play defensively, you know, very similar to Wildcard's defense here on Oregon. They've just gone toe-to-toe. Now, you could also frame it in a different way, but it would be a bit negative, is that both teams have just struggled a little bit on their attacks. Which I don't think is entirely true, because we've actually seen a lot of the attacks go back and forth. Swing from Ghoul, almost eliminating Molosca, and it's about even. It's actually a pretty fair little trade between the two in terms of their healths. Oh, that's going to get him.
Big. Nice. Geo with the grenade bounces it off the windowsill, and that is a much more efficient clear.
Yeah.
Faster than last time, less bodies dropped. In fact, Wildcard actually now have the man advantage as opposed to the disadvantage they did last time they took on this objective. So that will instill them with some confidence. It will allow them to take map control over towards Big Tower, and that's a great start for Wildcard.
Would not be counting out Rhythm from here, though. Down a player. They have been so impeccable on their defense. Lacrosse Mats in some positions that might catch player of Wildcard. Drex wondering if he wants to be the one to take a swing. The Gemini runs by. And he just blows it up immediately. Vinny's watching that hallway. Minute 15 on the clock. Match point for Wildcard. It's their final one. You lose this, and you can no longer get all 3 points.
Team being able to send out a lance, and that does enable Pat to place an exothermic onto the wall and open up the rear stage. As a player quite aggressive on that angle, it's Drex. He is punished. It's a clean shot from Emo-Rin. It's a 5-3 man advantage for Wildcard. They still have 9 drones to work with. Quite a bit of utility as well, such as the 2 smoke grenades from Pat, which will prove really important in cutting down rotates later into this round. But BB does make a last-ditched attempt to get his team back into this round. Milo has been dropped, and he'll be on drone duty for the remainder of this one.
And Leb just repositioning now over towards Attic and could actually make the flank at the last moment here, or spotting the head of Geo. Geo's aware, though, of Leb's presence over in Attic. They haven't quite cleared it out yet, so that's a bit of a duel that's happening. Geo losing out at the moment, but he is fighting until the end. Emo-Rin with another pick onto BB. That diffuser didn't quite go down yet, but they're fighting the pick. The Vex, though, 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can he make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times.
no.
So look
Oh,
out.
no.
Oh, the Vex has won it! The Frostmat! Overtime! Frostmat plus Novaix! Wildcard have ballsed it up!
What has happened there?
No!
All you can do is laugh. That's what Rhythm are literally doing. They are laughing. That round was Wildcards. That was their round. They started off perfectly. It was a 1 versus 4, and then Novaix steps up hugely. It was a team kill as well. From Vinny on to Emo-Rin, they just choked at every single available opportunity. That is a choke. Simple as that.
I mean, you can say that, but then it's taking away from the performance there of Novaix. Under the pressure that he was under, you've still got to hit those shots. You've still got to be impactful. Yes, Wildcard. Should they have capitalized? Yeah, they should have. They should have been able to win from there. But full credit to Novaix, full credit to Rhythm. They've earned this overtime. It's 6-6, our second overtime in a row. And Rhythm now have an opportunity themselves to actually go and win in overtime. This was where, you know, they kind of had issues, Guz, in stage 1. They were getting these OTs, but just kept losing them.
Oh, what was that last round?
Got to move on. And that's what Wildcard needed to do.
I got to move on. So to Wildcard, because that has got to hit the mental hard. I feel sorry for Milo in particular. He's probably looking down. He's like, oh yeah, 12v1, like, lads, yeah. Probably start turning his monitor around. And then all of a sudden, nope. Defenders win the round. And now Rhythm can continue that form as they start defense on, or in overtime. Ooh, that is a rough round, but as you mentioned, no time to dwell on past mistakes. Wildcard need to try and salvage this map. They'll get at least 1 point, but they want to try and get 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Without harping too much on the previous round, what this does do is now Wildcard have got to make sure that they keep an eye on their mental state, because you can no longer get 3 points. And that's a little bit demoralizing. Whereas for Rhythm, it's that relief. You've secured 1 point, and now you can just sort of follow up on all the work that you've done in the last couple of rounds and go and get that second one. For Wildcard, it feels like they're leaving points on the table. For Rhythm, it feels like they're snatching them. So it's different mental aspects on both sides that are coming into play here, coming into the overtime. So Rhythm on the defense, this is a big round. You win this, and you've basically put yourself in pole position to win the map because you will get a second chance at defending later. Lab with the opening pick onto Moloska with the Nitrocell, and they just keep on keeping on here with the momentum here for Rhythm. They can feel the rhythm.
Milo taken down, limits some of the soft destructibility available now to Wildcard, but that said, most of the rotations have already been made, and being basement, there's not a whole lot of top-down vert that can really be meaningfully established. That was an interesting setup there from the defense. A deployable shield facing towards the Showers corridor, but no one, of course, holding that at the moment. Rhythm have well and truly fallen off these positions, instead playing in towards site, and Wildcard will need to try and formulate a plan to tackle that quite quickly. It looks like we may see Freezer and Laundry squeeze, but again, at the man disadvantage on a basement attack, it's always tough, and Drex also has a really powerful mirror positioned facing in towards that A side as well.
"45 seconds left in this first overtime round. Overtime match point for the winner of this particular round. Drop down, Nitrocell out from Drex immediately to follow, and it is perfect right onto the head of Vinny. Geo was able to find a kill, but they're just losing too many back the other way. Emerin down in the corridor. Geo, the last one alive for Wildcard, knows there's a play behind the pillar. Ring around the Rosie, it's successful. Does catch BB, Drex and Nevaix, the last two. And there's still plenty of time here for Geo to make something happen. Throws out the nade, it's not going to find the target. In fact, the target was behind him. Overtime, match point, Rhythm.
Textbook from Rhythm. Once they got that man advantage, they played off it really, really well. And yes, Geo is deadly. And yes, Geo can, on occasion, clutch those out. Rhythm held their nerve, they held the crosses required, and they closed it out in a confident fashion. Wildcard now need to find something on their defense. They're not going to go base, and instead, up above.
And I like that choice because every single time we saw Wildcard in their defensive half in the first half, they were flawless on Kid Storms. And, you know, a lot of people would generally see teams choose to go basement on Oregon. But I like this. You're just basing this off, you know, results that weren't too far along, you know, long ago. And Rhythm never actually looked like taking this site even remotely, guys. Like, it was never even close the last two times. Now, I guess the good news for Rhythm is there's the only way up. Yeah, the only way is up, right? For the ability for them to win this particular site. So that's all I can really say in regards to that. It's overtime match point. It's been a crazy night, let alone just this match.
It has been quite hectic, but that is the OSMOE. That is the way we roll, the way we like it. That's the way it's going to be. What can Wildcard do though? They don't want this to be too wild.
Oh.
They want to just close this out. They want to go to sleep, but Rhythm not letting them. And, that reprieve is not really looking close, to be honest. That last round from Rhythm was pretty solid. Seems pretty clear that they are carrying across that momentum from regulation.
I mean, you look at the KDAs, right? If you were to only look at the KDAs, you'd think Wildcard's winning this game. Like 16-1 and 8 Geo, 14-3 and 9 Emo. Everyone else is like 6 and 7 kills minimum. But they're down overtime match point. 2 chances now for Rhythm on their attack. It's been a little while, but for those who maybe only just tuned in or want a refresher, their attacks in the first half, guys, weren't great. They only won the one round. It was a 1-5 attacking half for Rhythm. They're going to have to find a way to improve on that here if they are going to win in this particular round. But they don't need to. You lose this, you then go back on the defense.
Attic being opened up here by Ghoul. When push comes to shove, Vinny inside of Pit might be the one to contest that, but instead will retreat back in towards Kids. He has a deployable shield with 2 ADS devices covering this, so quite defensive from Wildcard. Not too afraid to let Rhythm take a little bit of map control, or at least make Rhythm think that map control is clear. Now, importantly, down below is not being taken again by the attack. Milo is left to his own devices once again. He can sit below, watch the vert, and there's no one really contesting that. Lines of sight have been created on the two most common plant spots for the attack. And if Milo isn't dealt with, I don't really see Rhythm being able to take this round unless they're able to just flood side.
Gas Babe has been deployed. Just buy a bit of time here. A minute left in this overtime match point round. There a drone. Is able to avoid that, of course. Does do damage to players as well as utility. It's just better though from Rhythm, the fact that they haven't actually lost a player here on their attack, so in fact they actually did end up getting the opening pick onto Geo. In fact they traded Guz.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward trade to kick things off. 30 seconds left, those smoke canisters are starting to dissipate for the defense. Vinny does find one, Moloska still uncontested down below. This will be very, very tough for Rhythm to stick.
15 seconds remaining, 3 versus 4, favor for wildcard. BB pushes in, gets one, the back with a trade over at top right. Goal is the last one alive at a 1 versus 3. He's making some shooting signs all night, but he can't shoot anything at the end of that round. Wildcard, send it to a 15th round. Just like our last match. Moloska still cool even under the pressure, Guz.
Yeah, look, I'd say I'm pretty good friends with Milo, and we talk every now and again and play and whatnot, and yeah, he's a pretty cool, calm, collected sort of dude, doesn't get too worked up very easily, so yeah, he's definitely, he's playing into it a little bit, but he is under the surface still pretty cool, calm, and seems to be adopting that mantra once again, which is good to see. And to be fair, wildcard on that particular objective haven't really looked threatened every single time. Rhythm are just doing the same thing over and over, the same attack pattern, not contesting down below, and wildcard are just holding on, and it hasn't been particularly difficult for them. But now comes the real challenge. Wildcard jump onto the attack, and we'll have to see what they can do. Wildcard themselves have been duplicating a pretty similar sort of approach. They've been spawning junkyard to the west, taking down below in towards kitchen, and trying to mount attacks from the current on better sort of position of top wide and double window, and it has been pretty mixed. The results have not been great for wildcard.
Yeah. I don't think that they will be happy that they're even in this position, whether they walk away with 1 point or 2 points. Not ideal, especially off the back of the fact they had a 5-1 lead. But as we've sort of already spoken about it at many lengths, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. It's not as cut and dry as like, oh, they had a 5-1 lead, they should be winning. Only 2 more rounds needed. No, there's a lot of other factors that do go into it. And Rhythm is a team, and I'm so glad that it's almost played out this way, because we mentioned it a few times, but they're a team that, you know, in Stage 1 got a lot of overtime performances. It was just more so they could never quite get those all full important 3 points. And also, I'm going to correct myself. I said before that they stumble in overtime. They actually don't, guys. They have a 3-1 record in OT in Stage 1. So usually they get here. It's just more so they could never quite get the wins in regular.
Moloska with a quick entry in towards Armory. Pop open this wall and establish a rotation into bedroom. Slowly trying to weaken the trophy position that lies between them and the objective. Its volleyball shield has been positioned there. To hold it a little bit hard. Nothing really standing out as being too wild. Rhythm do have 2 players down below though, and unlike previous rounds, wildcard are not being sucked in as much to that kitchen clear. In fact, they're taking Attic. They're looking to take Armory across in towards bedroom and then games, and that does nullify those positions down below quite significantly. So BB and Ghoul are really not going to see anything. They'll be forced to rotate back towards side, and wildcard could potentially capitalize upon that and try and cut them off.
Minute and a half remaining here in this final round, not only of this match, but of the night for OCN Playday 2, Stage 2. Both teams, of course, have been up and down in this match. Feels like it's been a little bit more up for Rhythm. They are slightly still the underdogs, despite wildcard's roster predicaments. They're in a much different position, though, as to where they were in Stage 1. There's definitely less excuses for wildcard now as BB makes the transition over towards laundry stairs. 50 seconds on the clock.
No one on the defensive drone, so BB will need to try and hit a C4 blind. If he wants to attempt that, he will, and it won't. It will!
He ran into it! Oh no, that's so unlucky! It was so far off the mark, guys. You were about to say it, but he ran literally on top of it. 30 seconds left now, but Vinny at least got a kill onto Drex. It's still a man advantage for wildcard. Moloska's got 2 in this ultimate final round. Leb getting another one back, at least for Rhythm, but he does take a bit of a beating for it. Low health, does still have Nevaix, the man of the hour. Last time, the Gas Babe, had he had his gun out, he probably would have found the kill. All at about half health. Vinny swings out. Vinny and Moloska get it done for wildcard. Sigh of relief for wildcard. They win out in the end, 8-7.
Boy, you can see the relief, hands on head. That was a stressful game for wildcard and not as easy as they would have liked, but they do at least get the dub on the board. 2 points to their tally, and they're happy that they didn't let that one slip away too far.
Oh, it's heartbreak for Rhythm. It really is that they only walk away with 1 point because they played so well. But wildcard just that little bit better in the crunch. At the end, in the 15th round, they come out ahead 8-7 against a very valiant effort.
Order now at macros.com.au.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
I'm running out of time. I'm running on a feeling song. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the save. The player heroic.
Jokes.
It's Playday 4 of the Oceanic Nationals here for Stage 3. Last night threw up so many twists and turns, guys. I hope very much it's going to be the same tonight. And of course, Vast, as always, looking absolutely lovely with his best Steph Marta impression with that shirt. Guys, yesterday, of course, was the talk of the town. So many upsets, and it was fascinating to watch it play out, guys.
Yeah. Last night was a little bit hectic. I managed to catch a couple of the matches. The standout, I think, from last night, though, had to have been Overt. They took down Order 7. 8-7. I thought it was 7-2, but I was looking at the wildcard result from the Playday private. No, yeah, that match went to OT, 8-7, but a lot of great matches across the board. That does shape up the standings really, really nicely. But honestly, as I work my way down, it kind of is shaping up as we would expect, albeit maybe Order being last, a little bit of an upset.
Well, I mean, I would probably say the bottom 5 definitely is all still sort of jumbled around. The top 3 definitely expected Bliss, Chiefs, Knights to be in those sort of positions. But Vast, of course, you were on the broadcast yesterday. I really want your thoughts as to how it all played out.
Yes, yesterday was a really strange day of Siege. It was very tough on my predictions. I think the bottom 3 games, maybe the scoreline doesn't reflect it, but I think they were, I mean, I wouldn't call maybe Bliss an upset, but maybe in the fashion that they won, like just winning 4 rounds in a row from the start was very uncharacteristic for the Chiefs to kind of be down like that. I think Rhythm, I mean, we did expect Ruffle kind of to win that game. I expected Ruffle to win that game, but we, I think we saw kind of Ruffle not really, I don't know, play to like beat Rhythm. They kind of just, I don't know, played their own game, and you know, Rhythm deserved to win that game. You know, they actually played some pretty decent Siege.
Yeah, they certainly did. And of course, yesterday was the day of Oregon, 3 out of the 4 games played. Let's have a look, though, of course, to today's matches. Enough about the past, that's what it is. It's in the past. Moving forward, though, we've got our own big day ahead of us. Wildcard versus Rhythm. So many ramifications there. I'm sure Guz will want to sort of dissect that one in a minute when we do get to breaking down that match. Then you got Chiefs versus Order. That's probably one that a couple of weeks ago, we would have looked at this one. Vast, I'll go to you on this one because it's the Chiefs. But a couple of weeks ago, we would have looked at this as like a sort of maybe battle of the top. Where's Order really at? Well, where they're at is at the bottom. Coming into this matchup, you'd have to expect the Chiefs to win.
I would have to expect that. I mean, I totally agree with you. A couple of weeks ago, I would have been a bit more on the fence. I would have been a bit more like, kind of depends what map we see. I think last night was just a bit of a hiccup for the Chiefs. I don't think there was any real glaring issues in the way they were playing. I think the biggest issue was maybe a bit of a mental thing. For me, it kind of seemed like a bit of a comm issue, but I guess we'll kind of talk a bit more about that later. I think if kind of Chiefs go to their strong maps, I think, yeah, this will be a pretty convincing win for them.
And of course, Guz, Rufflecopter versus the Knights. That's the next one to follow. Big match in itself for Rufflecopter, needing to bounce back. They, of course, had a bit of an unexpected loss yesterday to Rhythm. And then Avert versus Bliss to close out the night for Playday. For, of course, Avert have just been absolutely fantastic since coming into the OCN. They've got 2 wins now, 1 in regulation, 1 in overtime. But we kind of bring it back a little bit. Overall, today's matches, I think, definitely sort of highlighting that we're in that middle section of the stage now, aren't we? And that really you are in that position now where if you're fighting for the top, you got to find wins. If you're fighting for the bottom, you got to find wins. Speaking of finding things, let's go and have a look at our match of the day and see where we're going to find for that matchup. I believe it is Chiefs versus... No, I'm not sure actually who it is because I've got it wrong on the run of shot. I was like, Chiefs versus Bliss? No, that was yesterday. It's Rufflecopter versus Knights. There you go. Even I was a little bit surprised. But, guys, this is a pretty good matchup. Of course, the Knights, definitely the favorites coming into it. For Ruffle, they need to bounce back.
Yeah, the Knights, favorites in most of their matches, but for whatever reason in OCN, time and time again, they do fail to step up and they don't necessarily play as strong as they do over in APAC South. That said, they should have their number against Ruffle, who are going through a bit of turmoil maybe at the moment is one way to describe it. Of course, losing to Rhythm in the fashion that they did last night, a 7-3 loss has to be pretty devastating for them. They narrowly lost to Bliss in overtime, the Playday prior to that as well. So yeah, heading into that one, we're expecting the Knights to win, but who knows, maybe maybe Ruffle can bounce back.
Let's go to the snowball predictions, which, well, I think we're all pretty much in the bin after yesterday, and yeah, it's shaping up to be that way. 8-4 is our leading scoreline. Of course, Guz, Manic, and as well with Repel. Down the very bottom though, 4 and 8 by himself by the length of the Flemington Straight, Mr. Dev Marta. He's gone a little bit safer today, but Vast, I think really what this has sort of shown is that for stage 3 of OCN, it's been a tough one to predict.
Yeah, I think yesterday was really hard to predict. I think Dev, to be honest, has just been kind of sucking with his predictions. I don't know, everyone looks kind of pretty comfortable except for him.
Well, he's gone a little bit safer today, though, so he's got actually the exact same as me. I don't know if I should be worried
And
here,
me.
Gus. Yeah, we probably should be
I'm scared.
a little bit worried. Manic's gone for the Brave picks in Rafflecopter and Overt. In fact, a couple of little Rafflecopter picks there. Vast has gone for Raffle. You got Ducky going for Raffle, so therefore Raffle's probably going to lose. And then 2 Overt picks as well, Manic and Sky. But overall, it's always a bit of fun. But Gus, you know, it really does sort of highlight. I think I can't remember if it was stage 2 or stage 1. One of the stages for OCN was a very easy kind of stage to predict. We all had a very good scoreline. But for stage 3, it's almost like APAC South kind of numbers.
Yeah, it's been a little bit tricky. I do look forward to claiming the crown from Manic tonight, no doubt. Knights will win, so I'll get a lead on him. And then for whatever reason, he went Avert. I don't know if that was a mistake. Maybe it has to be a mistake in the graphic. There is no way he would pick them over Bliss. But yeah, I'll definitely get a 2-point lead after tonight, which is exciting. But yeah, across the board has been a little bit tougher than we'd probably expect.
Let's go to our first matchup of the day. It's not quite match of the day, unless you're Guz, because I'm sure, Guz, you would have this as your match of the day. Tell us why.
Yeah, this is such a huge matchup. Now, cast our minds back to the start of the year. If you would have said to me, Wildcard versus Rhythm in Stage 3 is going to be an important matchup, I wouldn't laugh at you. I'd run away from you because I'd be disgusted. But we head into Stage 3, and both of these teams are teetering on the edge of relegations. Now, heading into this Playday, both teams have 1 win in that W column. That means that, let's assume neither of these teams win a match for the rest of the stage. This head-to-head is going to be critically important. So this is such a huge matchup for both rosters.
Let's go and have a look at the wildcard lineup here. And of course, Vast, this is a team that is starting to, I guess, refine a bit of their feet, refine a bit of form. They're looking pretty good. And we'll definitely go into this matchup as the favorites.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there. I would consider them the favorites here. They have slowly started to find a bit of form. I'm still not convinced just yet, but I think they look like they're really have worked on a lot of their issues over the stage 2 to stage 3. And yeah, I just think they're playing really good Siege, and it's really cool kind of seeing a team like this, seeing the process that they're going through to get out of a slump and a situation like that. Yeah, I'm excited to see what's in store for them. It is, as Gus put it as well, it is kind of crazy that they need to beat Rhythm. Like, they really need these points today. I totally agree there. It's just a weird timeline that we're in right now for stage 3, but I think it just, I don't know, creates a really interesting storyline. Puts a bit of pressure on them, I can't lie, but I think that they can overcome those odds.
Well, just quickly, guys, I'm assuming you pretty much agree with the sentiment there, Vast.
Yeah, 100%. One thing to note, Wildcard do take on Overt in the next Playday, so you could make the assumption that, you know, they're a little bit safe. They don't have to win this matchup, but I still think this is a must-win for them. Not only is it, you know, statistically very important for them, but it is also a big mental hump to just be able to get over. Like, this is a team with these players 100% every day should be beating Rhythm. So yeah, Wildcard, the favorites, but again, they need to get over those mental hurdles.
I love, I don't know if this is going out to the stream or not, but it's just a complete full screen face cam. Love it, right into the faces of Wildcard. Let's look at their opponents though. Of course, Rhythm, what a story from them yesterday off the back of their win against Rafflecopter, and really kind of set up, I guess, the campaign for stage 3. They're a team that has had already 2 heartbreaking 7-5 losses, 1 to Bliss, then 1 to Avert. They should have maybe even won that sort of game. Of course, Avert played amazingly, but Vast, had Rhythm been able to beat Avert, then maybe been able to beat Wildcard tonight, they could have really had their own destiny in their hands. It's still kind of a little bit out of their hands, but winning tonight would go a long way.
Yeah, winning tonight would go a long way. I think Gould touched in his interview last night that they kind of underestimated Overt, maybe didn't give him enough credit. So I think that's a pretty big mistake. That was a really important game for them to win. But you know, there is
What?
We saw he did that last night as well. I don't really, yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. But
That's an Atletico jersey on Gould, eh? That's on the right now.
no
Is that
way.
because they play Wildcard? Anyway,
That's
sorry,
really awesome.
I interrupted your point
That's
first.
fine. My point was, I think last night, you know, the season wasn't over, and I think last night they got a win, and you know, there's still a chance for them to really make the comeback. The ball's in their court. It's really how they go on from here, their mentality, and yeah, I think it's very possible, very doable for them to do it.
Guys, I guess looking at Rhythm, they've already had some heartbreaking losses. They've now got that breakthrough win against Rafflecopter. Really coming into this matchup, they're perfectly poised to make it 2 wins in a row for a team that hadn't found a win in the entirety of Stage 2.
Yeah, they're definitely in a decent position. And again, important to remember, Rhythm's get out of jail free card to avoid the relegation run is to finish higher than wildcard in the standings. Winning this matchup will not secure that. We've still got half the rest of the stage to go, but it will go a long way in helping in that head-to-head. And like I said, with wildcard taking on Overt next week, or next Playday rather, and that arguably being a bit of a free game, some may even say that Rhythm taking on Order in the next Playday, the slump that Order going through, you could well make the assertion that that could also be a win. So again, places greater emphasis on this matchup we have here. And yeah, Rhythm seemingly in a bit of a honeymoon period at the moment, might be able to find something here.
Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for this particular match between Wildcard and Rhythm, see where we're heading. And lo and behold, it's Oregon continuing on from yesterday's matches. That's now 4 from 5 matches, Guz. Oregon, we head to. I want your thoughts, because I'm pretty certain we just actually saw, of course, the highlight clip of the day coming into it. The lead-in match was Rhythm versus Wildcard on Oregon. It was 8-7. I guess at the end of the day, Rhythm want that repeat.
Yeah, that match taking place, of course, OCN Stage 2. That was the 19th of June, so that was a while ago. I think I still had my crappy beard back then. Finally got rid of that. In terms of the scoreline, was 8-7. Wildcard, though, should have closed out that match. I don't know if you remember Xenox, but that clutch, the Frost, I think it was it Drex or
Novax?
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. Yeah, Novax, that's who it was. Crouched in the corner, managed to find like a 3K, and they stretched it out to OT. They didn't get the win at the end of the day, but yeah, Wildcard did look better on the day. If they can replicate that form here, then they should be the stronger team. And I don't think we really expected, I don't know, Vast, if you maybe did expect, but I didn't really expect any other crazy maps to be brought up for a match like this.
Yeah, I kind of expected these bans from Wildcard and Rhythm. I was actually kind of hoping that Rhythm would take Wildcard to bank. I'm not sure if they've practiced it. I'm sure they have practiced it a few times. But I think that map could really favor their play style. They really like to kind of play more anchory and not really, you know, roam and play aggressive. And I think that map could favor them. Seems like they, I don't know, didn't want any of it. But Oregon, yeah, I was kind of expecting it. And I'm really glad that Rhythm went to Oregon, because, I don't know, for whatever reason, it's just their map that they're really comfortable on. They have some really interesting strats on it. I don't know if you guys watched it last night. I think, Guz, you did. They had some interesting, like, T3 holds. Had, like, a real interesting master roam that was, or setup, I should say, that was kind of cool with, like, the shield. So, yeah, I think this is a map that works well for them. For Wildcard, though, they kind of looked a little bit shaky against Knights. Like, there was just small things that I noticed that they weren't doing quite well. I can't really remember off the top of my head, but when I was watching the game, I kind of just thought that they maybe needed a bit more time and practice on Oregon to kind of find out those small mistakes. But, you know, I guess they're kind of happy to take that risk today.
To be fair, I guess in that scenario, it's their opponent that also needs to be taken into account for wildcard's sake, playing against the Knights on Oregon. So I guess we've got to get your final thoughts, Fast, before we let you go.
I'm pretty confident that Wildcard will win this, even though Rhythm played it really well last night. I just think that, you know, despite kind of Wildcard's performance last night, they still looked really good. I think it will be very important for Wildcard to start off strong. We saw last night they lost like 3 rounds in a row on their defenses, kind of like a similar like what happened with Chiefs. Tonight they need to really be switched on and start from the beginning. They can't afford to, you know, lose 3 rounds like that. But yeah, I'm still confident in my decision. I hope I get my predictions right tonight. I don't know. If I get them all wrong tonight, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to...
Oh, we'll fight you. That's all right.
I think a lot of us went for Wildcard.
I can't lose to Dev.
I don't think it's possible at this point. He's too far gone. He's down the bottom. We're going to let you go, Vast. Thank you very much. Of course, we'll get you back later on. For now, though, we head to Oregon for our first match of the night for Play Day 4. Wildcard
versus Rhythm. So much on the line, not just for this stage, but the promos and the rallos and everything in between. Can Rhythm find their second win in 2 nights where they struggled for so long, guys, to even find just one?
Such a big matchup, and the potential for one of these teams to lock themselves into relegations if the rest of the stage doesn't go their way. It could come down to this very head-to-head. Big matchup. Rhythm starting out on the attack gives wildcard free reign on the first defensive ban, or attacking ban rather, as they start on the defense. Habana off the board first, limiting some of that hatch play. I would assume that's going to be in tandem with maybe, yeah, a Thatcher. I was going to say Thatcher or Flores, typical of Oregon, so nothing standing out so far in that department.
Of course, we saw a lot of Oregon last night here at OCN, and wouldn't be too surprised if we see maybe a lot more of it again tonight. It's just seemingly the map of the stage. Not too surprising. We were sort of talking about it a little bit off air. It's kind of like the new Clubhouse, despite Clubhouse still being here and not really changed that much. Goyo and Mira banned out. No real surprises with that one. I mean, you could make a case maybe for Goyo, I guess. It does also leave the Valkyrie available and Kaid, two more notably banned operators here on the defense for Oregon. Speaking of being on the defense, Wildcard will be defending first. Rhythm will be on the attack.
Yep, and as always, with Thatcher being unavailable and Kaid being available, that means that Maverick is basically going to be a must-pick. Maybe not necessarily for second floor attacks, but most definitely for basement, and being the first round, Rhythm don't really have a great indication as what that site is going to be, so Drex will fulfill that role, at least for now. And Maverick, I mean, even as a safety, is still pretty strong. 2 frag grenades offers a lot to the team. Either way, as you mentioned as well, Jake, Valk available, and Gio going to 6-pick, actually, funnily enough, off the Kaid onto her. Because it is top floor, so you don't really need Kaid.
Yeah, and the other thing to note as well, I mean, we're going to kids' dorms immediately, right? Teams sort of, I guess, wanting to change things up a little bit on a map that we see so much of. Typically, it's basement, it's laundry supply that we do head to, but kids' dorms, it's the site that matters the most, and why not go to it straight away if you wildcard? The HP Omen community vote 54% to 46%, and that's probably about right. You know, that's sort of 55, 45. No, I think it really is, honestly. Rhythm have to have a little bit of respect coming into this based off of the way they played last night. And Wildcard, I don't know, have they still been able to find their form consistently, or is it just, you know, a little bit of hit and miss every now and then for them? Are they going to have a couple of good games and then go back to the way they were in Stage 2? Remains to be seen.
I'll be honest, despite picking Wildcard for the snowball prediction, I did actually pick Rhythm on the Twitter poll because I didn't think they were going to get many votes, but clearly the Rhythm fandom is still very strong. I know they yeah, get some love in the chat, which is always nice. Now, in terms of this round, we are seeing, again, a pretty standard lineup from the attack. Double hard breach, and I assume Drex will probably start off on Big Tower, open up in towards Attic. Should be pretty free real estate. Milo is playing the mute, but those jammers pretty easy to clear from down below if required. And I mean, yeah, Drex is going to play this position anyway. Coverage from AFX offered. Double mute jammered by Milo, but again, Drex will get that for free, and Vinny will be under pressure relatively soon. Downstairs as well. Dragos can clear that utility, and that's pretty good timing so far from Rhythm.
Reloading.
Yeah, and for a site like Dorms as well, time efficiency is going to be so important. Most of the time, we don't see too many different takes. And I think most recently, the more favorite approach has been opening up this game's wall, an attic push, and then eventually maybe late in the round towards White Stairs. But even then, I think it's mostly just opening up this game's wall and attic. In the past, we used to see a lot more big window. We don't see that quite as often anymore. That is, I guess, one less variety to worry about for the defenders, but this attic wall is going to be opened up with ease, as you said. Been at 15, though. Rhythm probably need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
Someone used from Ghoul here to actually create a line of sight in towards attic. Not an entry point just yet, but there is still one summer in the pocket that can be used to achieve that. That will allow Rhythm to flush out pit and really put pressure on the likes of Vinny, holding kids behind that deployable shield. Now, the nade doesn't quite hit, or at least Drex doesn't throw it yet. I think it may have been caught there by the magnet, or at least some projectiles are leaving that shield standing. As I said that, it is taken down, and Vinny now needs to play in the corner. Milo is down below with the Nitro self-plant denial, but this entry from Rhythm, if it isn't held on here by Wildcard, it could get a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, and even though Vinny doesn't have that shield, still in that corner position, he's got a decent sight line towards Pit, so he still has a lot that he can do. No kills yet. Certainly feels like it's favoring Wildcard right now, just based on the way that Rhythm are positioned. They're going to end up funneling in through Attic, and it's just going to be a bit of a slaughter here. As long as Vinny hits his shots, he does get flashed out. That's the smart play. Emerin just making sure no one comes in from big window. Ghoul does get that kill onto Vinny, opens things up. Milo down below with the C4, somehow misses. Ghoul's going to be able to stick this plant. That's going to be down, and Rhythm have been able to find the kills to go along with this as well. Emerin now with just Moloska alongside him in a 2 versus 4.
Milo now bot white, needs to try and rotate above, but Rhythm have that rotation cut off. Both players choked out here on the side of the defense. Rhythm playing so passive, wasting time, knowing that 25 seconds left on that fuse. Wildcard don't have a lot to work with. Emerin swings, gets taken down. Milo does trade, but he himself will also be taken off the board. Rhythm to take round 1.
Yeah, caught me by surprise a little bit. I mean, I did put the emphasis on Vinny's position at the back of kids and being able to, you know, look towards Pit and maybe find a kill or two. Wasn't able to do that. Full credit to Ghoul. Pushes in, gets the kill onto Vinny. Then they've got full kids control. They've got Attic control and Pit. And that's basically where I guess Rhythm was able to then win the round based off of that. So you have to kind of ask the questions there for Wildcard. Maybe why is there not that follow-up onto Vinny's death a little bit sooner? To get kids control, but full credit to Rhythm late into the round. I thought maybe it was going to fall away from them, Guz, but they pulled through.
Yeah, there are a couple of key mishaps there for Wildcard. Vinny not winning that critical engagement as they entered in from Pit in towards that rotate was quite costly, and then unfortunately Moloska down below either going off a sound cue and was just off the mark, or the cue from a teammate was off as well. Not quite Nitro selling the correct spot. He even then tried to deny it with shotgun holes from down below, and that also didn't quite find the planter. So yeah, a couple of key mistakes there from Wildcard. Really doing a good job in capitalizing. I as well was a little bit concerned the fact that they were stacking that position. It was going to be tough for them to take the round, but hey, they made it work. They get the first round, and as Vaz said, it's probably more important on the hands of Wildcard here, especially on the defense, to not allow rounds to leak early in this matchup. We saw it.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, we have seen it in the past from Wildcard, and it often proves costly. So they want to try and buck that trend, and
defuse a bomb.
Rhythm, probably aware of that, will be looking to apply as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, and without harping on Dorms too much, it's always a good sight to win here if you Rhythm nice and early. Get a couple of those sort of sights under your belt. Now you head down for Laundry Supply, which is typically where, you know, the defenders would go for the opening round, and Wildcard elected not to. They get punished. Now they head down here for the second round. But one thing to note, and obviously I was not able to watch yesterday's matches, but something that we've seen a little bit more of for Oregon is the attacking teams being able to open up Laundry Supply compared to Stage 2 and Stage 1 to a degree as well. So looking to Rhythm here, if they can find a second round in a row, you know, not the best start for Wildcard there, so they're going to need to bunker down, find an early pick, make it difficult for Rhythm to sort of overwhelm the site.
Minute into the round, and Rhythm still ascertaining control up above. Wildcard are all down below. Blue extension, as well as some pressure on the rear stage stairs. Could catch the attack off guard, but I can only assume that with this time taken, Rhythm are playing quite cautiously. Drex is working the freezer hatch. Now, we'll have to see if he works anything else. This would suggest a freezer push and maybe laundry. Of course, 5-man stack in this position probably won't work out, so again, we'll just have to see how Rhythm shape up. That might be work.
Not necessarily. I think, you know, this is just pretty standard opening up most of your options, right? Especially when you got AFX on the Flores. Now, this does actually now sort of suggest, yeah, freezer. Because if Rhythm wanted to, they could have rotated, say, over towards Blue Bunker late, used the Rotera drones to sort of clear out Elbow, clear out Pillar, and then make that push from there late in the game. So yeah, definitely seems like Laundry Freezer is going to be the play here, as Drex is going to get to work on this meeting hatch as well. Minute left. Once again, kind of like the opening round, right on the time management side of things. They're kind of just bang on, right? They can't really stall out from here. Just got to keep going.
Yeah, pretty straightforward so far. No Kaid does allow the lobby hatch to be popped as well, so that's a potential entry point for Ghoul, who does have that diffuser in hand. Emo, with the shotgun in hand, looking to play close range. An aggressive position here. Vinny could support on the swing. Tries to clear that Returbo drone. I think he missed it, not too sure. Yeah, that explodes, so it was a miss. 30 seconds on the board now.
Not going to make too much of a difference, though. That's just to open up a bit more of a pathway here. And Emerin actually holding this freezer position, making life very difficult for Rhythm, especially considering that they're very much now going to be committed to this push. AFX did get that elimination, but Emerin had already done his job. He got that down. Now they're getting the kills to follow up. So this is something that they weren't able to do in the opening round on Dorms. Follow up on these deaths, follow up on these kills. Wildcard. That was pretty clean. Rhythm just a little bit too one-dimensional there with that freezer push.
Yeah, and in terms of dimensions or points of attack, honestly, it really wasn't that much different from the first round. I think the main difference was that Wildcard probably played a little bit more aggressive. You had Emo in, for example, go for that initial swing, and just across the board, players were winning critical ones. And again, that's pretty basic analysis, and there was a lot of work done there by Wildcard to apply pressure and really leak the clock to make those ones a bit more difficult for Rhythm. But that was a stark difference to the first round, where they really didn't allow anyone at all to get site control or apply any meaningful pressure. And in fact, every death there from Wildcard was eventually traded. So a stark contrast to round one, and a sign that, you know, maybe this start won't be as slow for them as maybe we initially thought. They'll go back above, so backing themselves, in fact, to actually now win out this side.
Well, is it necessarily backing themselves to win this side? That, like, when we think about Oregon, what are the other options? It's basically Kitchen Meeting, which doesn't always have the best success rate. And Dorms is going to be the site that typically is sort of second in line and where you're going to see a lot of plays. So it's not so much about maybe backing themselves to win it. It's more so like, all right, we have to win it, right? Like, it's not a matter of a choice. They have to win Dorms a couple of times if they're going to win the map. And obviously the good thing is having already, I guess, you know, played it in the first round. Yeah, they lost it, but they can get a bit more of an understanding as to maybe how Rhythm are going to play this. Although it's not like they did anything too special. Open up games, push through Attic. That's what made, I guess, that loss for Wildcard so surprising. Rhythm really didn't do anything that amazing.
Yeah, I'd be interested to understand the thought process here from Wildcard. They're electing to play the Wamai over the Jaeger. I guess you can place those magnets down in some more difficult to reach positions. Could be harder to clear for the attack, but most times in competitive, Jaeger will be the preferred option. So I'm keen to see exactly where Vinny actually decides to play. Outside of that, nothing too unusual. I guess Milo over at rear stage might be a little bit spicy.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
In the stairs position, looking to try and get an opening pick or at least take down some drones. Does back off though a little bit, playing cautiously, not wanting to give away his life. There we go, that's one drone down. And honestly, off the back of that, he can just fall off, and that's two less available from Rhythm already.
See, it doesn't seem like he did much, but he gets a drone. Okay, even that, who cares about that? It's now that perceived pressure on Rhythm around Big Tower. Suddenly you've got to check every corner, suddenly you've got to check every angle. Obviously, it depends. AFX actually pushing through this pretty quickly despite that pressure, but still nonetheless, I like it. From
another drone down
from Alaska,
well,
and there's another one. So this is a really good start for Wildcard defensively, just being actually a little bit more offense.
Yeah, and that does mean that Drex now working the wall a little bit delayed compared to the round one efforts.
It's getting there though.
Yeah, shouldn't take too long. Full map tricking the wall as opposed to making the crouch hole, which is a little bit unusual. Most teams would elect to just create the crouch hole, but it's basically personal preference. You're not really going to need that fuel elsewhere, more so of a time-saving measure and a little bit safer to enter. Either way, that's a bit of a nitpick. The rest of the team, they're working the trophy side of the map. In fact, yeah, they're going to double it up for Rotero to open that up. So nice use of utility there from Rhythm and an entry point now. Pit not being monitored by the defense. It's a little bit more passive here. Again, Vinny playing behind that deployable shield deep inside of Kids. He's going to be the defender to watch. He's in a key position to push back this execute. And Milo down below on the vert as well, quite important.
50 seconds remaining here in the third round. In a very pivotal match between these two teams. Milo down below in Kitchen. And of course, this is a very, very important position to hold the vert control, but most importantly, when that push does come through from Attic, he needs to be able to help out Vinny, who is at the back of Kids, and Milo does find that kill onto Leb. That's going to ease the pressure immensely.
Yeah, and it also means that Milo now can support Vinny from down below. This push from Rhythm going to be very, very challenging. Emo is low and has a deep angle, clear him out, and maybe it'll be winnable.
And he's got that shield. He didn't have it in the opening round.
Seconds to go.
Vinny still with that deployable shield. And Pat inside of the gas smoke, able to get that kill onto Gul. It's falling apart a little bit here for Rhythm. Trades go out back and forth. Draxonay affects both low though, and still in a 2 versus 3 disadvantage. Make it 1, make it none. Wildcard will take the 3rd round.
Yeah, and that round really just illustrates how a couple of key pieces to the defensive puzzle, if they stay up, it can be so difficult for the attack to actually go for an execute and untangle that. Highlighting Vinny's deployable shield there, really, really important. It meant that a player basically had to hold that position and couldn't push with the rest of the team, and it fortified Vinny's location. Yes, he did eventually die, but the rest of the team desperately trying to find something in that round weren't really supported as well as they possibly could have been. We saw Games not really exposed to much pressure, and saw Pat in that smoke, for example, the gas babe, do some really nice work. So a good response there from Wildcard. They're able to tidy up that defense a little bit. And maybe a sign in that round that Rhythm maybe not able to adapt as nicely as they'll need to against Wildcard. If your plan of attack can't work out because you don't clear a certain piece of utility or a certain player's in a position that you're finding difficult to clear, that's when we see better teams really adapt and work out how they're going to fix that problem. But on that occasion, Rhythm unable to achieve that.
I think the other thing to also take note is the last time these two teams played, it was a 5-1 defensive half to Wildcard. And then Rhythm themselves had a 5-1 defensive half. So, you know, we always need to see sort of two sides of the story here. Not exactly over. It's very early days. But I do agree with the sentiment that for Rhythm's sake, it's not quite been a team that's looking to adapt with their attacks and with their play style. It's been very one-dimensional, pretty standard. You know, stock standard, probably the best way to describe it so far from Rhythm. We'll see how they go here on Kitchen Meeting as Wildcard look to do the World Tour over the last couple of rounds now.
Yeah, quite an aggressive extension facilitated up above with reinforcements, that deployable shield in Addict as well. Wildcard looking to play off that hatch as opposed to reinforce it off. Now, they could have done that, right? They could have bought the Kaid, reinforced the hatch, and forced that Maverick play, and maybe even just forfeit above completely. But Wildcard are backing themselves in here. Oh, Dragos narrowly misses that pick in towards Trophy as Wildcard look to deny more time. Keen to see if this pays off, though. Some of these key hitters like Molosca will need to step up. Geo, one of those said hard hitters, already off the board.
And that's not ideal in a situation where you're playing that vert position above, because you have to commit a player or two to that sort of play, that sort of position. As you mentioned before, if you bring the Kaid, you can do it in a bit more of a passive manner with the Electric Claw. Throw it up, make sure, okay, yeah, it's going to buy some time. He'll eventually open it up, but it means that we've got a player somewhere else. Wildcard now losing Geo. They can't really forfeit the position, though. It'll be too vulnerable. Minute 45, they need to maybe find a pick somewhere back, and they're able to do it through Vinny.
Rotero is no longer in play now. Molosca are aggressing on towards that breach, and I think Vinny might be available for a bit of a pinch. Milo droned out. Drago's looking to try and get aggressive. With top white reinforced off, he can progress forward, but needs additional support. Drex trying to offer that as Dragos does push in deeper. There we go. A great shot from Drex to find that pick. Emo elsewhere, taken off the board.
Wow.
Vinny as well, and Pat's in the 1v4.
They just get picked apart basically off-site here this entire match so far. Kit, that's pretty big. Kit's down on the floor, courtesy of Pat now in a 1 versus 2. Good information, obviously, on the diffuser, but in terms of information on Drex and Dragos, well, remains to be seen. He does get droned out there. Still actually quite a couple of drones available. Dragos has got 2, in fact. Just under a minute left. Pat, if he gets pressured here, may go down. In fact, he is definitely going down. Rhythm will take this round, make it 2-2.
Yeah, once again, much like round 1, Rhythm doing a really good job in clearing out those power positions and converting the round. A valiant effort, of course, has to go to Pat there. Managed to find the 2K. Trying to play off that diffuser, just couldn't quite find enough coverage there. A bit of an awkward position that he found himself in, but the likes of Jex, for example, great clear there. And the rest off screen that we didn't quite capture, really strong as well from Rhythm. Good job in closing it out as well. And yeah, maybe that tertiary site for Wildcard isn't really going to work out. They're probably not going to play it again unless we go to OT and they want to spice things up. It's going to be basement for the next round, and then I would only assume dorms after that.
Yeah, and it continues to go back to why we put such an emphasis on dorms, because you mentioned that we may not actually see Kitchen Meeting again from Wildcard's defensive side, at least until OT. That means they only play it once for an entire game. So obviously there's not much of an emphasis on that site. It's a nicety if you can win it, sure, that's nice, but it's not a necessary site that you need to win. But this is, in fact, though, for Wildcard, 2 very important rounds coming up here defensively on Oregon. It's 2-2 at the moment, and this can fork either way, really. The Rhythm find a way to really close out this opening half, do well on the offense, then go onto their defense, or can Wildcard find a way to gain that lead going into the second half?
5 seconds left.
The Ella once again committed to here by Emo, so I can assume he's going to play that shotgun aggressively once again inside a freezer. Just trying to work out how aggressive a
might be blue bunker.
playing. It could be. They did have a pre-placed drone there, Rhythm, from
They're
Drex.
droning this heavily.
This out. They could try and go for something. Pat and Emo, the only two on site. Miley does have a presence over towards Big Tower though, so it would be risky, and I think that window of opportunity, if it ever was there for an aggressive play through blue, probably gone now for Rhythm, unfortunately.
A lot of utility, of course, always committed to that elbow position. You got those Rotero drones. It is pretty easy to sort of clear it out, force that Rio, and then take over blue bunker control, but
By attackers.
very early on into the round, and you're going to want to at least head elsewhere, open up freezer, laundry perhaps. If you are going blue bunker, then you're also going to need to establish backstairs control and gain control of pillar 2. But the way that Rhythm continue to loiter around outside blue bunker, guys, it continues to fill me with belief that this is their plan.
We've seen these Roteros be so potent from Rhythm so far, and a great one from AFX will clear that Tarps or Brick's shield, whichever you call that you wish to give it.
Or that,
Geo,
that might
does
get everything.
drop Drex. That is a hard breach off the board. That's going to put a lot of pressure now on Ghoul, and it does mean that these hatches could be tricky to get open. In fact, you need 2 summons to open one of them, so Rhythm now really need to prioritize their utility. What hatch, if any, do they really need open here? And this is, again, where they're going to be tested. Can they adapt on the fly? If Maverick dies, what's your backup plan?
You can still gain elbow control, use one of the Selma charges to create sort of that sight line looking towards freezer, and then you can push in from pillar onto site. So it's still very much in play here for Rhythm. It's not totally out of it because they don't have Drex. It's fine. They do need to clear out Pat though, and he's holding on for a little while here. Minute left. Ghoul actually going to get taken down. Now that is a player that you do not want to be losing. That is your hard breach on the floor right now. That is also the diffuser on the floor, and that's Pat still with elbow control. He has not given it up. Dragos though towards pillar.
Oh.
He's found 2 down the corridor. He gets a third. What a little shot onto Hema and Ted. Wow, 3 inside 3 seconds, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 2 advantage for Rhythm. Pat really making sure that they don't get elbow. Vinny needs to get involved from laundry.
Such awkward positions, and Drago's rather still playing hallway monitor. Pat close with the shotgun. Not much utility left to clear him out as Love goes for the plant.
17 seconds. Pat, has he got anything to stop this? He'll have to swing out. He loses immediately. It's a quad. But Drago's going to get the ace. No, AFX will find the final kill of the round. Rhythm. They absolutely salvaged this one. It looked like they had no real shot. They lost the initial hard breach. Then they lost their second hard breach. He was on the floor. I thought, that's it, guys. There's no way. They can't open up the sight lines that they will need to open up. But Dragos just goes bang right here at pillar 2 immediately down the corridor to Moloska and Geo. And from there, they were able to win their ones.
Yeah, super duperly well played. I can't even think of the words. Really well done. I was waiting to be able to highlight the fact that once Pat was under pressure, he made a really critical call there, and someone from E-Box, didn't quite see who, was able to swing wide and actually get that down onto Ghoul. And at that point, I was like, yeah, they're locked out. Rhythm aren't really going to be able to do anything here. And then Drago's with that huge play out of absolutely nowhere, catching 2 players off guard, and then the third. Really, really nice stuff. If it wasn't for him, no chance for Rhythm to be able to take that round. Now they have the lead. And again, as you mentioned, in this head-to-head between these two, historically has been very, very defend-decided. So Rhythm in a great position, even if they lose this round here in 3-3 the half, I think they'd be pretty pleased.
And once again, for the 3rd time in this opening half, we head upstairs to Kids Dorms, where it's currently 1-1 between these 2 teams. I would still give the edge to Wildcard, though, on Dorms, simply because I don't think Rhythm's really done anything too amazing. It's been very one-dimensional, push through attic, open up game as well. That's it. And for Wildcard, defensively, I mean, that's really the easiest way for them to be able to deal with it. They'll have the one below again, probably in kitchen, keeping security bot white control, and just force Rhythm up above to push through.
And Wildcard really want to be winning this round. A lot of pressure riding on this matchup. Both of these teams under serious threat, finishing in the bottom two for OCN 2021 and then exposing themselves to that relegation run to retain their position. And some pretty fierce competition in OCL hunting down those spots. We've already seen Overt, for example, jump in stage 3 and already make a bit of a mark. So we know that the competition level might not be that far off some of these teams in OCN. So again, such a big matchup and a big round here for Rhythm, looking to gain a 4-2 lead on a map that historically between these two has been defender-sided. Top 4 has been 1-1 so far, the head-to-head for these two teams. On the first occasion, Rhythm able to take Kids control and convert the round win, but on the second time, Wildcard able to lock them out. And honestly, in terms of setup and op composition, it's basically the same as what we've seen so far. Very similar. So I'm expecting the round, honestly, to play out pretty similarly again.
Once again for the third time. Around the same sort of timely mark here for Rhythm, opening up this attic wall. Then at 10 seconds, and this is basically playing out. It's deja vu right now. A couple of Nitrocells on the side of Wildcard. They're going to need to hit their mark and find a pick at some point when Rhythm do eventually make this push. Remember, with that Evil Eye, though, can at least help out Vinny at the back of Kids. I imagine we'll have that deployable shield, and he's just going to have to hope and pray. In fact, he loses it early. Think back to the last time we had this sight, Guz, and that deployable shield was there the entire time. Doesn't have it with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, those were my magnets not really doing their job there and unable to protect that deployable shield. Now, Wildcard critically have 2 down below, 2 C4s, Milo and Geo. Drex is likely going to try and go below and clear these players. Could be a critical engagement in 30 seconds.
Oscar, he's looking a little too high. Drex, though, doesn't quite get the swing that he wanted, actually, from Oscar to do. In this case, now Drex is probably in the position where he needs to push forward into Kitchen. 15 seconds left in this final round of the opening half. 1-1 trade in the kill feed. Dragos again, he's 8-2. Playing amazing right now in his new team. Ghoul's going to be able to stick this diffuser inside of Kids. No one being able to stop him here, so he gets it off. It's a 4 versus 1 now. Leb's got 2 in the round. Maloska down below in Kitchen. Unsuccessful this time. Last time he was successful down below with the vert play, Guz. This time, no real impact. Rhythm are going to establish themselves a 4-2 lead going into the second half.
Milo taken down. What a half from Rhythm. A 4-2 lead. They'll be absolutely ecstatic with that result so far.
Fantastic opening half from Rhythm. For Wildcard, though, they've got some contemplation to do, Guz. They've called a tactical timeout to extend this halftime break. And honestly, I would agree with this one. 3 losses in a row, or 3 round losses in a row to Rhythm. They are on the ropes a little bit here. 4-2, that was their defense on Oregon. This is as bad as you can really expect.
Cat cam. Oh, it's out of frame now. Pat the cat cam. Maybe, was it a black cat? Isn't that a sign of bad luck? Is it? Oh, is it that? No, that's if it's like crossing a road or something, right?
I've got no idea what you're on about.
Okay.
Stick to Siege, Guz. Stick to Siege.
Yeah, it's about the only thing I'm good at, so you're not wrong there. Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird matchup. Yeah, that again, it always comes down to dorms at the end of the day. Rhythm with a 2-1 record on that site, and Wildcard doing a very similar setup for most of those rounds. In that last attempt, they did double down below with the roam and seemed to have limited effect. Again, I think the main point of interest on that side, on all 3 attempts, was Vinny inside of kids. And for whatever reason, that shield
every time
was doing a really bad job at being held properly. Now, I don't know how it was taken down necessarily in that most recent attempt. I think it was a projectile from the kids window. Again, I would have to watch it back just to be 100% sure, but those were my magnets. Honestly, they were pretty useless. They weren't really doing their job very well. And with that vert control down below, it wasn't taken down from kitchen. So, yeah, a bit of a mistake there, I think, from Wildcard. Rhythm doing a good job in reading into that play and eventually finding a good way in countering it. And they'll be happy. The 4-2 lead, really, really big.
Bit of a shaking of the head from Vinny a few times there and scratching of the eyes. It's a tough one because in a way that was his position 3 times and basically failed twice. It's never a good feeling when you're sort of maybe the entry point, you're maybe considered the weak point, where for Rhythm's sake it's like, all right, we're going to get rid of that shield, we're going to kill Vinny at the back of kids, we're going to plant kids. That's the plan. They did it 3 times. Worked twice, didn't work once. And the only reason why it didn't work that one time is because the shield actually stayed up and did its job. So made Vinny's life a lot easier. But as you mentioned, for whatever reason, the other 2 times, that shield just went down far too easily and far too early. The other part of it as well, for Wildcard defensively, they never had any sort of pit control at any point. They never tried to put any shields there. They didn't really try and deny Rhythm that area. It was basically like, right, they open up Attic, they push through Attic, and they get full control of pit.
Yep, stark contrast from Rhythm. And as Vas mentioned in the pre-show, we are going to see, that bedroom extension led with a Nitro reads into Milo's swing as a good opening pick, and it means that Buck is off the board, making some of that vert play more challenging. I'm keen to see how Wildcard deal with this setup. If they've done their research, if they even watched a little bit of the game last night, they should be aware of this setup and have some sort of at least basic idea on how they are going to deal with it. Do they try and take it head on and clear it? Do they focus their efforts on white stairs and double window, which might be able to negate this setup from Drex? I'm not entirely sure, but it is quite a menacing setup to try and take.
Well, it definitely seems like here for Rhythm, it's like they've understood. Recently, we're seeing a lot more pushing coming on through games and Attic. So let's put the pressure there. Let's maybe force Wildcard to head over to, say, bot white. Oh, but you do that, we've got 2 players sitting inside of security. So we've still got bot white control. So where do you actually go then if you Wildcard? Then it's looking like big window. But if you've got big window and nothing else, you probably don't have much of a round. So I think Rhythm setting up here, obviously, as you said before, very stark contrast to sort of Wildcard. And that's probably why we're seeing Wildcard just loitering around in Armory Corridor, trying to open up some horizontal sightlines here into bedroom.
Yeah, I like that from Geo. He does expose the weakness of this defense, which is that wall on the Armory stairs, unable to really be held by the defense, and it means that Drex can't play safely behind the bed. Will retreat to the closet, and in fact, I think reinforce himself. Oh, not entirely sure, but there we go. Emo top white, not being held by the players inside of security. Ghoul will swing and try and trade it back, but Emo doubles down. Could even find a third here onto Leb, who desperately needs to find something back for his team.
That, I'm puzzled. You got 2 players sitting around security and top of Freeze's stairs, and you've just both allowed that top white stairs position to be taken by Wildcard. I mean, that's a big whiff from Rhythm here defensively. That should not have been able to happen. Drex is probably wondering, why am I getting shot from top white? How have we allowed this to take place?
Yeah, 100%. And Wildcard now can really shape up. They've only got 15 seconds to do so. Need to be mindful of this flank. Nomad was on the board, and Vinny does have an air jab on these stairs, but it can be shot out.
Rhythm have been good, though, in the franking department so far in this match, but not so much in this particular round. Orlando comes in with the flank at the last second. 3 for the round, makes it a 2 versus 2. Not much time here for Wildcard either, and Pat to get it down. He's got no time at all. Rhythm through Leb. Now make it a 5-2 lead, and almost like the first half in a couple of those rounds, guys, where Rhythm looked kind of out of it, they still just clutch up big.
Really well played by Leb. What a flank.
Yep.
He is the reason that they won that round. You could argue that he was one of the reasons Wildcard got an in on the round due to that security hold not really working out. But a great work there. Really good patience in clearing out the air jab and then going up the stairs and finding those kills one by one. He didn't get overly excited. He did his job. And with that diffuser down, was able to hold that position. Now, looking at that from the Wildcard perspective, you have to raise the question for Vinny's perspective, that air jab placement, is that really overly reliable? Now, I know you had to place one on the stairs because you had that breach opening towards the bedroom, but it was really exposed, and it didn't seem like Leb had any issues at all in clearing it. He just made sure that his approach was nice and slow, and it meant that he didn't hit it. And honestly, even if he did, and Wildcard kind of had an inkling he was coming from that position, they were kind of not set up very well to even be able to counter that with that diffuser drop at the game's breach. So they kind of, I guess, really, really capitulated in the final stages of that attack, and Rhythm doing a good job in shutting them down. And 5 rounds, we know that's always critical, right, Jake? If you win the next one, you get a match point. That's at least overtime and at least 1 point secured, and that's so important for this matchup.
Yeah, and I think at this point it even goes beyond that, right? It's just the fact that it's now 4 rounds in a row to Rhythm. And the way that they're winning these rounds and the way that they're playing, they're sharp. I mean, Dragos is insane, apparently. 10-2. Hello, welcome to OCN. I didn't get to see his debut yesterday, but nonetheless, I feel like I'm getting to see it maybe again here tonight. But still for Rhythm, this has just been impeccable. Ghoul now top a big tower hold with the ADSs. This is something, again, we didn't see from Wildcard. We've seen it from other teams, but they didn't do it. They never employed these sort of strategies to buy time. The only time we ever saw any sort of big tower annoyance was Milo once getting rid of that drone and just buying like 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is classic Ghoul. He did this against Wildcard last time they played. He did it last night as well. And it was incredibly successful. A lot of teams just drained their util and failed to even clear him, drop members in the process. Wildcard, honestly, might be a little bit scared of that and may elect to not even take him on at all. Pat does take on AFX, finds an open pick here. Critically, it's the Wamai, means that no more magnets can be put in play. I don't even know how Pat found that kill, currently on the roof, so I assume he just shot through one of the windows in tower.
Okay.
In fact, it's actually inside of attic, so I can only assume from there that it was from bedroom or something like that, as the wall has been busted open. But either way, a really good opening pick for Wildcard. That's something they can now work off and try and mount their attack back off.
I don't think losing AFX is going to be that big of an issue. Yeah, sure. The longer he stays alive, he gets more of the Wamai discs, but I think that there's more to win from disadvantages too much in this match, right? What's a 4 versus 5 for them on the defense? Minute and 20 seconds. They haven't quite been able to deal with Ghoul anyway. So I'd still say this is pretty par for the course right now. I don't think Rhythm are in a bad spot just because they're down a player. They've already forced Wildcard over towards Big Window, for instance, and Dragos has still got vert control down below.
I don't want to make this assumption because it's probably wrong, but there might even be a chance that in that small window there, Wildcard actually didn't know that the objective was down below.
Kitchen meeting, yeah.
Again, could be wrong. So again, don't want to make that assertion, but
wait, there's no way they don't.
I think they're just trying to clear above. Surely that's
they're
probably
just
the
clearing
play
above.
here. They know that there's vert, so yeah. I don't want to, again, cast too many assertions here. Wildcard surely would be making those kinds of mistakes, but Vinny does. The Vault there punished by the Alibi. A great pick there. 11-2 for Dragos. Emo Rin with the nade up above towards Kids. Again, still trying to clear this defender. Challenging times for Wildcard as that player rotates back down. 20 seconds left on the board.
If they don't get this player in Kids, then they're not going to be able to get this plant down in Kitchen safely at all. It's just not going to be able to happen, and they're obviously not going to be able to open up meeting now. It's just too little too late to go for that, and unfortunately for Wildcard here, time is definitely against them. Ghoul with that elimination onto Geo. It's now a 2 versus 2. Ghoul's got 2 in a row very quickly in quick succession. Pat, though, time against him. Ghoul in a 1 versus 1. He knows he just can hold the sprint button, head on over, W key, left click, made a bit of a meal of it, but that's okay. He gets the job done. He gets match point for Rhythm.
Really well played there from Ghoul. Such a nice line of sight through that rotation in towards security. And Wildcard, I don't know why they didn't quite do it. Didn't enter anyone from dining. They filtered through security and everyone just lined up for Ghoul. Free pickings, he'll take that. And he does a really good job in closing it out in the end. In the dying second or two there was an opportunity for Pat to get off that plant and maybe clutch up, but he wasn't able to pull it off. Rhythm now with match point. Huge. They currently lead the head-to-head for the potential battle between these two for the relegation spot. We know that Overt are basically guaranteed, and it's a battle between these two to stay in the league.
Are they though? I don't know anymore. There's a chance maybe. I think I saw a graphic somewhere.
There's a very small chance that Border maybe, but
if
at the end of the day,
like
the
top
most
3?
Yeah, if Overt make top 3 in like Wildcard, like completely bum out or something.
I mean,
For the sake of my story, like, just go with my fairy tale, please. Rhythm, Wildcard, they're the two at risk, and they're the two going head-to-head. And Rhythm, honestly, are looking like the team that are going to be closing out this game.
yeah. That's going to leave Wildcard and Order in the bottom two with 3 Playdays to go. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy for two teams we thought would be sort of rebounding in stage 3. Instead, they're just further capitulating. For Wildcard, this is a disaster, especially considering against the team that they're trying to compete against to avoid relegations. And for Rhythm, of course, they are actually playing like a team that wants to avoid relegations, guys. They're playing like a team that's got everything to play for, and that's why they're up 6-2. For Rhythm, then, they play Order next week. That's suddenly not that difficult of a matchup.
Yep. What a wild stage this is shaping up to be, and so far this has been a pretty crazy match. Rhythm genuinely outplaying their opponents at the moment. We'll have to see whether or not Basement is more successful. You can only assume that it probably will be the way this match has played out so far. Now, there's no Kaid on the board. That does mean that with Thermite available, Wildcard shouldn't have too many issues with hatches here, and in fact, it should be a little bit faster than it actually was for Rhythm, meaning that they can invest resources and time elsewhere. What kind of setup will they actually go for? Well, Wildcard over towards Big Tower would suggest that rear stage and blue bunker will be the play. It looks like some of these remaining Wildcard players elsewhere, though, just making sure the roam is clear and can set up some vert to cut off those rotations. And I mean, talk about the roam. There actually are some players inside a meeting.
Decently efficient so far from Wildcard on the roam. Opening up this meeting wall. Nice headshot from Emerin. Some good signs here from Wildcard momentarily. But has the damage already been done? That's the real question here. You can have a couple of good rounds, make it a respectable scoreline, but in the grand scheme of things, I think maybe the nail has already entered the coffin. Still, we've seen comebacks before, and if they can make it 6-3, definitely not impossible. But with Rhythm being on the defense here for Oregon, it's going to be a long way back for Wildcard. And can they even close out this round? It's not a given. Rhythm's been pretty good in the clutch late rounds, even at a disadvantage.
Yeah. Just can never be too sure with Wildcard at the moment. Now, they do have 50 seconds to just chill out here, make sure they pull this off. They need to clear Drex from this blue position. The blue shield facing the attack and 2 ADS devices covering this position. The Runegate burn and 2 flashbangs sent in will be able to burn those devices. Pat follows it up with Try Grenade. Will it hit the mark? Not quite, doesn't do any damage, but will force Drex off that position. Now reinforced off. That leaves 30 seconds available. Now Dragos is going to be the next player under the pump. Drone out. That player on rear stage going to swing, but it's a flashbang from Vinny. Gets punished. Leaves it in the 3 versus 4, and that time economy is looking poor for Wildcard.
It's been such a rough game from Vinny. 1 and 8. One to forget for him. Maybe now also opens the door here for Rhythm. 8 seconds again. Time an issue here for Wildcard, but this time they're able to hit their shots. Drex though, could it be the thorn on the side? No. Wildcard get around back, and they stop this streak and momentum of Rhythm at 5 rounds in a row. Now it's 6-3.
Started to look a little bit dicey there for Wildcard. I got a little bit worried there, especially Dragos there finding that first pick. Vinny unfortunately was caught out with the flash, but yeah, Wildcard did eventually dismiss that, close out the round. Now they still need to find 3 more to head us to overtime, and that means that they'll need to attempt above once more. Saw them struggle last time. Well, actually, no. They did okay in the mid-round, and then Leb flanking up Armory Stairs managed to do quite a bit of damage. So if Wildcard can, I guess, persist with that mid-round aggression and get the job over the line in the dying seconds of the round and not falter to any flanks like they did last time, they should find a little bit more success.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Dorms though has been most definitely occupied by Rhythm the entire time here in Oregon. Only once they've lost it so far. We've seen it quite a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4 times, 3-1. Pretty decent little record there for Rhythm here on Dorms. That's both on attack and defense. They've been successful. If anything, I think even their defense at the start of this second half really sort of highlighted where they are at compared to Wildcard and what they were able to bring to the table, because Wildcard's defensive dorms was pretty poor. Rhythm's attack wasn't necessarily that amazing on it, but their defense was pretty good. So see how they're going to stack things up here for what is still match point. I definitely do not want to let Wildcard back into this one, though.
More aggression here over towards lobby from Rhythm. Can Wildcard maybe look to punish this? Drone sent out in towards Armory. Looking to find Drago's playing his position. Who again having quite a solid game, 12-4 thus far. It is again the extension from Drex in towards Bedroom. Wildcard again, they did a pretty good job of clearing it last time and didn't really falter there. It was more so that flank watch that was lacking. So we'll have to see whether or not this setup is dismantled once more.
Yeah, and look, Wildcard have had some resurgences recently in finding form and being better than what they were in Stage 2. And this has been a little bit disappointing so far tonight, but it needs to be said that this match is not over. They can very much choose to fight this one out, bring it back to OT, and claw tooth and nail their way to a result. And it looks as if they can win this round, 6-4, suddenly it looks doable. That's 2 in a row. That's a bit of momentum. Maybe would it even force attack time out from Rhythm if it does eventuate. Leb, though, down a classroom. Oh, he might catch here at the bottom of main stairs. He's actually going to get caught himself, though. The positioning, questionable there from Leb, just standing in the doorway.
Yeah, trying to play in a bit of a weird position to catch off any attackers entering in towards lobby, and in fact probably a little bit lucky to get away with his life. Now just prior to that, that position inside the bedroom was forfeited by Rhythm, allowing free passage for Wildcard. Leb taken off the board. Ghoul looking to try and support this position. Ime once again probing bot white. Again, wanting to get that cross to cut off the players inside of Kids, for example. 50 seconds now left. Moloska will continue to drone forward. Drex in a pretty difficult to clear position, but Closet is exposed and Gen Window Repel actually being played here. So he should be the next on the board to be taken down.
Drex holds his position. Talk about timing. The epitome of timing. When you look it up in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of Drex looking away. That is unfortunate, and it opens it up entirely for Wildcard to just push on in, take sight, find a couple of kills. Leb, after he got picked back up, finds an elimination onto Jiro with that Nitrocell. 20 seconds remaining in the round, but Pat is already on that diffuser, sticking it down. Emerald's had an amazing game at the top of White Stairs. He finds 2 quick succession. Again. The flank from Ghoul, second time, but this time unsuccessful. Wildcard, 2 rounds in a row. They're bringing it back.
Yeah, and it's almost a sense of deja vu. The last time these two played, it was in fact Rhythm that was the team to bring it back. It wasn't the defense, however, so Wildcard going for difficulty points here, style points if you would, trying to bring it back on the attack. Pretty clean round for the most part. Again, they dismantled, or at least negated that bedroom extension quite well. But Emo, once again, the star player. He was the MVP last night. He had a huge matchup on this map. Wildcard didn't even win last night. That's how big of a game it was from him. Same map, of course, Oregon. And once again, playing a pivotal role in that most recent round. Top white, such a powerful position. Vinny was on the double window, but he can't quite cover every single angle there on the cross. So yeah, Emo did a great job to show composure and find that double. If he doesn't, that diffuser would have been exposed, and in combination with the flank, honestly, the round probably would have unraveled. So really well played by him. Still a long way to go for Wildcard.
But it now puts a little bit of the mental pressure on Rhythm. I'm a little bit surprised they have not elected to take their tactical timeout at this portion. 2 rounds in a row for Wildcard. If they lose this round and it's 6-5, they must take it in the next round. I'll take it for them if they don't. Because you do not want to go to OT against Wildcard here after being up 6-2. That would just be a mental heartbreak for Rhythm. A team that has already had so much heartbreak in the past, a lot of 7-5 losses, for instance. At the very least, they've secured 1 point and secured OT, but realistically, they need to secure this match point, get all 3 points, and just give themselves a chance of avoiding relegations.
Now, if I've seen that correctly, meeting hatch was open, I think. Okay, so pretty aggressive extension here being committed to by Rhythm. Aphex holding that position. Now that is interesting, right? Qaid's available, and Thatch is not. Neither is Habana, so you would have thought hatch play would be pretty pivotal, but I don't know, Rhythm, I guess, favouring that footprint on the map and forcing Wildcard to go for the roam clear and deny some of that time for the execute. Now, we'll have to wait and see just how effective that is. Milo already with decent control above, and no doubt will be able to assist this position. In fact, I think Attic Hatch as well is also open, so I don't know how the meeting player in Aphex decides or is going to get out from that position. In fact, he's already rotated, so I mean, at this point, it is really simple. Wildcard just needs to drone out meeting, make sure it's clear, but I don't know, they're taking their time. Milo though, oh, that's awkward. Metal Bars will protect Leb and reserve his life for now.
That's twice now, though. Leb's been cheeky on the roam and gets caught. Hasn't quite been successful. Don't mind it, though, when you go for those sort of plays. And this is where leaving that meeting hatch open might come back to bite Rhythm here. In fairness, though, of course, they know it's open, they have that info, and they would be expecting Wildcard to be dropping down at some point. This does at least, though, mean Wildcard don't have to spend time on opening this hatch. For Pat, he can head elsewhere. And it seems, though, backstairs should be the play. Do they have anyone coming in from blue bunker? Yeah, there's the rotation now.
Yeah. Pat with the nades will probably be looking to get elbow. Sawyer burnt there by Milo with a flashbang. Jiwa and Pat to support, but the ADS device does catch one of those projectiles. The nade falls short there onto the shield, but fortunately for Wildcard, that position has been forfeited and reinforced off. There is a mute jammer though on that wall, so opening it will prove to be challenging. 15 seconds left means that probably they might be able to get across there with Pat and Blowtorch, but Gia's going to struggle to get that wall open, and this execute will be tough.
They're going to struggle to even just get the plant down. There's still 5 up here for Rhythm. There's 7 seconds left. Dragos gets the opening pick. There's the Diffuser down. That's the round. I mean, I don't even need to commentate from here. That surely is going to be the round. I don't understand. Well, either way, Rhythm take the win. A little bit slow going from Wildcard in the end, but Rhythm were not slow at all, Guz. They take all 3 points from this do-or-die matchup, and they just get a little bit of breathing room maybe in terms of promos, Rallos.
Ooh, a bit of an awkward ending to that match, and now Wildcard find themselves in a very awkward position. Relegation's now a serious threat pending the rest of the stage, of course, but this was a critical head-to-head. Rhythm showing up when it matters to get that dub.
Certainly so. Of course, they've got a little bit more work to do. It's not quite season over or anything like that. They can't just pack up shop. They probably need a couple more results to go their way, whether it's them getting points or hoping, of course, Wildcard don't get any more points. Still, they were able to get the job done tonight and get all 3 points against Wildcard. They would be kicking themselves that they hadn't been able to defeat Overt back in Playday 2. That may still come back to bite them, but hey, at least they were able to defeat Wildcard. I'll come straight to you first though, Vast. A very interesting game. It was all Rhythm all the way. They were up 6-2. Bit of a mini comeback from Wildcard, but then that last round, they just stalled out the time. They had literally 7 seconds when they went onto site.
Yeah, this whole game, I think it was literally just Wildcard battling against time. I just think that if Wildcard were just a little bit quicker in their mid-game, they would leave themselves with more time to be able to execute. And a lot of their small mistakes comes down to lack of time. Maybe it makes them rush. We saw Leb flank up Armory. I would expect Wildcard, being the team they are, I would expect them having a flank drone there. They had a person dead. I'd expect them calling out that flank. But I just think because they're leaving themselves with not much time, they're just rushing, making these small mistakes, and Rhythm are just punishing it really well.
Guys, we have to, of course, give full credit to Rhythm. They went on an absolute tear midway through this match. They won 5 rounds in a row between the first half and then going into the second half. And they looked amazing while doing it. Yeah, there was a couple of wildcard mistakes. And yeah, wildcard definitely did not look great tonight, except for Immorin, who completely popped off. But nonetheless, Rhythm looked really good in what they were trying to do here in Oregon. They looked like the team with the strats.
Yeah, and look, I'm sure Vars can probably comment on this more than I would be able to, as he was around last night, but from what I saw in glimpses, their setups, particularly on the defense, were literally like almost the exact same, right? Ghoul, tier 3, they had the bedroom extension, and sure, to some extent, Wildcard were actually doing a decent job in clearing those positions, but as Vast again highlighted, it was the amount of time it took, and the inability to cover flanks and a couple of thrown picks here and there, and a lot of those attacks really made life difficult. So yeah, Rhythm, again, full credits, they played really well, but Wildcard just played into their hands. And look, sometimes your opponent that does that, you need to show the confidence and have the ability to win out games. And for once, Rhythm did. It started to look like it was slipping away, and we know that the Rhythm curse is the fact that they can never close out a win in regulation, but they did manage to battle that demon and defeat it.
Vast, does this come back a little bit to map choice for Wildcard's sake? They lost to Knights on Oregon last night, and now they've lost to Rhythm on Oregon tonight.
I think half of it definitely comes down to map choice. I mean, Rhythm played a really good game there. I was really impressed with their util clearing and their mini games. But I think Wildcard, I'm just not really a fan of their op lineup for Oregon. It's, as you guys were talking about it, they kind of chose the Wamai over the Jaeger, which is fine. But I think just having the Wamai protecting is just not enough. Rhythm seemed to be able to clear everything with heaps of time left. I would, you know, Aruni, Jaeger, and Wamai was up. Rhythm were using a bit of Aruni as well. I wouldn't mind seeing Wildcard bring at least 2 of those kind of util denial ops. Rhythm were using the Flores quite well, but Wildcard were using the mute. And I also think on attacks, I find it really interesting. I noticed this the other night, and I wasn't really sure to comment it just yet, but I think tonight it's pretty clear. Wildcard using a lot of Buck and Sledge on Oregon. It's not a map that really offers a lot of vert. I mean, sure, there's that kitchen dining push they like to do where they do vert, but I think bringing Yana, bringing other ops, and just like sacrificing the Sledge and Buck for breaches, sure, you might lose a bit of time in opening certain stuff, but I think the value you get in util in other areas, Yana is like really powerful for like giving you more info. You can clear a Rooney. I'm not really sure why they're not running that, and I can only really guess that excuse me, I just choked on something. That they want, I don't know, they want to like be quick on entries or something like that. I'm not really sure. I think that's a bit of a mistake in my opinion.
Well, let's go and have a chat with Rhythm, of course. Ghoul coming on after the win. 2 wins in a row. Congratulations, Ghoul. It was a long time between your first win in a long time, of course, last night, but then 2 in a row. How's that? Just doubling up that quickly. It must be great for you guys as a team and the confidence you're able to gain from it.
Yeah, it's incredible. Honestly, I feel a bit bad for Novakes, to be honest, but getting 6 points in 2 days, that's something unheard of for us. Especially against a team like Wildcard. Yeah, Novakes was the problem. Glad he's gone, thank God. No, I love you, Nova. Please don't hit me after that. Yeah, anyway, especially against a team like Wildcard, a team that we've taken the 15 rounds like for the last 2 games, that felt good. You know, we could have closed that out 7-2. We let a couple of rounds slip. It is what it is. I kind of peaked when I shouldn't, and it's just how it is. But to come away with 3 points 2 days in a row, massive for us. Absolutely massive.
Yeah, look, Ghoul, I know we kind of spoke last night together. I have been kind of giving Rhythm a bit of, I've been saying a lot of negative things about Rhythm and not enough positives. So tonight I kind of want to change that. I think you guys had a really strong start. I was really impressed with your util clearing. You managed to get everything with really good time. I kind of want to talk a bit about that because I noticed you guys banned Goyo. Was the game plan coming into this game like, okay, let's ban Goyo and that should help our util clear, and if we're able to util clear everything, maybe we can beat Wildcard that way?
We came into it really expecting to ban Cade like we did last night, but Wildcard came out with the Habana ban, which actually stumped us a bit. We were discussing it before the game. We normally run the Habana over the Mav just because it streamlines the attacks a bit easier, makes it a bit faster. We get more time on the clock. But with the Habana ban and us like being forced to run Maverick anyway, there's no point banning the Cade. And we noticed that they run Goyo pretty much every single site. So we just thought like it's gonna hurt them more than it's gonna hurt us. So might as well just chuck it out there.
I think it definitely did hurt them. You could clearly see it.
Yeah, it was
now,
pretty good.
I think it's probably. Yeah, probably realistic to say that heading to stage, right? It was a bit of a survival stage for you guys trying to avoid relegations. But, I mean, you've gotten 6 points. You're taking on Order next Playday, and honestly, they're not in the best form. Does that maybe change your outlook on this stage? Like, maybe we could actually go for that playoffs position?
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting it starting this season that maybe we had a chance coming into the playoffs. You know, after those first 2 games, it sort of dwindled a bit. But I keep telling you, like, you let the veto go our way, you're going to get slept. You know, stop taking us to Oregon. I beg ya. If you don't want to get embarrassed. But yeah, look, I've got a lot of respect for Order. I think they're a hard-working team. I love the players in there, especially the coach, Derpe, written right here, my boy. I think the game's going to be a barn burner once we come into it, but I think we can come away with it as long as we play as good as we did the last 2 days.
Cool, I'll give you the floor here. It's been 2 amazing days for OCN. What do you have to say for it?
Wait, shout out everyone who said I wasn't going to be back, yeah? How's this look? This ugly mug up on the screen. You watching me, brother?
Oh, God, your mum's knocking out the door, mate. Turn around.
Oh, is she? I told her today, if I'm being loud, just knock. Don't come in. It's all good.
she's going to tell you to go back to losing games rather than winning games at this rate.
Yeah, she's probably not too happy. I told her before this game, look, I'm sorry if I get loud. Just knock. Don't come in. I promise.
Hopefully for your sake, Mum's going to be upset next week if you can find another win against Order 3 in a row. That'd be great. Best of luck,
she's
mate.
Gonna be hyping to go out there.
Best of luck, mate, next week, and it was awesome to see you guys get another win.
Cheers, boys. Have a great night. Good luck in the next games. Catches.
A happy goal and a happy day for
Made
Rhythm.
me feel happy. Honestly, the vibes from the band were just electric.
Everyone's happy but Mum.
Yeah, true. It's just good. Honestly, it's just good from like a heart perspective to see Rhythm do so well, because it has been so long, and I say it every time that Rhythm show inklings of promise. It's just been so long since we've seen Rhythm perform. You have to go way back to like the Kanga days when it was Worthy before Vast poached him and Pat before Wildcard poached him. So yeah, what a great turnaround. And honestly, I am backing them. I'm 100% picking them against Order next Playday, regardless of how Order do tonight. And I hope they make playoffs. I'm just going to say it, complete bias opinion. I hope they make the playoffs. I think they deserve it if they can really turn things around.
They've definitely had a rough run of things, especially back in Stage 2. But so far, Stage 3 has been a lot better for Rhythm. We're going to go to a break, though. Of course, when we come back, we've got lots more games for the rest of the night.
I'm Morgan Ishizaka. I play support for the Chiefs, and what you don't know about me is that I studied marine biology at university. Yeah, when I was little, I really liked fishing. I just had an interest in a lot of marine life. My name, Fish Show Guy, sort of ties into my interest in marine life as well, because when I was little and coming up with a username for my first computer game that I was playing, Minecraft, I named myself Fish Show Guy. Favorite marine animal? Probably just be fish, yeah. You know, there's a lot of fish. It's hard to pin down one that might be my favorite. It's good to understand many fish, not just one. Yeah, a lot of people have come to me with questions about fish, but all I can remember now is just stuff about Siege. So the Siege operator that I think would make the best marine biologist would probably be Lamai. In-game, he's wearing a wetsuit, and in one of his cinematics, he's swimming around in the ocean. Some fish grunt. I don't know, there's all kinds of sounds that they can make.
I'm not letting you get up unless you say blah, 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 blah.
No, please no.
I'm Nathaniel Williams, and I'm Fragger for Order. But what you don't know about me is I have an obsession for cars. Even when I was younger, I used to go to like drag races and stuff with my dad, and I love the racing part. I'll sit there and watch it, but I also love obsessing what car I would want and what I would do to them and stuff like that, like even older cars. I grew up watching my dad and my brother fix cars. That's basically a family tradition at this point. My current car is a 1991 Nissan 300ZX. I love it. Just everything about it, the aesthetic. It almost looks like an old Lamborghini, but it's not the price of an old Lamborghini. So the only issue with my car is obviously it's old and I'm constantly working on it. The biggest job I think I've done on my car is basically going from front to back and fixing every little problem. Like I'm pretty sure the only thing that hasn't been replaced is the actual core itself. I think that's why I like it. It's like a constant job, something new every month basically. My favorite operator is Vigil, and I think that he would drive a low-spec Aston Martin, something undercover. My dream car would be a fully blacked out Mercedes-Benz AMG. It looks like a tank, pretty much. It's legal to drive, won't be getting in any trouble. I would describe myself as a good driver. Don't know if my mum would say so, but yeah, I'd say so. I've had a couple dodgy experiences in cars. I remember I was driving with a friend actually, and he just bought his new car. It's like you could feel the car wobbling, and he looks out to the right, and his right wheel wasn't connected to where it was supposed to be at all. If we didn't pull over, it would have been rolling down the street, and so would have we.
Rhythm have kick-started Playday 4 of the Oceanic Nationals with a massive win over Wildcard. The ramifications, of course, going all the way to the promos and rallies at the end of the stage. So it's more than just the 3 points. It means a lot as well for the team that, of course, struggled immensely in Stage 2. 2 wins on the trot. They're looking really good so far in Stage 3. We move ahead, though, and a team that's not looking so good. It's Order, who does, I mean, they've dealt with the inconsistency tag, haven't they? But in the wrong way. They're just playing back.
Consistent. They're just consistently not performing at the moment, which is very unfortunate. It's just sad to see, right? Apex South Playday 1, Order come out of the gates. Oh,
Boom.
You know what? They look pretty solid, right?
Spec on the reload.
Yeah, 100% dope in. They're looking great. And then from that point onwards, it has been a plunge down. And honestly, tonight is not going to be much easier. The Chiefs, the back-to-back reigning champs, looking as strong as ever, and it's going to be a very tough game for Order.
Well, you say looking as strong as ever, but they lost last night, didn't they, the Chiefs? Vast, your old team, they lost to Bliss, and who were able to get the job done on Villa. Did you take much away from the loss last night for Chiefs, or is it just a one-off?
Took a little bit away from it, not too much. I think fundamentally, strategically, you know, they were playing fine. There wasn't really any glaring issues there. I think the way Bliss were able to just the way they were able to like just make certain plays and like push holes, I think it was maybe a comm issue from the Chiefs. It just seemed like certain angles weren't being held. They weren't expecting Bliss to like push certain areas. And yeah, it's hard to really say for sure, but I personally think, yeah, it's a comm issue. Just the way Bliss were able to play, the way they were playing.
Chiefs are looking fine though. Digital, of course, always an entertainer. But guys, you know, losing to Bliss, not ideal. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's going to be that big of a detriment on their stage as a whole, because Chiefs have always won their championships from that second place anyway.
Yeah, they have the map pool for the playoffs, so look, one loss in the regular season isn't really going to be too much of an issue. It is important, of course, that they don't let complacency set in. I feel like complacency is set in for us as talent. We're kind of sitting here saying Order's going to be an easy win. If Chiefs go into this matchup with that kind of attitude, you know things could get a little bit dangerous, but Digital, please stop.
The man's a pyromancer.
What is with this dude? Does he have an addiction to fire or something? Like...
Oh, he used to always do it in scrims. We had to tell him off. It was getting a bit much.
Yeah.
Don't play with fire, kids. Don't do it. Let's go to their opponents, though. It's Order, a team that probably doesn't want to play with fire tonight. They don't want to probably have to play against the reigning back-to-back champions, but they must. And they must find some form. It has just been awful to see this team flounder in Stage 3. So far, completely winless, guys. Nothing. Only 1 point, which was the overtime loss to Overt last night. They got smashed by Wildcard 7-2. They got smashed by Ruffle 7-2. And then you have to wonder what Chiefs may do to this team.
Yeah, and when I think about the Order situation at the moment, I feel like it could be easier to discount their performances in OCN if they were actually performing well in APAC South, but it's a case in which they're not really performing well in either at the moment. So that excuse for me doesn't hold up. They're just in a slump at the moment. They need to try and bounce back from it. Specker was very optimistic that off the back of the first week, you know, Derpe's instilled some structure, they've worked on their fundamentals, and they're looking quite solid. But then for whatever reason in the last week or two, it's kind of fallen apart a little bit. I know some have been, you know, thinking that maybe they're playing in their shell a little bit. They need to play a bit more aggressive, back themselves in. So I'm keen to see if they'll try and bring that out tonight. Realistically, are they going to beat the Chiefs? Hard to say, but I just want to see them actually play comfortably and play within their best of their ability.
They are a team that when they're at their best, Vast, they're more than capable of probably actually getting the win against the Chiefs, especially in a best-of-1 environment. Obviously, that's difficult to kind of attest to over the last couple of weeks. They haven't quite looked at their best, but because of their inconsistency issues in the past, that's actually something that I guess may help them here. What if they do show up tonight? What if they're inconsistently good tonight, Vast?
Their best kind of looked like, what their best looked like was when they were all confident, playing aggro, playing kind of their own game, but a recurring kind of issue I've picked up on is I'm noticing that they're playing a lot more passive, and I think not just like their playstyle, but like something that I saw last night as well in particular is when they found a roamer. I think we saw in APAC South as well. They were like extremely slow and hesitant to clear roamers, not really taking initiative. And it doesn't even, you know, it isn't even just clearing roamers, it kind of extends to other things, but it just seems like they're really reliant on their IGLs to get things rolling. I'm not really seeing much initiative from them this season. We're used to kind of seeing like people like Bailey and Specker, you know, really being those playmakers looking for holes, and I'm not really seeing much of that this season.
Guys, I guess before we go to the map vetoes here, what are you sort of expecting for this matchup? I know that for Vast, prior, when we were speaking off air, he wasn't quite sure where we were going to go. Maybe Villa could be an option.
Yeah, I can only assume that both teams will probably feel a little bit more comfortable on a structured map, but I do think if Order actually want to play them their true selves, honestly, they'd probably need to send it to a map that doesn't quite facilitate that playstyle. I know Order haven't played Chalet a whole lot, maybe bring that out. Even Bank could maybe be a bit of a wild card in this matchup, but the Chiefs have proven to be quite good there. So honestly, the Chiefs have a really deep map pool. It's very difficult, I think, for Order to win this map veto at the end of the day, to be completely honest.
Let's go and have a look at the map veto for this match between the Chiefs and Order, see where we're going. Hey, back on the money, Villa. I will give you the little props here, Vast. I did mention that was something that could be a map. I think you were going maybe even towards Bank as an option, and I did come in with the Villa when we were speaking off air, but I guess not to be too surprised with this one, considering we probably ruled out a lot of the other maps.
Yeah, looking at Order's bans, pretty much how, and as well Chiefs, pretty much what I expected, kind of their default bans. With Bank, I wasn't sure if Order were kind of ready to take that risk. I think it could be a good map for them to versus Chiefs on, but you know, Villa, we've seen Order play Stage 2, beating Wildcard pretty convincingly, so I mean, we've seen seen them perform quite well on Villa. With the Chiefs, I think they were the ones that actually kind of decided to go to Villa. They had the choice between Club and Villa, which I find really interesting because, you know, Club is a really dominant map for Chiefs. You know, maybe they, to be honest, I don't want to say, but maybe they might be hiding a bit of Club. We haven't seen it from them yet. So maybe they're kind of changing a few things with Ethan, getting it ready for APAC South or another OCN game. But it seems like Chiefs are quite confident, despite yesterday's performance. They, you know, it seems to me they do realize where they went wrong. They're like, yeah, it's not our Villa that was bad yesterday, it was how we were playing. So it seems like they're ready to take another stab at it.
I'll get your final predictions then, Vast, before we get into the game.
Surprise, surprise, I do predict Chiefs to win this. As I said, I think last night was a bit of a hiccup. You know, I think they did start the season quite strong. There's a few growing pains with Ethan. I think if Ethan and Worthy are really able to get into the game, get switched on, you know, start strong. If we see the Worthy that we saw against Knights, that was just really confident and played with zero fear, I think they will definitely be the ones to win this game.
Well, we're going to head over to Villa for our second match of the day. It's the winless Order going up against the back-to-back champions of OCN, the Chiefs, who are actually off the back of a loss last night from Bliss. But of course, they'll be looking to bounce back here against Order on Villa. And just quickly, guys, just quickly, I got a fun fact. I got a Xenox fun fact here. I haven't brought one out tonight. The last time these two teams played Villa, Chiefs, they 7-1'd the Knights. Order, they 7-1'd the Knights.
Oof.
That's a good one.
Stars have aligned. They didn't Chiefs first Bliss on Villa last night.
Yeah, but that was last night, and I completely missed that one from last night because I wasn't here last night.
So
but hey,
a fun fact with an asterisk. Last time these two teams played the Knights, it was 7-1. That works.
Yeah, that does work. Thank you for saving it.
That's okay. And honestly, just rounding out the conversation actually about the map ban, Vast did a really good job. I can't believe the Chiefs let Clubhouse through. It is statistically by far their best map. In fact, we don't have a loss recorded for them at all this year. So they could have gone there and basically banked a win. So yeah, maybe they are saving something. Order, on the other hand, Villa is their best map, honestly. It's their most banned against them. So a lot of teams don't like taking Order here, and it's their best round diff as well. So yeah, very, very peculiar, I guess some may say, that we're heading to this particular map. But yeah, I think it shapes up for an interesting one.
Yeah, I agree. But I think also for Chiefs, do they really need to go to Clubhouse? Do they really need to force that map? You know, it's a, well, I think 100% win record this year, basically, since they've been playing it. So Villa's a map that they can get a bit more experience on, further expands and improves their map pool for the playoffs, whether that be APAC South and or OCN. Order on the defense, Chiefs on the attack. Definitely coming into this game, the favoritism on the side of the Chiefs. But I will preface this. Do not count out Order. Despite the lack of form over the last couple of weeks, this is a team that can do some crazy things, that can surprise you when you least expect it.
Yeah, talking about crazy things already, we are seeing a 6-pick off Warden from Bailey onto the hands of Allah. Now, I don't know if he's owning shotgun or not, but could suggest that maybe we'll see some sort of red stairs hold here from Order, or even an extension. Okay, so shield over towards Bricks. Order going for a full map extension here over towards the north. Very, I wouldn't say peculiar, but a little bit unusual. We do tend to see some sort of extension. Typically, red stairs is a bit of a contested point for this objective in the current meta, but Order going a step further, and yeah, really wanting to hunker down across the map. And that's what we want to see from Order. Show that intent, show that aggression, and show us what they're really made of.
Speaking of seeing, we see the HB Omen community vote, 78% in favor of the Chiefs. Of course, for those who want to vote on the next series to come after this, you can, of course, follow at R6 Esports OCE and at Omen by HP_ANZ on Twitter to vote for the next matchup, which is going to be Roppel versus Knights after this, in fact. So go on, hit them up on Twitter, get involved, have a vote. For the Chiefs, though, heavy favoritism. They are on the attack nice and early to set the expectations. Of course, they did lose to Bliss last night, so they'll be looking to bounce back. It's not often that we see the Chiefs sort of lose 2 in a row, and Gonna maybe do a quick little skim through here and see the last time they did lose 2 in a row actually is technically right now. They're on a 2 losing streak. Jeez.
Yeah, because they lost Apex South against, who was it again?
Wildcard.
Oh, how weird's that? Yeah, the finding form is just so strange at the moment. I don't know how much of that could be attributed to the meta opening up a little bit and it's hard to be consistent, or the best of one format. It could be a combination of all of those things. Of course, the increased workload as well. But yeah, we're finding teams across the board finding it quite challenging to balance both leagues if they are playing in both OCN and Apex South and being consistent in both. I mean, that even goes all the way up to the Knights. They won Stage 2 of Apex South, and even in OCN, they've had their struggles. So,
all right, I've got the fun fact.
Go, hit me.
Chiefs have never lost 2 in a row in OCN.
Never?
Never. This entire year.
Never, ever?
Never, ever.
Wow. That is a good fact.
Could have happened here. So it kind of just further highlights maybe Order being up against it. By the way, 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Not a lot has happened here for this AVG site.
Yeah, Digital does have Vert down below inside of Library uncontested, applying a bit of pressure and forcing anyone out of that classical hallway. The rest of the team pressuring from the north, as well as some pressure from the study balcony as well. Chiefs looking to try and open up the study wall with the Habana. Fisher at long range can launch those X-Kairos onto the wall and, I believe, detonate them, get that minor side open. Oh, almost gets the first pick there. The wall bang unsuccessful. Nades from down below. The Chiefs looking to clear utility, and any players maybe in that 90 position as Digital gets lit up. But in terms of getting boots on the ground meaningfully in the objective or in study, slow to come by here for Order. Or for Chiefs, rather.
Yeah, for Order, they get the opening pick through Nate as well. That's Worthy taken off the board. 35 seconds remaining here in the opening round of this matchup. They are definitely struggling to, as you said, get sort of boots on site. It's definitely corralling Order, but Order are the ones who, of course, have got that opening pick. Digital with the skeleton key actually almost finding a pick for the Chiefs. Not to be, though. 20 seconds left, still just loitering down below in Library. And I think for the Chiefs, it's go time. They need to really get onto site here and get this plant down.
Yeah, Digital with so many angles, but yet to find a kill. Nico with the shield at 90. Oh, that's going to be basically impossible for the attack to clear. Jack Daddy aggresses. Digital and Gold Legion left alone. One on the stairs does find that kill. That's Digital going back up above to try and find something, but the time will deplete and Order will close out the first round.
Here we go. It's going to be one of these kind of games, isn't it? Oh, Chiefs, just what was that attack?
That was
look,
weird. I'll be honest, that was really bad from the Chiefs. I understand the theory behind going below, and it's great. You can clear utility, maybe find a pick or two, but Digital was really, really struggling to have a meaningful impact. And we saw Order just completely negate any of those vertical angles. No one peeked it. They played super safe. They had the extension to fall back to. They also had that 90 shield still up, despite the Chiefs looking to nade that from down below. So there were just multiple points of interest there that weren't really probed well enough or cleared well enough by the Chiefs. Like, honestly, just so many points that were just fortified really well by Order. They just honestly sat back and let the time do its job. They didn't aggress at all. And we thought that off the back of their setup, they were going to play super in the face of their opponents. But honestly, the Chiefs never really showed face, and Order could just sit back and honestly just twiddle their thumbs for about 3 minutes. Like, they really didn't have to do much.
One of my favourite parts of the broadcast is, of course, always giving the highlight to some of our sponsors. In this case, it is Livin, which we're, of course, always proud to be partnering with Livin here at Ubisoft Australia and OCN. Of course, for those unaware as to Livin and their organisation, they're a mental health organisation that, of course, are dedicated to breaking the stigma around mental health. You guys can support Livin by following them on social media, wearing their merchandise, which is what I believe Guz is doing tonight. And then, of course, for those who want to get a bit of a coupon, OCN15 at the checkout to receive 15% off. Simply type !Livin in the Twitch chat to visit their online store.
That wasn't your best plug. It was
it was pretty average.
It was simple. It was simple. It was effective. It was It was much like Order's defense, honestly. Just simple, got the job done.
I probably could have sped it up if I had an NVMe SSD as well from Samsung.
True.
My micros, my macros, you know, aren't quite up to par either. Honestly, I'm just kind of running out of things to talk about.
You're running out of time.
Yeah, running out of time as well.
Just like the Chiefs ran out of time.
Yeah. I just honestly need to reload.
Oh god. You always just take it one step too far, don't you? Chiefs, though, they're looking to take a step forward in this matchup. Boots on the ground, finally, actually inside the map, as they look to take control from down below. Expected, though, contesting dining, as my feed free. I don't really know what now. Still maybe.
No, he doesn't. He definitely doesn't.
Oh, we're back. That's good. Yeah, you're right, he didn't.
No, he didn't. I can tell you that one. Still 2 minutes, of course, to go in this second round. Chiefs are going to have to improve their offense a little bit. This could come back to bite them, though, and it was definitely posed a little bit in the pre-match discussion when we got the map vetoes. You know, you ban out Clubhouse, the map that you're undefeated on. You head to Villa. Order's
the timing, dude.
quote-unquote best map here.
Oh my gosh. The timing. I think Bailey, if you had held that angle, honestly would have found a kill. But either way, he doesn't, so we'll ignore that point. Decent vert here from Order, but unable to really play into it. One thing I do want to note is the Finker. We are seeing more and more teams, particularly Apex South, bring it into the meta, and Ethan will fulfill that role on this occasion. You can boost your team's recoil, make it less impactful. Health boost, also now permanent. 2 nades, very strong upgrade.
3 C4s on the side of Order as well, playing the stat trophy site. Still a minute to go in the round. Chiefs, kind of like the first round, have not really had any sort of engagement with Order, trying to do so their best here. They do actually clear that shield from down below. That's going to help for their eventual push to Astro. 55 seconds remaining. Order not budging, though, with their positioning here on site.
I do like the vert play from the Chiefs on this occasion, not so much focusing on kills, instead utility. That does expose this trophy bomb side. Ethan unable to find that early pick, but Worthy elsewhere does find. Here's Jack Daddy is in a terrible position here as God Legion finds yet another, and I think this is going to be a Chiefs round.
Yeah, definitely shaping up to be that way now that Worthy's popped off. Got to Jack Dad, that position, of course, compromised by losing that deployable shield. Flawless round for the Chiefs. But you sort of penned it perfectly there, guys, using the vert control not to find kills, but to clear utility.
Yep, really well done there. They made those positions and those strongholds that Order had established, particularly facing the bedroom push, for example, basically null and void. The Chiefs didn't play into it the way that Order would have liked. Clearing that utility made, yeah, again, those positions just basically impossible to hold, right? Jack Daddy just was the best example, so I'm thankful, Mandy, thanks for highlighting that. He was actually just left prone inside. There was nothing you could do. If he stands up, he's dead from Astro. If he tries to jump over the bulk and rotate down below, there was probably a player there, Digital, for example, ready waiting. So, yeah, much better there from the Chiefs. They tidy up their first round effort, and yeah, they're dialed in.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
For Order, they're going to repeat. Not too much of a surprise here to stay at stat trophy. I mean, where else do you realistically go from here? Kitchen dining, of course, being really the only other sort of viable option. But for Order, how do you sort of, I guess, fix that issue from the prior round, losing utility from down below? I guess then you yourselves have to maybe think about playing a little bit more of a stronger roam down below and establishing a stronger vert control here for Order.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah. I mean, there's currently 4 members from Order down below establishing utilities, so investing resources, time and effort down below. So this is quite reactive from Order. They're anticipating Chiefs to go for vert once again, and that anticipation is being shown here in preparation for the site. Now, this is a good opportunity for the Chiefs to show their mettle and, you know, just adapt again, right? You can go from the study side, you could go from the bedroom bulk take, and so far, honestly, the early pattern taken here by the Chiefs would suggest that maybe downstairs isn't going to get as much love, which is, you know, probably the right play. Again, we have, you know, a much better view of the setup compared to what Order do have and the Chiefs, but I think this is probably the play to switch it up.
But that's also the game sense as well, if you're the Chiefs, right? To understand, right, we did it this way first round. If, you know, they're going to repeat, let's do it this way in the second round. Force them to use that utility. And as you said, to sort of react to the round prior. Digital maybe going for a bit of an AVG sort of sweep across here towards Stat Trophy. Clearing out 90 as well. And yeah, definitely not going to be the same play from the Chiefs at all, in fact.
Ditch. Leave the station up, bro. You've got control of that side of the map. You can heal yourself. Works both ways. So it's probably a good thing that he actually missed it there with the melee. As I say that.
I swear he just did it out of habit or something.
Yeah, I guess he just heard the noise and just like swung, which is, you know, pretty fair enough. Chiefs now do have control of this southern side, which is nice. Now, they don't have dedicated flank watch. No nomad on the board, so that is something that will need to be kept in mind. God Legion, pretty confident down below, will cook a nade. Jack Daddy needs to be careful, but will survive. I think that the cabinet there, maybe actually helping to mask some of that explosion. And now God Legion under the pump. The call goes out from Order that there's a player down below.
Yeah, and obviously Order prepared for this. You can see with their position, and you can see the way that they set up down below and establishing that vert control. That does mean that's also information for the Chiefs established too. Call can go out from God Legion. It's like, hey, I'm kind of getting a little pressured here down below. Might not be as on site, means that you can actually push onto site a little bit easier from above, that more so horizontal take. 40 seconds remaining in the round, and the Chiefs definitely getting ready for that push now.
Yeah, I think so far, Order are proving that this setup is quite strong. The Chiefs unable to get free control down below like they did last time, now struggling with that on-site setup, and they're really not getting in towards bedroom and gaining map control like they would like. Nico as well down below for a potential flank. With 20 seconds to go, the Chiefs will likely need to try and filter in through that bedroom position, and it might be tough.
Ethan, though, is going to be able to find their opening pick. They're already onto site. So this red stairs flank from Nico needs to happen now. It might be just too little too late, though. Oh, never mind. It's perfectly timed after all. No. He stops Fisher, but not in time. Never mind. I'll take back my perfectly timed comment, because had he actually been able to deny that from going down, definitely could have played off it. Unfortunately, now in a 1 versus 3, diffuser already planted. Chiefs will take the round.
Ooh, Nico with a small whiff there onto the plants, but does find Digital. 20 seconds to go means that he needs to move quickly, and both Ethan and Worthy playing very, very passive. They have a strong cross established. 15 seconds left. Nico progresses forward over towards the chassis, swings wide, but initially misses that pick. Swings again, might be able to connect, but now the time has depleted. Ethan will put him out of his misery and claim the round.
Yeah, and trigger discipline really from Ethan. Well, not so much trigger, but just, I guess, movement discipline. Yeah, position discipline to not sort of swing out early there and give away that position. Holds it right until the end. Trusts in his teammate. And even understands, all right, even if he does die, I'm still going to be in this position. There's only like then under 7 seconds remaining. I don't need to really do anything. He's not even on it. So really well played from the Chiefs, but also, is it fair to say really well played from Order as well, despite losing that round? I thought the way they adapted actually was pretty decent. Putting a lot more presence down below, establishing that vert control, using their utility pretty extensively to deny the Chiefs from getting good pressure down below.
Yeah, they did a great job in being reactive to that playstyle from the Chiefs, and I thought that that would probably trigger the Chiefs to go for something different, and it did to some extent. We saw a lot more presence on that bedroom balcony. Eventually, that's where the push came through. Now, I don't know how they actually managed to get into side and win those 2 initial picks. Those were huge for the Chiefs. If that goes the other way, I mean, the round's over. Order would have been able to hold on. So, 2 critical picks there. Ethan, the real instigator of that on the finger, doing a great job. Who then again, really strong in the post plant. Now, there was a small window of opportunity, I think, actually for Nico to win that round. Did he with that initial shot? Yes. Yeah. If he hits it, I think he actually would have denied the plant. I don't know if there was much in the round timer left. I still think the Chiefs probably would have been able to quickly collect the diffuser and get something going, but yeah, it's just one of those things. Sometimes you miss a shot, it's not the end of the world. There were other things that didn't quite go Order's way that really led up to that moment, so the burden can't really be put on Nico in that round. Now, heading into round 4, once again, AVG will be shown here. It's a very similar extension from Order, and much like last time we saw on the previous objective, a lot of vert play from Chiefs on their last attempt. Will we see that again? I'm not too sure. It wasn't very successful last time.
Yeah, AVG a lot more proficient from Order compared to the Chiefs' first go around in the opening round, but the Chiefs got a little bit of momentum now. They could, of course, clean up on some of their deficiencies from that opening round. I think the biggest one, if I remember back, was Nico at 90, really just sort of controlling that corridor with that shield. I'm not sure if Order have employed the same sort of strategy once again, but nonetheless, I definitely expect the Chiefs to adapt from that opening round and be a little bit more proficient with their attack.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if there's going to be a change in mindset here from Digital. Last time he was down below desperately trying to find kills. This time, I think the emphasis really needs to be on clearing utility, because again, there were so many key pieces still up at the conclusion of the first round that even if Digital did find a pick or two, the rest of the team just could not even get it towards the map. So yeah, we'll see what the emphasis is placed on this time. God Legion is just snaking over towards Astro. Might be able to catch someone off guard, but he does hit a Grismot Mind.
It's not going to be too much of a pain, but that certainly will be from Nico. A quick double into Astro, and that's going to really hinder this attack from the Chiefs now, and, well, even maybe more than hinder it. I think that could be the round done off of that. How do you push forward here? They do still have at least hard breach potential through Fisher Guy, soft breach with Didge, and of course a bit of frag power with Worthy. So I mean, in terms of a holy trinity set up for the Chiefs, if they can find a pick, maybe it could still keep this round alive. But Spec is going to be a nuisance here. Main stairs doesn't quite achieve what he wanted to though. Gives away that position, gives away main stairs as well to the Chiefs. Minute left, still 3 versus 5 though.
Yeah, Spec, if he wins that fight, would have confirmed the round for Order, but does unfortunately miss. Small window of opportunity now for the Chiefs to capitalize. Worthy with the diffuser in hand will send it in towards side. Swings Volp, doesn't quite find the pick.
No,
in fact, gets team
Didge!
killed by Didge. Bad timing there from the Chiefs. Leaves Didge all alone. He will be punished in order to take the round.
All you can do is laugh. I've done that so many times. I've got him. He's involved, and then like honestly, I feel like that's. I couldn't remember who he killed, but whoever he killed, walking in front of him like that is just some miscoms there. It's one of those rounds. He's saying, oh, well, they probably weren't going to win it anyway. Let's be real. Even if they get the kill onto the guy in Vault, still 3 versus 4. They're still going to get pinched and corralled. Let's see the replay.
That was nice from Nico as well.
That was good.
Yeah, really nice 2K.
It was worth it.
Yeah. Probably best you don't take out your best fragger, Didge.
Yeah. Fisho did die elsewhere too as well, so technically would not have even had 3 up. They would have only had the 2, so even if they do get the kill on the guy in Vault. So nonetheless, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. It's just a bit of a funny.
I think the really important thing to remember though is, yes, the scoreline's even, but Order have only one AVG, and the other sites, or I mean the only other site we have seen so far is Trophy. It was a bit 50-50. Now we need to see what Order are made of in Kitchen. If they don't have a great Kitchen defense, and then we go back to Trophy and the Chiefs can close that out once again, where they've looked pretty good. I mean, it hasn't been a great half for Order. Yes, AVG's been really strong, but honestly, and I know it's harsh to say this, it's been more so Chiefs losing those rounds more than anything. Just for whatever reason, they're not really clicking on that objective, and Order doing a decent job in closing them out. So we'll have to see what Order are made of on these other 2 objectives. These are going to be the critical ones.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Looks as if they're going to extend above. Even leaving that hatch open as well in bedroom. And could make the argument, should have they attempted stat trophy again, because the last time we saw it, it was better from Order. They adapted well from the first time around. But yeah, I think going kitchen dining is the play here, and extending above and playing around that is going to be interesting to see how it works out for Order.
Once again, we are going to see the Chiefs spawn over towards its eastern side, get that line of sight. I can only presume they're in towards Pantry, and I would also assume they'll get control above. There were a couple of drones pre-placed in basements, so that may also suggest we'll see the likes of God Legion go for that sort of sneak around, see what he can muster up, and the rest of the team will head up above. Now, I don't know how extensive the roam here is from Order, so I don't know if we can get eyes on the setup, but yeah, triple reinforcement, Astro Hatch as well reinforced. There was a shield at Bricks too, so yeah, there is a bit of a presence here. Jack Daddy has a pretty big weight on his shoulders here to try and waste time. I don't necessarily know if he'll play for his life here, but if he can find a pick or 2 and fall back, that'd be great.
Probably doesn't even need to find a pick, just needs to buy a little bit of time. Minute 25 seconds. Odd Legion playing from Pantry Stairs at the moment. He's got Fisher Guy watching from behind him though, so it's decently safe. As you said before, I had those pre-placed drones down in basement. Minute 8 seconds though. Chiefs need to keep the time on their minds here, that they don't allow that to get too low.
1 minute left. Digital, the Vert player, not actually playing up above for Vert, so I guess maybe the Chiefs have given up on that idea. There did seem to be a big emphasis on Pantry and clearing out that utility and getting open the wall, so that could be the point of interest. Fisher Guy does have that diffuser in hand. Digital gets time there on the initial peak over towards the music box. Leaves 40 seconds now left, and no one on site really under pressure. As I say that though, Ethan does connect a frag grenade, And with 30 seconds left, they can start to think about shaping up site. Chiefs need to do a really good job here in pressuring out these opponents, which look quite comfortable. Oh, God Legion catches one off guard, make it 2 potentially. Oh, wait, shoot him! God Legion, you saw him!
Shoot his head! No! He pulled away from it. It doesn't matter. They're up 5 versus 2 anyway. They get the flawless round. What a strange moment.
Surely! Unless that was like some client-side debris or something. I would have thought for sure that he saw him, but yeah, either way, I mean, they did a really good job in closing it out. I was a little bit concerned that the lack of vertical there from the Chiefs would prove costly, right? The whole team was kind of just sitting there waiting for these players to filter through, but yeah, that creep from Gold Legion, again, supported by those pre-placed drones down below, worked out really, really well. A couple of key picks and a lot of pressure applied elsewhere, so I guess if you can't necessarily get it done from above, do it from the side, and he definitely saw his head there. 100%. You can't convince me he didn't.
No, I definitely am on your side there, guys, as well. I'm a little bit confused, but we move forward. Really, it's a non-factor. Chiefs ended up winning anyway, flawlessly. Now they're up 3-2. And unfortunately for Order, we head back to Stat Trophy, where they've lost it already twice. The only good news is they've gotten kind of better on it every time they've played it. Maybe this time there's the breakthrough.
Yeah, maybe. We are seeing Order again persist with the mirror pick, and yes, mirror is globally quite powerful. Basically any map you can try and squeeze her in, but to their credit, the Chiefs have been doing a good job, particularly on the vert, clearing that out quite freely. So if Order want to continue to lean into this, they need to try and do a better job in denying that entry and that control down below from the Chiefs. Now that does mean they're investing resources and boots on the ground elsewhere, so that's something to be mindful of, as it will weaken site presence. But yeah, if you want to try and maintain those mirror windows, it's probably going to be pretty important, especially that one facing in towards Astro. We've seen that be very pivotal in some of these rounds, and once that's been cleared, it's been exposing that trophy site quite a bit. So I'm keen to see if the Chiefs try and deal with that once more down below.
How to Order adapt maybe again differently one more time here on Stat Trophy defense. Final round of the opening half. They're certainly in this game for all intents and purposes. If they can break through, find the win here on Stat Trophy, a 3-3 half, not that bad. In fact, they would probably take it with the way things are going for Order. Do get that sense of feeling though that if the Chiefs can make it a 4-2, they may just run away with it, but it's Specker who finds the opening pick. That's a big opportunity now for Order to capitalize on with this one-man advantage.
And that's that control below that's so important. And even taken out means that there's 2 less frag grenades available. The likes of Didge really want to get in here in towards Sheets and try and get work done from below. Now, Specker is persisting with this roam, so if the Chiefs play this properly, pinch out these players, they could bring it back to a 4v4.
Just making it very difficult for Chiefs, making life very annoying. Gold Legion has to hit some shots here at Rep's stairs. There's some tough ones.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he's hit the railing. Nothing really comes from it. And elsewhere, Digital's just found 2 kills elsewhere on the map and suddenly gives the Chiefs that one-man advantage themselves now with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Still
there's only one player side. Nate is over towards Model. Bailey's down below. Jack Daddy has almost been cleared. Nate, though, does find a pick, so he might be able to get back towards side.
There's still under 1 minute left. I mean, we're not exactly down to the final seconds here. Jack Dad, though, does get cleared by Fisher. Guy Digital falls to Bailey, though. Worthy. Big fight here.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's just pushed away. Nate doesn't swing, though, from Aviator. And Worthy's now on site in Stat, and he's going to be able to help cover Fisher Guy, who's getting that plant down. 2 versus 2. And we're going to have 45 seconds on the clock. Final round of the half.
Yeah, Nate is isolated. Again, Bailey was down below, so both players in awkward positions to try and retake side.
Oh, Worthy just gets lit up. Bailey and Astro now pinches him from behind. Fisher Guy is low. Knows where he is, but he's just watching the wrong angle. He doesn't expect him to still be up there. He was watching the stairs. 3 in the round for Bailey, and 3 rounds in total for Order. They take a 3-3. Well, they don't take anything. It's 3-3 at the end of the first half. Well, that retake was a little bit too fast for my liking. Almost as fast as the NVMe SSDs from Samsung. You can check out their latest range by simply typing !SSD in Twitch chat.
That was better than your last plug.
Thanks, man.
No problem. And you know what else was better? That last defense from Order. They did a pretty decent job. That control down below proved to work out. I was a little bit disappointed, unfortunately, there for the Chiefs, right? Like I said, Bailey was cut off down below, Nate was cut off on the other side of the map. And once Jack Daddy was cleared, it should have been pretty free. I don't know how Digital managed to end up dying to Bailey, potentially maybe from some of that vert, not too sure, but it did kind of fall apart there. And the 2v2 was quite awkward, unfortunately, for Fisho caught off guard by that angle in Astro. So it's been a pretty decent half so far from Order. Don't know how exactly this map is going to shape up. We could see the Chiefs, honestly, from this point onwards, just run away with it on the defense if it ends up leaning itself into that kind of meta. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to sort of ascertain as to which way this match is going to go. Is this going to be slightly defender-sided and Chiefs just now run away with it on the defense? I thought Order's defense actually looked pretty good. And the way that Order have been playing definitely doesn't look like a team that's in a mega slump.
What defender is that? Oh, God Legion. Hello? Oh! What? That's not bad. Nico off the board. Oh, Spectre! Good night! Oh my God. What a start to the round here for the Chiefs. And honestly, that could be the round locked in.
Very well could be. It makes life absolutely difficult for Order here to open up the second half. Worthy to further compound the pain. Makes it a 3-man advantage. And God Legion just feeling it there for a moment.
That was pretty wild. And I think Order they either had just droned him or were just about to, so yeah.
Now, well, it all kind of comes undone there for God Legion, but they get info as to Bailey's whereabouts. Oh, never mind, that's bad timing. Straight into Worthy, straight into his arms. Jack Dad on a donut. Can he find a kill? Yeah, he will.
Just Worthy not able to flick in response. And this has been a very strange round for Order. A very strange start to their attack. Now, it's not over just yet. Jack Daddy needs to find 3. All these players, though, surely have their guns ready and waiting. Sawyer Gate burnt. Position now revealed. One flashbang used to try and see what he can blind, but the answer's no one. And the Chiefs take the round.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one. I'll agree with you. Yeah, that's probably the best way to sort of sum it up. I mean, in fairness, amazing shots from Gold Legion to basically almost seal the round as quick as it started. And Chiefs do get to that 4-3 scoreline that they probably felt they could have had here. That's that first shot, but it's this second one.
Oh,
that's nice.
The tracer.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Not really much else to say about the rest of the round. And
he flicked him so hard that Mo went flying.
Yeah, I feel bad for Bailey, right? He kills God Legion, clears him, but then straight away, Worthy is like hunting him down. And that's the thing about the Chiefs. You kill one of these players and someone else is ready and waiting to take you down. Just so many great fraggers on this team and a couple of great supports as well. So a really well-rounded roster and yeah, solid start for the Chiefs. Again, like I said, if this ends up being quite defender-sided and the Chiefs are able to roll momentum across all of these sites and be more consistent than their opponents, then I mean, the math is pretty simple, right? They should be able to close it out, and that is the result that we expected heading into this one. I will say Order put up a good fight in the first half, but if that did get unraveled here in the second, I think it would be a little bit disappointing for them. So hopefully for them, they're able to bounce back, and this site can sort of rejuvenate things a little bit for them.
A long way to go, though. We head over to Stat Trophy. This is a big one, though, to talk about as well. I mean, obviously, Order was able to win it out in the end to close the second half, finally being able to win Stat Trophy. You have to wonder sort of the way that Chiefs themselves now are going to work this site. And the same goes for Order, because this was the contentious site, right? Like, AVG was pretty cut and dry. Order won that both times pretty comfortably. Kitchen Dining was like that kind of 50-50 open free-for-all, but Stat Trophy has been the site in this matchup that's gone a little bit back and forth and probably given us the most.
Yeah, it's felt like almost the dorms of Oregon, but yeah, AVG is kind of taking that mantle of being the ultra critical site where both of these teams are trading rounds, much like their counterparts. The Chiefs are roaming down below, trying to protect some of that critical utility being placed above in towards the objective. The main difference being that Mirror is not being played here by the Chiefs, and honestly, I'm probably a bit more for that, as we saw it pretty easily dealt with by the attack previously. Now, Order do love to go for some of these solo entries. We saw those lurks work out for the Chiefs, and Specker might be able to lurk and find something here in Pantry.
Surge activated by Bailey. Minute 45 remaining here in the 8th round. And the Chiefs find a way to pull away from Order. Or is this going to continue to be relatively back and forth? At least over the last 4 rounds so far, it quite literally has been 1-for-1.
There's only 2 drones left for Order, so I don't know how they've managed to lose all these drones, but that's going to make this clear a little bit harder. And honestly, if the Chiefs are aware of that, they should be playing into it.
Yeah, no vision really to work off, not much information gained now in the final minute, really when you want it the most for Order. Astute observation, and very much now for the Chiefs, it's all about defending Stat Trophy now. Just playing up above for Order. Eventually, they're going to have to now push up above. I was going to say, without finding a kill, looks as if they've been able to crack the defense. They picked up God Legion. Now you've got that one-man advantage. You've got that 5-on-4. You can go up, you can go to site.
And Specker droned out Astro there, but no one able to follow it up, and it means that there's only one more left. In the hands of Nico if he elects to use it, but there's a fair chance Order will be heading into this site pretty blind.
40 seconds, still a little bit of time, don't have to rush anything yet. Nice swing, but it's Nico who's watching the closet perfectly. Gets the elimination, Fisher guy's down, and this defense from the Chiefs have been completely dismantled from Order. They've just been able to find all of these ones and all of these shots.
Ooh.
Worthy though finds 2. You cannot sleep against this guy. He does fall though to Bailey and Digital. How many times have we seen him in a 1 versus 3? Versus how many times has he been able to actually clutch out? He is up against it here. Can't get the wall bang. Can't get the round. Order. Make it 4-4.
And I'm finding it difficult off the back of this round whether to praise Order or more so denounce the efforts there from the Chiefs, because at this kind of level, you're going to be frequently calling out how many drones you're taking down. And by that point, they should have known, like, there was at least 9 drones off the board. So Order were heading into that site pretty blind, and they just kind of played on their toes, called out when required, and traded out those picks as best to their ability as they could. Now, Worthy threw a bit of a spanner in the works there. He was playing kind of just in the middle of stat, and unfortunately, Order wouldn't have known that until 2 men fell, but they recovered from that, and they were able to close out the round. So well played by them, and if you can play with that many drones, or you can play with, 1 drone on the board, I think it was at the very end there, and still pluck rounds, then you're doing something right. I'll give them that.
Yeah, and suddenly for Order, they've now won the last 2 stat trophies, considering Chiefs won the first 2 in the first half. So how quickly things can change in that dynamic as well. We head to Kitchen Dining, which was pretty comprehensively won by the Chiefs on their attack. For Order, they didn't really offer too much above. They obviously reared up, did the triple wall, had Jack Dad holding out as well. I believe it was in Trophy, was it? I don't even know. I think it was. And that was about it, right? Like, and the rest of it was basically just on site.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, the Vigil pick here, as well as the mute, would suggest to me that the Chiefs are probably going to roam at least in some sort of capacity. The mute jammers, of course, can be used to deny balls as much as possible, but secondary to that, deny some of the droning as well from Order. God Legion looking to play into that, currently situated on the southern side of the map, and Order spawning on that side, probably going for a map clear across, could play into his hands.
Do the Chiefs get a little bit cheeky here? God Legion on the Vigil now, roaming around. Didn't want to elect to swing main entrance and just continues to hold his main stairs position. Now, if he wants, can head back towards above, towards, say, stat and trophy. Maybe play around that sort of 90 position as well. Make it difficult for Order, I guess, to establish vert control above.
And as Vast mentioned in the pre-shows, there have been occasions where Order have droned ahead but not actually played off that with their entries, and we're seeing that at the moment, right? Order droned out God Legion, they kind of knew where he was, but no one's pushed study, no one's pressuring across from bedroom. Specker is holding the crossover towards Big Ben, and I mean, Nate's even still outside at the moment. So Order are aware, they're playing it quite cautiously and maybe seeing if they can find something, but the Chiefs playing into that willing to just rotate off, right? Digital dropping the hatch there, really smart play, negates any of those crosses being held from outside. And with no one in basement from Order, these defenders can pretty freely roam and rotate back towards side and not be punished.
Minute and a half remaining in the 9th round. Opportunity has presented itself for Order, though, to turn around their OCN form. They are in a dogfight here with the Chiefs, which is where you really want to be. Back-to-back OCN champions.
Bomb located by attackers.
15. How does Order proceed from here?
Digital's still down below, so he's found himself in a bit of an awkward situation, but might be able to make a play. Jack Daddy on the hard breach outside pantry, opening up that line of sight. Still 10 players alive in the server, and Ethan has control up above. Nico does find the first, though. Again, Digital down in basement, punished. That could open up the round now for Order. I still think of a playoff, and Ethan misses some critical shots. Does eventually get the down, though, just in time. Jack Daddy down.
That's the Diffuser down as well, although it can be quickly obtained by Nate. Does just that. Tags up Ethan as well. Nitrocell from Fisher Guy not finding the mark, but it's God Legion in the kill feed with that kill onto Nate. And they've got full control now defensively, the Chiefs. That's Diffuser on site. Specker gets lit up. They know where he is. It's then only Bailey with 24 seconds left that might be able to do something, but even then, up against an absolute brick wall. Ooh. Has been able to recover the Diffuser, but Worthy recovers Specker's head on a plate.
Bailey now to enter, and Bailey taken down for free. Worthy to get that pick to close it out for the Chiefs. A strong round. It did look a little bit dicey there, but Ethan with a critical down and an elimination on to Jack Daddy allows the rest of the team to hold on.
And since the 3rd round of this match now, it's gone Chiefs Order, Chiefs Order, Chiefs Order, Chiefs. Maybe now Order next to continue this back and forth. Quite literally has been one of the more back and forth games that we've seen in a little while. Basically, all he had to do was actually reverse the first 2 rounds, and it would have followed that pattern the entire way through. But yeah, this is a close one, which I don't think is that surprising, though. Because of the history that Order has had on Villa and their success on this map, and the Chiefs lost to Bliss yesterday, and, you know, not exactly the best Villa team per se. This is probably about right. This is the kind of match you would expect more so from Order when they're in some sort of form. When they're out of form, yeah, maybe we expect the Chiefs to come in here, win this, say, 7-4, 7-3 or something. But as I said in the pre-match discussion, you can't counter out Order despite their form. Form for Order quite literally just doesn't matter. In fact, form for most teams in this region quite literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, making predispositions based on form is a very dangerous thing to do in this region. Just don't do it, because you're probably going to pay for it. Again, it's important to remember that in the veto, the Chiefs, they arguably took a risk. They didn't head us to Clubhouse, their best map. They headed us to Order, which, you know, again, based on the statistics, which I know I've just said, don't rely on too much, is Order's best map. So, I don't know. If the Chiefs end up losing this, they'll probably regret that decision. But at the moment, they have the lead, and they do have an opportunity to extend it, try and break that curse. As you said, they've been trading round for round. Now, we don't actually know how good the Chiefs are on this objective. Last time, Gold Legion got a free, I wouldn't say a free 2K, but a very nice 2K down below, and we didn't really see the round play out properly. So now, if Order can actually bring that structure in towards this round, we get to see what they're actually made of.
It does kind of feel like a make or break kind of round, though. 6-4 match points. The Chiefs could very much be on offer. They would be, though, heading to Stat Trophy, which surprisingly they've only attempted once in this second half of the Chiefs, losing it to Order. Not entirely convincingly, but I mean, like, it was actually pretty decently won by Order. Just under 2 minutes remaining here in the 10th round. AVG, though, has not been beaten so far by the attacking team in this match.
I know where Gold Legion is inside of Lounge. They've picked him out a couple of times, and Nico returns the favor with a wall bang. That's an opening pick there for Order. A good start to the round, and now the sledge down below can work some. The one nade still available to Nico, and the rest of the team is looking to push Brown.
Great opening pick. As I said, though, no team in this match has been able to attack AVG successfully. But Order with the opening pick might just be able to have now the avenue to push ahead. And honestly, right now, it kind of feels like as long as Worthy doesn't pop off, they might be able to get this round, but that's a big if.
Still trying to pokeball his opponent on the 90 rappel, a little bit questionable. Is applying some pressure. Ethan, ultra aggressive inside a study.
They're not going to be ready for this at all, but also, to be fair, the last shot, I swear, it was the last bullet from Ethan. A fight the other stairs, Ethan gets Bailey pushing in, 2 for the round. He's going for a third. It's Worthy and Ethan versus Nate and Nico, which both of the 2 Order lads are low on health.
Another huge solo play from the Chiefs. It could be enough to win them this round, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Pre-placed Nitro there from Worthy could come into play late round as Nate collects the diffuser. Ethan still looking ultra dangerous inside of that model position.
And a lot of that carnage over towards main stairs as well as Nico and Nate both push in together. They're going to be careful though. They are very close to each other, very low on health. It wouldn't take much of a spray to get both kills. Worthy gets one now versus 1. Nate very low. Diffuser in hand though. And unfortunately, time against him. He will have to probably go for the kill, but he can't actually push through the Sawyer gate, so he has to stick the diffuser. Nitro Salvo forces him off. Nate, not the worst little play, not the worst Guz, but just can't quite beat Worthy in that little situation.
Yeah, really well played there by Worthy, masking the sound of his movement with that Nitro Cell, so some pretty big bang plays and some pretty big plays as well from Ethan. I was going to say big something, but I don't know if that's broadcast appropriate. Big gun plays, we'll go with that, because that's what he was using to full effect. And honestly, there was he was so close to getting that 3K as well, top brown. If he had have achieved that and got it down to the 2v1, then they would have looked really nice. But really well played by the Chiefs. I would argue that, you know, relying on a hero play once again is a little bit dicey, but hey, they pulled it off, and now I believe they have match point?
Yes, they do.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, and 2 in a row as well, breaking that streak. Tactical timeout has been called from Order. I very much like the timing of this one. Look, they don't look too dismayed. It's been a good game, actually, and I think all things considered for Order, the way that sort of their stage has gone thus far, you know, they got absolutely dumpstered by Ruffle and Wildcard. They got beaten by Avert, I think, regardless of any sort of scoreline, to lose that matchup. Doesn't matter if it's 8-7 or if it's 7-1, you just can't be losing that, so that's not ideal. And now you get into a position where, you know, it's 6-4 against the Chiefs. What much more can you really ask for in this situation?
Yeah, this is, at least so far, just been the Chiefs outclassing their opponents. If Order played the way they are right now, I mean, it's, you know, we're making big assumptions here, but honestly, I think they do a decent job against most of the other teams in OCN, and they're kind of just finding it hard against the fixturing here, because Chiefs are just such a strong team. They're back-to-back champs for a reason. Order, I think, are in a position to still push this game to overtime, though. There is that window of opportunity. It again comes down trophy stat. It's been the critical side so far in this matchup. If they win this next round, it does force the Chiefs into a difficult position as AVG is locked out.
And Stat Trophy, of course, has been a little bit hit and miss so far in this match. Chiefs have not been able to defend it. They've only attempted it once. Rather than also re-attempting it, they just went straight for kitchen dining. Unlike Order in the opening half, which lost Stat Trophy twice before electing to try kitchen dining, which that didn't work for them either. And so far, that's probably been the difference here. In theory, the Chiefs have now won the last 3 of the last 4 rounds, so a bit of momentum coming into this, though. What do they need to change up to Stat Trophy compared to last time out? It's been a little while since we saw it. It's hard to really say, all things considered. I think Order just hit their shots. I mean, it's just, I know it's pretty small brain analysis, guys, but at the end of the day, there wasn't too much in it.
Yeah, if Order want to take the Chiefs head on again in this round, that's going to be challenging, right? Ethan seems to be on a bit of a heater at the moment. We've seen Worthy popping off on a couple of occasions, and we did see that hero play from God Legion. I mean, that's just typical of the Chiefs. Not too many teams and not too many players are going to get away with that play style. You know, let's take them head on and let's try and win ones. Probably not really going to work out. I do anticipate in this round we're probably going to see that lurk again from the likes of Specker, and Order try to gain control down below, find a pick or two and be able to clear some of that utility. If they achieve that, then they can kind of transition over towards that mindset if they do have a man advantage or enough util cleared to go, lads, let's send it. But yeah, I think there is a lot of groundwork that needs to be done for them to reach that point.
Match point. Can Order hold on, extend this a little further, maybe secure OT. They've only got the 1 point this stage. They would desperately like a second one at least. Chiefs, at least 1 point has been secured. Can they get all three? If they can do that, it would temporarily put them back in the top spot. Digital with the opening pick onto Specker. He'll have to sit out the remainder of this round, which could be the remainder of this entire match. Ethan actually getting the stolen drone there with the Mozzie pass, but Nate gets the kill onto God Legion.
And there's so much utility invested down below. This looks like almost a kitchen defense. All 3 ADS devices, multiple reinforcements, and even Mozzie pass. Really relentless from the Chiefs, preventing Order from taking control. Now, Digital does get lit up. He requires support, 1 shot away from death. If he's taken off the board, then Worthy will need to retreat back towards site or re-aggress. He's going to go for the latter option, as Digital actually does find a kill. That's huge from Dig. He can basically chill now, play for his life. At worst, it's a 3v3 here for the Chiefs.
And Worthy got droned out. That's why he repositioned over towards red stairs.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, and to get back alive now for not just Digital, but basically the Chiefs as a whole, right? They've already kind of done the job. They've got that 1-man advantage, minute 20, so a lot of time has been wasted. And still, though, for Order, at least they've got this hard breach available through Jack Daddy. If he was dead, I think this round would have been dead with him. They get another Mozzie pass to pick up as well there, actually, Ethan. I swear he's got 2 drones now.
Yeah, may well. Minute left on the board. Order trying to find something desperately with a grenade. Digital, he's so low on HP, but Bailey unable to find that pick. Still has 1 left in the pocket, Nico as well. So if they do drone him out, they have 5 available. They could find this kill and get it back to that 3 versus 3. That's what's going to be so critical. Now, as they try and make their way up Astro, there are goo mines placed in these positions, so Nico needs to be mindful. Grenade is sent out, but again, misses the mark. Digital able to swing wide, finds yet another in this round. That's 3. Bailey, though, does trade it back, but they're at the disadvantage.
I just don't know why Dig is sitting in the corner like that after getting that kill. Should have probably tried to unpick that situation. Ethan's got to be careful too. It's only a 3 versus 2, still winnable for Bailey and Jack Dad. No more adrenal surges though for Bailey, and now he's down for the count. Jack Daddy's got 1 kill this entire game. He needed to find 3, but not against Worthy. The Chiefs pull through in the end here on Villa. They are successful, and they confirm all 3 points.
And the back-to-back champs do it once again. They bounce back from their defeat against Bliss, and that leaves Order right down at the bottom of the standings, below wild card. I can't believe I'm saying that sentence. That is still wild to me. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but props to Chiefs. They really played well in this matchup. There was some extreme vertical play from both teams in this match, but they were able to push through and get that victory over the line.
And a bit of a disappointing end for Order because they were right in this game. It was quite literally, I think it did it ever get to 4-4? It did, yeah, it was 4-4, and then 3 in a row to the Chiefs to close it out. The Chiefs ended up winning basically, 4-1 in that second half. That was a bit of a stomp to close it out defensively. Vasty come on in the end. I guess a 7-4 scoreline kind of suggests that the Chiefs ended up winning pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it kind of looked like quite a comfortable win. There was a few rounds that kind of looked a bit shaky from the Chiefs, but they still looked composed throughout it, stuck to their game plans. I really kind of liked how they started to play really, I wouldn't say aggressive early. They were looking for their picks in the early game and then just backed up when they kind of felt like they wasted time or got a pick, because Order were stalling heaps in the mid game especially, and I think ultimately that was the right play.
Guz, obviously, Order and Chiefs, they were both going back and forth for basically the entire game, right until the last 3 rounds where Chiefs ended up doing the World Tour, Kitchen, AVG, and then Stat Trophy. It didn't actually seem like there was much between the 2 teams in the game itself, though, in these rounds. Ethan and Worthy, probably the 2 biggest difference makers.
Yeah, there was a fair share of hero plays between those 2. The Chiefs' individual members really stepping up when it was required. And I mean, even Digital got in on the action, particularly on that last round as well. The thing to me that was the huge takeaway from this matchup, I don't know if you guys felt the same, but I don't think I've seen a Villa match in ever, maybe, that had so much extreme vert. Just the extensions were super crazy from both teams. So much utility being dumped away from site. And that seemed to lean nicely into the Chiefs, as Vast mentioned. It got to the point where, particularly on the attacks, Order were getting super duper stalled out, unable to recover from any deficits that they did suffer, and yeah, the Chiefs able to capitalize.
I'll get you to follow up on that one, Vast. What did you think of the a lot of the vert control from both teams?
Yeah, it was just the nature of their pushes, both teams seemed like they were kind of going for those. Actually, both teams were kind of doing the same pushes, surprisingly. We didn't really see, you know, the study across for Statue. I don't think we really saw a vert clear for Dining Kitchen. We kind of saw more of a horizontal push from both teams. The vert play had a pretty, I wouldn't say a significant impact, but it had its moments.
Certainly was definitely a noticeable feature of the match, as you sort of pointed out originally, Guz. I think ultimately, though, for the Chiefs, big win considering that they did lose yesterday. Let's go and have a look at our wonderful Pyromancer. Digital, I was going to say Digital. Hopefully he's not hopefully he's not attacked yet. Listen, mate, congratulations on the win. Pretty decent game overall. A bit back and forth for the most part until the last couple of rounds. How did you guys see that one on Villa?
Yeah, I feel like our attacks could have been obviously a little bit better, but I don't know. Yeah, our Ds took us a while, but I don't know. We sort of worked them out a bit in the end there. So yeah, I don't know. Just sort of a cruisy. Had some moments of that like we were really close and had some couple clutches, but yeah, no, good game overall.
Yeah, I think you guys were quite comfortable today. It didn't seem like you really did anything too crazy to try to counter Order, but I guess I want to talk about, because I think today was an important game for you guys in the sense of you don't want to get into a slump. Sure, yesterday was a minor hiccup, and I kind of want your thoughts about yesterday compared to today.
Yeah, I don't know. I think yesterday and the day before, I mean, in South APAC, we just sort of had, I don't know, individual problems that, you know, I don't know, we're no stranger to. So, I don't really, yeah, like, sure, if we lost tonight, people could have looked at it as a slump, but I don't know. I just feel like the issues that we're having were pretty easy to solve. So, it's just a matter of us, you know, sort of attacking those issues. It really broad, but yeah, it's just it's as simple as that.
Now, Digital, I know you're probably not going to want to answer this question too deeply, but of course, through the veto, you guys had the option to head this match to Clubhouse, which is, you know, statistically your best map. Instead, you did go to Villa, which is, again, statistically Order's best map. What was the reasoning behind that?
Next question, guys.
Just
go to the next question.
I knew you were going to say that.
What's
Are
that?
you
Yeah,
saving it? Come on,
know.
give us something, Dig. Something, mate.
Versus if you want. I don't know.
Sounds better to be, you know, Order on their best map instead of your best map, right?
True.
So
Better storyline.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
we'll go with that.
yeah.
Exactly. Everyone likes a closer game.
True.
I'll give you the floor, Digital, of course, for your shout outs and all of the thank yous.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since I've done this. Nah. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to Chiefs.
You remember the?
Thank you to
remember the
fans.
speech?
Yeah, just the run of the muck. Thank you to my teammates. Yeah, nah, cheers for the support. Keen to sort of, yeah, for the future games. Yeah, I'm still excited for the season, even with some minor hiccups. But yeah, nah, should be good. Cheers, guys. Cheers for the cast as well.
Big win, and good to be back in the W column. Best of luck next week, mate.
Thanks, guys.
A bit of a rare time that we interviewed Dig after a couple of losses in a row, but nonetheless, it's happened, and they are back in the winner's seat, though, pretty quickly, and they still make sure that they've never lost 2 in a row in OCN, Guz, so that still is something yet to happen this stage, and I think we're probably running out of time for it to actually happen. I guess to sort of recap, to finalize, I'll go to you first, Fast. In the end, for Order, we'll talk about them a little bit. I don't think it really changes anything. I don't think it says too much about it. I think regardless of their form, regardless of their consistency, this is the kind of result we probably expected.
Yeah, I kind of would say that. I think actually Order played a really good Villa, to be honest. I think from kind of what I was talking about in the pre-show about Order's ability to entry, I think today was a complete 180. We saw them kind of spread more around the map. which gave them more options on how to clear roamers. When they did find a roamer, they were all really quick and, coming up with different ways using their nades, to clear roamers. So I was really impressed with that, and I think if they can carry that across to other maps, it will definitely improve them. I think today, the loss against Chiefs, it was pretty much just Ethan, Worthy, and God Legion just finding those small holes and punishing them for those small mistakes. Auto misdroning under a table equals 2 kills for God Legion, and that was kind of the storyline throughout the entire game. Just small mistakes, small windows. Worthy, Ethan, and God Legion are going to look for those and try to punish them for that.
Big win for the Chiefs. We move ahead though, of course, and we go to a break. And when we come back, it's the match of the day, Rafflecopter versus the Knights.
Bomb located by attackers. Attackers recovered the bomb. 15 seconds to go. Bomb located.
Order now at macros.com.au.
My name is Jigsaw. I'm from Team Bliss.
My name is Rapix and I'm from Team Bliss.
My name's Digital. I'm from Chiefs.
I'm God Legion from the Chiefs.
And today we're going to be playing Quick as a flashbang.
Throwing flashbang!
I would say I'm pretty observant. I'm always kind of looking out for things that I can exploit.
It's paramount that we're observant in esports and in competitive gaming.
I'm pretty observant. I can definitely identify things quickly within a map.
I'm pretty observant, but I'd say when I'm like in the swing of things and I'm really concentrated on my gunfights, I honestly don't hear a lot of calls, but I try my hardest.
My eyesight...
Eyesight's fine. Dad has glasses, Mum doesn't. 20/20 vision.
Before, or at the start of my career, it was pretty good. In the past year, it's kind of gotten a bit bad.
I actually have glasses, not next eye, I do. For reading, though.
Digital and God Legion. Don't really know you too well, but I think me and Rapix got the sharper eye, not gonna lie.
Jig and I are definitely an iconic duo. They're not ready for us, that's for sure.
Look, I think they're a lot younger than us. I think, they've got a lot of energy, especially at this time of day, they can think. So I think they did pretty well.
Team Bliss, yeah, no, they're not that good. We smashed them. They're pretty easy. Hopefully that doesn't get snipped.
Look, I think Digital, it's early in the day, he's still waking up. I've got to have faith in my teammate. I would say he did pretty well. I've got to have faith.
I hope Jake does good. He certainly will talk up a game.
But we'll see.
I'll probably just breeze through it anyways. They did win against us in the grand finals, but we gave them that win anyways. I'm versing Dig and God anyway, so it should be easy.
No stress, no pressure. I got this.
Throwing flashbang!
Give me something.
I'm flashed.
That's a long flashbang. Is that the new update?
Wait, am I... Oh, is this like fading out?
I see something on the left, but I can't make it out.
What is that on the left?
I definitely should have worn my glasses for this.
I see a silhouette.
Like a sort of lamp or a light top right. I feel like this is an operator. Jackal? No, Thermite. Thermite. Jackal. No, it is Jackal. It is Jackal. Yes.
Jackal. It's Jackal.
It's Jackal.
Jackal.
That's got to be like high score, I reckon.
That's not bad, 40 seconds.
He's light on his head, gave it away. I can see it.
I guess I just look at Jackal a lot. I don't know. I got a thing for the Spanish.
Throwing flashbang!
I don't know if it's going to be white for 20 seconds again. No, it's not.
Oh, hold on. This is quicker.
Bro, what is this?
Maybe it's a room.
Something to the left there. I can't even describe what I'm seeing.
It's going to be a gun, right?
It looks like a gun. Is that a UMP-45?
G36C?
It's a G360?
G360.
No, it's the G36C.
Yes! Let's go!
Oh, I'm so good.
If I didn't stumble, that would have been like 32 seconds.
Ooh.
Throwing flashbang!
Round 3. I'm flashed again, guys.
I want to get this within 20 seconds. So far, just white.
So I think it's a map.
A map? No.
I see a flag.
Is that Oregon? No. Outback? No.
Is that a siege flag? Sledge. That's Sledge. Yeah.
Sledge is somewhere. Where is he, though?
Playing golf at the theme park.
Golfing.
Sledge at Deep, playing golf.
Playing golf. Mini golf.
That was a poor performance, Jeff. Right. No, I thought Sledge theme park was it. Didn't see him playing golf. Thought I could have saved a couple of seconds there. It's what it is. We move on, though.
He comes up with these pitches.
I think the first one did pretty well, but the last one, I just couldn't figure out what it was.
Look, if the entire split was playing quick as a flashbang, I think me and Repix have got the bag. I'm not gonna lie. We got that keen eye.
Jig's my partner. He has the quickest reaction time. He has the best aim I've ever seen as well. He's definitely smashed this one out, but I still think I did better than him as well.
I don't know. I feel like Jigsaw might have carried Repix from what it sounded like. So
one thing I will give to Bliss is they're good at choking, so they'll choke at this as well. So I'm hopefully they sort of match their grand final performance.
I think it might be a close one between us.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh, no.
Look, after those first two, I sort of guessed that, but no, it feels good. I'm used to winning, so I love that.
Halfway through Playday 4 and basically halfway through Stage 3 now as well. We are looking ahead to the match of the day. Rufflecopter versus Knights coming up very shortly. The Chiefs, of course, back in the winners column in our match just prior of the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to OCN, presented by Samsung. Make sure I get that one in there. Let's go ahead, though, guys. Ruffle versus Knights. Pretty big one, as we know, of course. Ruffle, a little up and down, a bit like a helicopter does. And for the Knights, well, we know that their form in OCN is always quite shaky.
Yeah, some may say that Ruffle's found a little bit of turbulent air, if you would, and the Knights looking to hold down the fort. Yeah, I honestly don't actually know what to expect heading into this matchup. Ruffle will look at them first. Yeah, as you mentioned, you know, a little bit up and down. For whatever reason, they've kind of settled now in the mid-table, but they're kind of in a dangerous point of the stage, I would say. If they start dropping more and more games in the back end, then there's at serious threat of dropping out of the top 5. The top 5 are the teams that make it through to the gauntlet run. Ruffle featured in both Stage 1 and 2, and they'll want to do the same once again.
Fast, I'll get your thoughts on Ruffle. They started the stage amazingly. They had that 7-2 win against Order. At the time, we thought that was a big upset, kind of. Now, probably not so much. Yet still, you know, they pushed Bliss all the way, but last night, losing to Rhythm has, I guess, maybe shaken up our beliefs of this team.
Yeah, I think for me, the loss against Rhythm really highlighted a lot of, not a lot, just a few fundamental issues for me with Ruffle. And I think those issues would be just not really playing to their opponents so much. They kind of just play to themselves, stick to their playstyle, stick to their strats, and kind of rely off that, plus, you know, their teamwork to win. I would like to see them tonight especially play a bit more to their opponents, but overall I think they're a good team, promising team, and they've been like that for a while now. And you know, with the addition of Wettables and Cake, and they, you know, nothing's changed for this team.
For their opponents, it's been win, loss, win. Is it again going to be loss, or can they break the trend? The Knights, of course, as always, Gars in the OCN. We don't know what we're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, in every scenario, for every team, it can be said, but I feel like it's more so for the Knights. It's what team shows up on the day, because sometimes in OCN, the Knights look like they have their monitors off, and in other games, the Knights play as well as we've seen them in Stage 2 of APAC South, where they were the champions. They literally auto-qualified for the major. Couldn't attend because of COVID, but that is, you know, just unfortunate. We want to see them start turning up a little bit more in OCN though. Yes, there's not as much pressure, the stakes aren't as high, however many excuses you want to conjure up, but consistency is still important, and you can learn a lot from competitive matches. Especially, I think the Knights taking on Ruffle could take away quite a bit. Ruffle, for the most part, quite aggressive, as Vast kind of described it, play for themselves, and the Knights taking on other teams like that in APAC South. So this is a valuable learning lesson for them, I think.
Would you agree with that sentiment, Vast?
Yeah, I'd 100% agree. Like, it's really hard to talk about Knights and OCN. Like, if it's APAC South, it's, you know, the analysis is completely different. But in OCN, yeah, it's really hard to gauge with these guys, because, yeah, sometimes we do see them literally just first round coming out swinging and just zooming around the map. And then some days we just see them like the Villa game against Chiefs, where they're just, I don't know, just kind of robots. So I don't really know what we're going to get today. I'm hoping we get the aggressive Knights and not the kind of robot androids.
Yeah, I think that's basically enough discussion.
That's a really good analysis.
On the Knights. Are they going to be androids? Are they going to be robots? Who knows? Is my hair going to sit down? We don't know these answers. I just... God,
get a haircut, man. Come on.
What is it?
You can go to the dog groomers. Surely they'll be able to hook you up. Like, it's getting pretty bad.
No, you don't want to see what it really looks like underneath this headset. I'm telling you.
Bad.
All right, let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for this game. Are we going to head to Villa once again? No, we're going to mix it up. Can you believe it, guys? It's our first cafe of OCN Stage 3. This is the first one.
Look, I'm glad it took this long, because cafe is now my most hated map because of the map pool. But I'll try and inject some positivity into this game. Just looking back at the stats, pretty played for the most part actually by both teams. Ruffle a 2-4 record, the Knights on the other hand a 2-1 record. On the head-to-head though, they get to play each other on this map, so keen to see what they bring into the server. Cafe is probably alongside Clubhouse in my opinion as the least innovative map at the moment, especially on attacks. They are so rigid and so like just same across almost every objective nowadays. So hopefully we see something fresh in towards the server. Knights unlikely to be that team to inject that sort of positivity, not positivity, but you know, adaptation and innovation. I'm expecting the Ruffle. You know, I really want to see them bring out something here. They clearly were pretty comfortable heading to this map. So.
I'm just going to draw the discussion though to the Knights having the final ban on Chalet. Vast. The Rufflecopters never played Chalet. Is this maybe a bit of a misban there? Should the Knights have actually taken Ruffle to Chalet instead of Cafe?
Maybe. I'm not really too sure what Ruffle's Chalet is like, but from what I see in the bans, Club, Bank, Chalet, these are the staple 3 bans that Knights literally always do in OCN. So for me, when it came down to the decision between Chalet and CAF, I don't know, maybe they just stuck with what they've been doing. Cafe, it's definitely a map Knights can play, but I haven't really seen a dominant performance from them on Cafe. I think maybe the last time they played CAF was OCN playoffs against us.
You.
And yeah, look, I can't lie, I was kind of embarrassing them a bit there, so... but maybe, you know, they've had time to work on it, you know, so it's fine. I think this is a good map for Ruffle, in my opinion. I don't know why they don't play enough of it, maybe just because everyone else is banning it, but I think the vetoes went pretty much as I would expect.
Just quickly, very, very final thoughts, Vast, and maybe prediction.
I do predict Ruffle to win this game, and I made this prediction a few days ago, and I was actually kind of trying to remember exactly why I predicted them. I think it's more because Knights are the favorites here. If we see the really aggressive Knights, I think Ruffle, Knights will beat them. But I think if Ruffle, I don't know, maybe if they try to play to the Knights a bit and try to, stop sticking to their game plan so much, I think one way as well to kind of counter Knights that I've seen in Apex South OCN is often they can spread out quite a bit on their roams, and sometimes they spread out a bit too much and can't really help each other that much. I think one way Ruffle could kind of counter them, and from what I've seen, is to try to isolate those people that are really spread out, give yourself the man advantage and work from there. It seems like when Knights are down players, they start kind of forcing decisions and whatnot. Whether Ruffle will do that today, I don't really know. It's just something I notice and think that if other teams are picking up on Knights, I think Ruffle should be able to pick up on that as well.
See how it all plays out. Let's head over to Cafe for our third match of the night. It's the match of the day, Rufflecopter versus the Knights. A big match in terms of what I guess the ramifications are here. Guys, Rufflecopter, if they win this, they can, of course, redeem themselves a little bit off their loss last night to Rhythm. For the Knights, a win here would put them on 9 points and go a long way and secure them a place in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a bit of a playoff match in the respect that both teams are looking to try and not secure their positions, but fortify it a little bit. Knights, yeah, if they jump up to 9, they're looking pretty good for the remaining couple of play days. For Ruffle, it's a bit of a different story. If they lose here, then they're at real risk of not making the playoffs. Now, relegations for them is not really an issue, but yeah, they want to be making playoffs and really putting their best foot forward. Again, we think about implications. Apex South, that's something that I know we haven't really discussed during this head-to-head yet. Ruffle, they're looking to make that march to Apex South. Now, in fact, the relegation format got publicly released a couple of days ago, and basically the top 2 teams from Oceanic Nationals across the year will qualify for that bracket. Now, currently, the only 2 teams, the top 2 teams that aren't already in Apex South are Team Bliss and Ruffle. So they're looking to just lock in that position. Now, for them to get knocked out of that, Rhythm need to continue some crazy form here and bump them off, so pretty unlikely, but imagine how heartbreaking it would be if Ruffle just completely capitulate this stage, Rhythm go for some miracle run and knock them out of that spot. That would be pretty wild.
Certainly would be. Although, sometimes fairy tales don't quite come true, guys. It's never that cut and dry. Rufflecopter on the defense, Knights on the attack here for Cafe. Can you believe it? It's taken until Playday 4 for our first Cafe of this stage. That also means there's only one map now that hasn't been played at all, and that's Coastline.
No, kind of missed Coast. We haven't seen Coast in Apex South or OCN, so literally none of the teams in this league have played it in an official. So super keen to see that be brought out. I believe it's seen play in a couple of the other major regions, so no doubt it'll take a bit of time. It should eventually filter down. But yeah, for now we've got stock standard Cafe. Now reading and Fireplace will be the first objective. And we're already seeing some pretty interesting operators being selected here by the defense in particular. Hotshot bringing out the castle, which might be used to fortify up above, make Cocktail a little bit more difficult to clear. Now just backtracking quickly, bans, line taken off the board, pretty popular at the moment for crowd control. Flores, again, pretty expected with Clothing Utility. Mirror, a staple on Cafe, and Valk just very annoying to deal with.
Our HP Omen community vote is very much on the side of the Knights, so everyone is very much in unison, 81% to 19%. Again, a reminder, of course, we've got one more game to follow tonight. If you want to vote on that one, it's at R6 Esports OCE and at Omen by HP_NZ. Get involved on Twitter and you can vote on the next match, which will then be our final one, which is Avert versus Bliss to be after this one between Ruffle and Knights, our match of the day. I don't know who actually stated this as match of the day. It was probably Dev. 100% it was Dev. I know it wasn't you, because if it was you, it'd be Rhythm Wildcard.
Are you talking about Dev, Marta, James, Stewart, Casks, High?
At High?
1x, 6th Invitation, or Showmatch Caster? Is that the one?
Probably.
Yeah, sounds familiar. I think. I don't know. I don't really know him that well. In fact, thinking about him and this map is pretty funny. In our ranked matches so far this season, we're just instant banning Cafe at the moment. In fact, it feels like everyone is just instant banning Cafe. There's like this weird hatred being perpetuated in the community for this map at the moment, just because it is pretty well thought out. But, you know, this is COP. I'm expecting to see a bit of innovation, and this castle extension is actually quite interesting from Ruffle. Of course, Sledge is available, and Sledge will be used and abused, but Dino misses his shot. Hot shot on the cross will shut him down. Well played there by Ruffle.
Yeah, good little start there for Rufflecopter. You know that they are going to need a good start against the Knights, especially being on the defense here for Cafe. 1.5 remaining, 1-man advantage. Nice start, but can they finish it off? Sage, though, gets the elimination onto Boydie. And Knights just sort of peppering away here above. Where to Balls, though, is able to get the trade. Took a little bit of time, but he's able to achieve it. And that means Ruffle can still maintain this 1-man advantage.
Josh gets one back onto Kakin. That's the mute off the board. I'd say it's pretty neutral at the moment. Knights still have a decent amount of utility to work with, but Josh has a foot on side of Train. Somehow misses that shot and the initial peak, as well as the secondary. OJ sweeps through, finds that back. Good support there from Ruffle.
Juicy, though, it's literally just been back and forth this whole time. Juicy got traded immediately, though, by Hotshot. Hayward straight into reading. Still has 50 seconds. Needs to, of course, get this diffuser. He got the ping, but OJ watching the end of the corridor, and that's going to be the opening round of Rufflecopter.
Yeah, this is the battle of the juices. Juicy.Knights v Orange Juice.Ruffle. So that is quite the amazing storyline to follow in this matchup. In
Amazing,
fact,
yeah.
It may even be related to the
match of the
giveaway code, potentially. I could be. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here that it could maybe be.
There's a giveaway code?
Yes.
Oh.
Don't you know that for the plug?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I wasn't here yesterday.
Okay, that's all right. I'll carry that part for you. I'll help you out.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
That's right. I'm used to carrying you.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Good start for Rufflecopter, taking the opening round.
Just give me nothing.
No, absolutely.
That's probably good.
That's about as much as Manic Monday gives on OCN anyway, so I'm just living up to Manic.
Yeah, that's fair. I did say heading into tonight I was going to abuse Manic a little bit more. I was tuning into the cast last night. There were some pretty awful things said about me, so I am a little bit upset. I'm not going to lie, probably going to have a word to Dev about it, see if we can maybe potentially remove him from the broadcast completely. That would be the best option. I love you, Manic.
5 seconds left.
I'll get you back eventually, don't worry. But yeah, focusing...
I was going to say, he's so irrelevant, you can't even really get back at him.
Focusing in on this round, a pretty traditional bar hold here. The bar itself being shotgunned out, reinforcements down below to cut off the reading rotation a little bit. And we're also seeing that bathroom setup inside a private with the Goyo shield on this occasion. So Goyo did slip through the ban phase, available to Vulcan shields. Second one has been placed, I'm not quite sure where, thought it might have been in shop, but have been debated a little bit, probably deep, I would assume. Yeah, Boydie playing just underneath it at the moment inside of Cocktails. So a little bit aggressive here from Ruffle, particularly down below. Maybe looking to play pretty heavy vert.
Bomb has been located.
So basically, it's stock standard. If you want to just...
Yeah, I'd say the vert's a little bit more aggressive than usual. Those shotgun holes in particular towards backstore are pretty spicy, but yeah, nothing too wild. We got the mute bug.
Oh,
I think.
God. I feel like it's...
Get on a drone. Get on a drone, Mandy. Get on a drone. Get on a drone. Get on a drone. If a drone gets shot out, I think it might fix it. So we'll see.
You're asking for too
Start
much
a
now.
drone!
You're asking for way too much.
Here we go. No. Aw. Mandy. Aw. I don't know if it actually works on OBS. I know if you're in game it can.
I was going to say, I thought it just went away. We'll take a complete silence rather than...
Here we go. Someone needs to shoot it. Come on. Oh. Everything's silent. I think we've broken
I don't know.
even more.
Yeah. I don't know if that's in-game or if that's our lovely production maybe saving our ears while this mute bug is taking into effect. Regardless, the game is still happening. Josh has, of course, got the opening pick onto Kaken. I don't know what the end of his name is now,
Shoot
but
the drone! Okay, maybe that fixed it. I don't know. We'll
you
find out
are
in a second.
obsessed with this fixing of the thing. It's muted. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Minute left. Focus on the game.
I can't focus without sound. It's just, it's unnatural. But yeah, we'll try to. Hayward burning that Sawyer gate with the hologram. As Knights will get control. Oh, it fixed it!
God
I told
damn
you it
no.
would fix it!
Don't.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
I told you. 40 seconds left on the board, and Hotshot inside of Freeze are getting flashed out. ODS is to support, and he manages to dodge at least a couple of them, leaving 30 seconds for the Exy.
Well, the round's over. Let's be real. It's 5 versus 2. Josh taking blow. Boydie for 1 versus 5. Couldn't even get that elimination onto Josh. Flawless. Well, that round certainly was flawless for the Knights. It wasn't flawless for me, though, having to listen to Guz moan around that the whole time about that new bug. But he was right. He was right.
I had more fun in that round watching a drone to get
conspiracy.
shot than anything else. That was the highlight. That's been the highlight of the night, fixing that. That was great. And it means now I don't think we're going to have to rehost, which is even better. How good's that?
Well, I don't see why we would have to now.
Well, it's permanently gone. It's not a temporary fix. I thought it might be temporary.
Permanently gone forever.
Yeah, it's never coming back.
So we can never get the mute bug again?
Maybe. Just never close the game.
Jesus. All right, Bar Cocktail. We go for the repeat here for Rufflecopter. I mean, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to lie. We obviously didn't exactly see too much there, to be honest, from Rufflecopter's defense. Pretty stock standard. Guz, do you know how to do plugs?
No. It's your job.
No, I don't know how to do this plug.
Something match of the day. Make sure you go over to Rainbow Six ANZ. The keyword is juice, I believe, because this is the Juice v Juice matchup. Juicy.Knights and Orange Juice from Ruffle. So yeah, jump over to Rainbow Six ANZ. I believe Sky, our wonderful social media man, is sorting out that giveaway, and you can win a $50 M-Wave gift voucher, which is pretty dope. So yeah, go check it out.
Good job, guys. That was actually...
Do you reckon I have a...
I reckon,
Do
honestly,
I have a backup career in like car sales?
Honestly, 10 times better than Manic. Not even close.
Well, it's
not hard.
I didn't know you could times by 0.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God. This is turning into an interesting match for our match of the day.
It gets to this point in the night where I just get a little bit loopy. But we'll try and focus in. OJ on a pretty peculiar roam here on the Aruni downstairs VIP. I thought he might have been contemplating a jump out or a run out, but I don't think that will really work out. Kaken aggressive inside of Cigar Shop can take down a hologram and reposition himself aggressively watching the drop. Pretty powerful, but also quite dangerous.
Oh, drop down. Kaken. Kaken Funami! Doesn't quite get the elimination. I like that name. I'm probably not even saying it right, but we'll go with it.
I'll just stick to Kaken. My pronunciation is average at the best of times, but Dino's aim is not average. That's hot shot off the board. Kaken still aggressing on this position. Hayward will punish him. Low on HP, but still finds the kill, and it's a good start for the Knights.
And they get that 2-man advantage now. Boydie droned out as well in Lounge. Don't think it's going to deter him too much. More kills going the way of the Knights. This is turning into a bit of a replica of the previous round. With or without the mute bug, it don't matter. Knights take it out. Probably should have been flawless. It basically was, for all intents and purposes, guys, just without the flashy end of round text. Knights now go up 2-1.
Oh, this map is cooked. Like I said in the pre-show, the attacks have been worked out so well that I feel like at this point in the map's lifespan, the defense is having to get quite extravagant and really clutch at straws to find ins on these rounds. Like, I don't know if Ruffle are maybe playing a little bit too aggressive, but we are seeing like these shop extensions and some pretty wild stuff here and there with the Aruni gates and the roams, etc. Just desperately trying to put Knights at the disadvantage for once. But for the most part, the Knights playing really cleanly and they're not allowing these kinds of plays to go unpunished. Now, in response, Ruffle probably need to tune things up a little bit here and not give away those token kills, because once you do that against the Knights, they are one of few teams that are always, like almost 99% of the time, if they have a significant advantage, definitely 2-man advantage, they will close out rounds. Yep. They're just so experienced in that situation. They show it time and time again. So it's really critical that I think Ruffle, probably don't back down completely. That's not what I'm saying. Don't go into your shell. But if you are going to play aggressive, it has to be measured to some extent. And there has to be real intent and real purpose behind what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, and especially now heading over to service cooking as well for this particular site. How aggressive are they going to want to try and get with some sort of roam above if that's going to take place? Of course, you've got Boydie on the Vigil, may elect to go up towards, Fireplace, Train, Mining, for instance. Loiter and linger around there up above. We'll see if that does take place or not, but it kind of goes back to what you're talking about. For Ruffle, you can't just go into your shell here and go, right, let's just turtle on site. Now, maybe you also don't necessarily need to do something like this unless it works, which it certainly does. Took a little bit of time, but hey, to the credit of Boydie, hits the shot in the air, takes out Sage completely. There goes the sledge. And that's a decent start to the round for Ruffle.
Well, there's that aggression, and when it works, it works. So props there to Ruffle. Hayward holding the downstairs rotation over towards VIP, maybe expecting someone to populate that position, but this is where we really get to see, I think, what Ruffle, or what Knights rather, are made of. Now they're at their disadvantage. Can they try and crawl it back? Can they find one of these roamers, equalize out the round? Now, Boydie is aggressively up above, and he'd likely be tracked in a second. Yes, in fact, that is him. Retreating over towards White Corridor. Now, Dido's playing quite aggressive to try and cut him off, but won't be able to do so in time, and that's really, really well played by Boydie.
And Boydie has basically already done his job. Now he can just sit down in VIP, hold that position for the late game, which will make things even more annoying for the Knights. Play over towards Red Stairs as well. That is going to be a nuisance too. That's just actually Josh just rotating around. Minute and a half. But unfortunately down a player. Not exactly flush for time either here for the Knights. This is the first time really, I think, in this entire match, including even maybe the first round where Rufflecopter are firmly in control.
Now with that control up above, what can the Knights do to pressure Ruffle in towards the objective? Ooh, Ruffle looking to re-aggress. Boydie, oh my, hidden inside of VIP.
He saw him. Yeah. Well, that's basically the round done at 2-5 now in favour of Rufflecopter. It's almost a bit like what we saw at Bar Cocktail, but the other way around in favour of the Knights. Kakin gets the kill onto Juicy while he does lose a couple of teammates. He's got plenty still left, and he's got some bullets in that SMG. So fortunately for Rufflecopter, they're able to sort of fight back after losing 2 rounds in a row. Even it up, it's 2-2.
Yeah, some pretty strange goings on in these rounds. In fact, from memory, correct me if I'm wrong, but there has not been a single round so far where it's been your traditional like 4v5 or 5v5 side execute. Everything has just been these isolated 1v1s and a distinct lack of trading from both teams as well. It's just been super duper strange. Ruffle leaning into that quite nicely, particularly that last round, the run out, Boydie hiding in the corner, etc. Working out for them in the end. Just very difficult to get a read on this matchup at the moment. Still struggling to work out who seems to be on top, but I mean the scoreboard reflects that it is quite close, 2-2 scoreline at the moment. And with Ruffle rotating back towards reading, we get to see if they can close out this objective again.
Yeah, and reading fine plays was they back and forth in the opening round. 1-for-1 trades pretty much flowing around the map. So again, sort of what you were saying, we didn't even really have that 5-on-5. To be fair, you don't really maybe see it too often anyway.
10 seconds to go.
Just simply based on the way that it is defended up above in Cocktail. You're going to see the sort of fights above, and then typically you're going to see that late round execution through pillar, default plant. And usually it's like, what, 2v3? It's kind of a messy site. Practical, and 2-2, 2 rounds to go in the half. So far, it's hard to sort of get a read on this match, but for Rufflecopter, that's probably what you want. You're in it, you're fighting. It's not a one-way stomp. Sure, they're on the defense here for Cafe, but it's all you can ask for. Pretty even game so far.
Yeah, the Jackal being available in this matchup, proving to work out quite nicely for the Knights. Dino fulfilling that role, and we saw that in the last round where Boydie was forced out of Piano, back down the White Hall, and should serve its purpose quite nicely once again here for the reading attack. Josh establishing flank watch with those Nomad air jabs. And decent groundwork already here from the Knights. Again, they'll be looking to drop down red, transition that in towards lounge and across towards cocktail. And from what I can see there, I don't know if it's really being held that hard. I think there might have been one player on the cocktail extension. So I think if the Knights drain this out properly and are vigilant, especially against that Pulse down below and Hotshot, they should be able to claim this. But no, OJ presses, catches me off guard, and Hayward as well.
Yeah, nice little shot to open the round there for Roffle. 2 rounds in a row now, they've got that opening pick, and pretty early on as well at that. Electing to not use the Vulcan shields at the Goya this time around. No Goya at all. Oh, C4. I mean, you can quite literally see him caking. Finds the second of the round now for Roffle with that Nitrocell onto Sage. Hotshot does get tagged up on site. Not much to come from it though, other than the fact that he is low on health. Does still have a Nitrocell, the only one still available for Rufflecopter. So you would hope that he can stay alive and utilize that one. And yeah, that's probably what he's going to try and do now. That 2 also goes through the floorboard. That 2 also connects. 2 massive Nitrocells in the round from Roffle. That will see them probably take a 3-2 lead as long as this ends the way it should.
What a round so far from Roffle, playing off that intel, showing hints of aggression. And in each instance, they do pay off. A distinct lack of utility now available, but they have strong manpower. Both players' positions are known, but Josh will win that fight. Juicy, aware that there might be a player down below. OJ needs to be careful. Flicked and shut down. Josh low on HP, probably can't do much, especially with smoke still available and 2 gas canisters available as well. But still, maybe Juicy can get something done here. It would be a miracle.
Nah, Ruffle's still got 1 above as well. It's not going to be possible. Obviously now they know that he's coming in from pillars as well. It's 3 versus 1 manhunt and 3 seconds on the clock. So it's a 3-2 lead for Rufflecopter. Here on Cafe, they've now won the last 2 rounds in a row. They're looking good here, Guz. And honestly, it's not like Knights are looking bad by any means. This is not the bad Knights, the robot Knights, the android Knights, whatever Vast called them. But at the end of the day, Ruffle have just responded because Bar Cocktail was very one-sided both times. Knights completely dismantled Ruffle. We do head back to Bar Cocktail though. This is going to be the difference maker. If Ruffle win this site and overturn the differences from rounds 2 and 3, a 4-2 half, big double thumbs up. They lose this though, 3-3, and there's some questions about what's going to be able to then happen in the second half.
Yeah, I would agree. In that last round, that was well played by Ruffle, and a lot of that was facilitated, I think, off the back of the Pulse pick. The Knights unable to really counter that directly. I mean, they didn't have IQ, so always going to be tough. And the C4 play from Ruffle was just really, really solid, using that vert really well, able to show them the micro skill to throw them between the metal bars and pick off a couple of those attackers. And once that attack is kind of weakened on that site, very, very difficult to get back into the round, and that inability to trade did leave the Knights vulnerable. And Ruffle did a good job at just settling down and closing out the round. So, yeah, well played. I am a little bit concerned for them, though, on this upstairs objective. We've seen them try some pretty wild things, in particularly over towards that shot position. I'm thinking back to Kaken, for example, playing quite aggressive there. Ruffle probably just need to settle down a little bit here and trust their instincts that they can actually hold on to the objective in a more traditional manner. Now, again, it's always easy to say this from a third type perspective.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ruffle probably just need to try something a bit more vanilla, if you would, just the basics, and see if they can actually pull it off. Overcomplicating this site against the Knights is always opening yourself up to that risk factor.
It is a bit of a free shot though. I don't think it can be as worse as their last 2 attempts here on Bar Cocktail. Basically 2 flawless rounds, right? So I mean, it's only way up from here for Rufflecopter. I think that the trickiest thing with this sort of site is it almost plays against the style of Ruffle. It's so difficult to be aggressive and to try and find an opening pick. You can't really extend. I mean, if you want, you can obviously go for Cigar Lounge and try and be a nuisance there, but I think at that point you then get overwhelmed from top red, for instance. So yeah, it can be very difficult probably for Ruffle to try and find that opening pick, which they've actually looked to do on most other sites, and yet, well, the anti-caster curse, Boydie, able to do exactly what I said that maybe they wouldn't be able to do. They get the 3rd opening pick in a row. They've got that man advantage just under 2 minutes remaining. Good start to the round.
It's not the anti-caster curse, it's the caster enhancer. You like that? It lands a little bit. That's not bad.
Yeah.
I'll claim that. Oh, okay, Sage. Whoa. Whoa. Back check on the man, but no, obviously just a pretty natural flick. Flushed ahead by his teammate, looking to take 90 control, or pixel control rather, not 90. Hard breach as well being used in towards Freezer, and it does feel like Ruffle is starting to feel the pump a little bit despite having that man advantage. Good displacement at the moment from the Knights. Ruffle looking a little bit choked up, but they still do have very powerful positions that Knights might struggle to clear out.
Oh, Josh going to get taken out by Boydie. Big nade though from Sage. Now the swing down white corridor. Kaken though, ready for it from Sage. He gets that headshot. Ruffle will maintain this advantage late into the round. Hayward gets tagged up. Not too much. Juicy's still alive. Need to find a pick here to at least bring it back to a 2 versus 3. But they still haven't been able to deal with Kaken at all. Swings out actually into Pixel. Gives away his position. Boydie now with 3 in the round. Make that a Ruffle half though. 4-2. What a way to close the half, winning the last 3 rounds.
Solid start to the match for Ruffle, a 4-2 lead as we head into their attack, showing some promising signs, and maybe the Knights showing their OCN form, which has been a little bit rocky. Keen to see how the second half plays out. Knights kicking off proceedings on the top floor.
Yeah, and obviously for the Knights, it's not like they've never been able to come from behind before, so we're not really counting them out. They're on the defense on Cafe. We probably expect them to do well on a couple of sites, most notably Reading Fireplace, and then probably, to a degree, Kitchen Service would be the other one that you would expect them to do well, and Cooking Service, whatever you want to call it, Kitchen for all intents and purposes. But yeah, this is probably the two that I'd be looking at. The big question will be, Bar Cocktail, right? Because that was the talk of the first half. The play there was the fact that Knights came in, they attacked flawlessly, quite literally 2 times in a row, and then obviously Ruffle played a little bit more stock standard to close out the half 1 and out. Now we go to Bar Cocktail immediately, Knights on the defense here. If they lose this, suddenly it's 4 in a row to Ruffle, they're down 2-5, and then Bar Cocktail looks as shaky as it was in the first half for Ruffle. So not the best of signs. They need to get out here with a defensive win, start well on Bar Cocktail, then go to Reading Fireplace, win that, suddenly it's 4-4 and you've got an even game.
And the setup from the Knights suggesting it's going to be a little bit more traditional. Now there might be actually a single player inside a shop. So yeah, there is actually. So it's actually a little bit more aggressive than I anticipated. I thought off the back of those Goyo shields, which seemed to be a supplement for the mirror that we would have seen. A bit more passiveness here from Knights, but in fact it's quite the opposite. Piano control, Juicy and Sharp, Hayward over towards Shako as well. So a lot to deal with here for Ruffle. Whoa, did Juicy just hit hot shot? No, okay, that was over towards Red Stairs. Josh falls back, running the suppressor, I believe there, which is pretty cool. Don't see that every day, but yeah, Ruffle trying to take control below. A couple of nades being sent out as well here to pressure Sage inside of Cocktail, and it doesn't seem like Ruffle are all that keen in taking on that shot position.
Kaken just playing down below from pillar, seeing if he can catch someone maybe from the Knights unaware.
Attackers have located
There's a nade as well to try and displace some of that utility that the Knights have set up above. Hayward playing deep in bar. Been a quiet night, actually, from Wettables. 1 and 5. One of our MVPs from earlier on in the stage.
What is Josh doing? Josh plays like the biggest rat in OCN, man. He just absolutely loves hiding in these really strange corners and actually pulling off plays. Boydie makes a play of his own. Hayward off the board. Keep an eye again on Josh. Still on that bottom floor. He could potentially go for something big as Ruffle have obtained reading control.
Well, he's going to have to do it pretty soon, though. Oh, and Kaken's watching. He's got the ping. They've got the info on him. They know exactly where he is right now. This should then make it a 5 versus 3, and Roffle's attack with 35 seconds left. The only problem is that, yeah, they've got him from below as well. Now it's go time. Get straight to site.
Yep, 30 seconds left. One inside of Backstore, another at Pixel and Sage inside of Cocktail. So decent positions held here, but Ruffle should be able to flush them out.
They've got the 2-man advantage. You are probably going to be expecting the Knights to find a couple of picks, though, so you need to be in the position where you can trade as well. Ruffle pushing straight up White Stairs. Kaken with that immediate headshot onto Dino. The vault in. Sage with the punch. Then with the frag. No. Ruffle find the win. They go up 2-5. Suddenly they've won 4 in a row. They're getting a little bit closer to that match point, guys. It's getting a little scary here for the Knights.
Yeah, and as we often say, when a team gets to that 5-round marker, it kind of changes the dynamic of the matchup a little bit, because Ruffle are now a single round win away from being able to, again, secure overtime, secure at least 1 point, and we know that the margins can often be quite fine. Ruffle, again, competing to keep their head above water in the top 5 for the Gauntlet. Knights wanting to secure a higher placement in that playoffs position so that they don't have to play as many games in that bracket run. And I mean, ideally, look to secure 3 points and not quite lock in their position in the playoffs, but you know, solidified a little bit more as they're kind of on the edge at the moment. Yeah, the pressure I think mounting a little bit here on the Knights. Ruffle, by all accounts, a really solid attack. I really love the way in which Josh was dealt with. Yes, it was a little bit risky for Wedables to go inside of VIP. If he loses that fight, it could have turned the dynamic of the round on its head, but Ruffle showing good intent to shut off the roamer, and then, as you sort of alluded to, they needed to switch on, needed to find those picks in the dying seconds of the round, and they pulled it off pretty well.
Do you want a fun fact?
I always love a fun fact.
If Ruffle win this game, which, you know, they're not that far away from doing, and then Avert beat Bliss, the bottom 3, with 3 play days to go, will be Knights, Wildcard, and Order, all out of playoff positions.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
Crazy. Not a fun fact for them, fun fact for us. Because, you know, it's interesting.
It's interesting. Talk about interesting, bit of an aggressive extension here from the Knights, looking to maybe get in the face of their opponents a little bit more. Ruffle repelling to the roof, suggesting that they want to take it head on. And all power to them. See what they can pull off. As you sort of said a little bit before, briefly mentioned it, Wedables is having a little bit of a quiet night. Boydie replacing that fragging role quite nicely, and genuinely has felt like Boydie hasn't popped off in a while. I mean, I could be remiss in saying that, but that's just the general feeling I have at the moment, as honestly in the last couple of play days it has been those fresh faces of Wedables and Cake and doing quite a bit of work.
Yeah.
Which is also nice to see as well, of course.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Boydie popped off last night or anything, but I know that listen to the games that we've casted of Ruffle. He has been a bit quiet recently, but he's capable of it. Sage, that's an easy one onto Cake, and should get a second one here as a hot shot. And finally, for what feels like the first time in a while, the Knights can have something that goes their way. Doesn't last forever, though. There is Wedables, who's suddenly up to 4 and 5. He's actually found a couple of kills in the last few rounds. OJ needs to clear this out, though. Josh, he doesn't even look. How do you not even look in that situation? Boydie gets the trade, though, at least. Makes it a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, probably just unaware that there was someone on the top floor, I guess. So unfortunate there for Ruffle, but they haven't completely lost the round just yet. Boydie's still up, as we mentioned, having a big round. Frieza, I think, has an entry point, so they don't necessarily need Hard Breach to pull this off. If Wedables on the vert can get something going here, that would be huge. So there's one nade available, so you could try and pick off one of these remaining defenders, but as you can see, they're dispersed quite a fair way away from this vert. Outside of this one player in sight, that was juicy. That leaves one, I believe, in either bakery or cooking. It's the latter, and dining. Pardon me, and VIP for Dino.
And there's still a lot of time as well, which the time is definitely going to favour Rufflecopter more than Knights. 50 seconds left, so it allows Wedables and Boydie. Oh, never mind. Bye-bye, Wedables, and that makes things very difficult now for Boydie. Doesn't even have diffuser. Has to still take out that default, so knows he has to just push straight through prep, straight onto site, see if he can just swing, find a kill. Maybe someone's going to pop up. It was Haywood that pops up, but he pops the head of Boydie. Big round win for the Knights. They needed that one, guys, quite literally, to try and avoid that match point getting into the hands of Ruffle.
Yeah, an ultra-aggressive roam there from the Knights does pay dividends. They prevent the entry on that red hatch drop, and from there, able to fall off slowly, bit by bit, allowing Ruffle to crawl back some map control, but ultimately was a little bit too late. Sage there was that player to get the opening 2 picks, setting the tempo for that round. Josh as well on the top floor did capitalize. Probably a little bit unlucky that he didn't get another pick there. Had he have been even more aggressive, probably would have before Boydie swung wide. In the 2v2, not a terrible effort there, but it did a great job to bring it to that. But yeah, ultimately Knights had still heaps of utility on site info as well, and they played into that.
The other part that's interesting as well is that the Knights elected to go for cooking over reading fireplace. In terms of, I guess, the order of the two, most teams elect, obviously, for reading fireplace in its strength for the defenders, typically to defend, especially with that vertical hold up above into cocktail. But still, nonetheless, a decent defensive round from the Knights, successful 3-5. And at least break that momentum streak that Rafflecopter had been able to establish.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Sorry, I've just seen a couple of tweets from Rob J. Monday, one of the other, I think he's an OCN caster or something. He's been, I don't know, he's talking a bit of smack on Twitter, which is quite rude, but that's okay.
Jeez,
yeah, have you seen it? Apparently we're up and coming casters. I mean, we are. Don't get us wrong, but don't call it out.
Wait, hang on. Are we looking at
the
same?
Kaken!
Oh,
no, that was Hayward. Why am I saying Kaken? Maybe we are up and coming. I've lost the plot.
Have you seen the cockatoo one?
Yeah. What's that implying?
Oh, jeez, that is a stitch up above I've ever seen. You know, he likes to do a lot of talking and trash talking when we're not actually there to defend ourselves. It's like, oh, I'm just going to go on Twitter and just post a picture.
when we're like actually out altogether, he just sits in the corner and never says anything. He's a bit weird like that.
Yeah, exactly. Focusing up though in this 9th round, Rafflecopter up a player advantage. Edibles, though, has taken a big chunk of damage, but he's starting to really get involved over the last few rounds here in the second half. He was like 1-5 and now 6-6. There's a lot for the mindset of the player to be able to sort of turn those fortunes around. We've seen a few players tonight struggle. Jack Dad, Vinny, they couldn't quite turn around, but Wedables has been able to do that. Sage with the frag onto Boydie, though, brings it back to 4 versus 4, minute and a half remaining.
Juicy in a powerful position, but risky at that inside a backstore. Not sure how much rotation ability or rotatability he does have available. He knows that, so he elects to aggress. Ooh, when he can find, that's one onto Hotshot. That's nice. No one there to hold the swing back, and he can retreat back to the shield.
How does Rafflecopter adjust here? Almost need to find the kill on. Oh, never mind. Juicy's still in backstore. Oh, he's going to surely catch someone. Never mind. Oh, just walk straight into Wedables. 2 for the round. I was going to say, best case scenario would have been to catch the player that's still in cocktail, but he's dropped now. It was Juicy that they were able to get, though, nonetheless. Nitrocell goes up. I don't think that's going to hit anyone unless they walk literally on top of it. 35 seconds. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Guz. Never mind. That's the round over.
What a nitro there from the Knights. They did a great job installing out top floor, and they close out the round in an explosive fashion. They're crawling back slowly here, a 4-5 scoreline.
Yeah, and that's what we come to expect, though, from the Knights, isn't it, right? We don't count them out if they lose a couple of rounds in a row, if they find themselves at a pretty decent deficit, which they were. I mean, all things considered, I think a 5-2 sort of scoreline. Roffle winning the opening round of the second half, 4 in a row. You look at all of these and you think, geez, Roffle's kind of running away with this one, but the Knights have been able to sort of bring it back on 2 sites that they feel comfortable on, clearly. But this now brings us back to Bar Cocktail, which has been very difficult for the defenders to actually defend. So far, we have seen it 4 times, only defended successfully once.
Also being brought out here by the Knights, and thankfully for them, Roffle have not bought the sledge, which means that if they want to clear said barricades, Boydie will need to either use his breaching charges, or we may alternatively see Wedables use his Ash charges. I mean, even a scenario where OJ uses those X-Kairos, but they're precious of a commodity. So that could stall out this attack a little bit from Ruffle, and it does fortify that shot position. I'm keen to see just how aggressively the Knights want to invest into that position. Juicy seems to be backing himself in and holding a lot of these power positions so far on these extensions, on these roams, and if he can back himself in here to stall out Ruffle on that red hatch drop, that's going to play a big, big role in them winning the round.
10th round. Another sort of tight tussle at this sort of point in the game. We've seen it a few times tonight. Yeah, none of them have actually gone to overtime. 2-7-4 results. Could it still play out that way? Could we still see Ruffle make it 6-4 off the back of Bar Cocktail and then finish strong for a 7-4 victory? Keep the trend alive. Definitely not out of the question. But if the Knights do defend successfully here at Bar Cocktail, they will be able to go back downstairs to Kitchen Cooking. OJ gets that elimination onto Hayward. Good signs here for Ruffle to re-find that opening pick that they've been able to do a couple of times in this match, but not the last couple of rounds.
Juicy under quite a bit of pressure here as that castle barricade has been exposed. That means that the South Rappel on piano could find a pick. I believe the call now is for Josh to come across and support this position. Nitro Cell already pre-ripped from Josh. I don't think anyone's quite dropped yet though, so he needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught out here. Looking to try and support his mate as best as possible. Dino elsewhere does find one back though, and a 4v4 that makes Juicy's position a little bit more comfortable.
Minute and 10 seconds remaining in this tense affair. 3 points up for grabs. Only 3 more playdays after this is concluded, so not many more opportunities to be able to get all the other points. Juicy will get this kill though. There is absolutely no way that he does, and he gets the Fuser, he gets the second as well onto Boydie. That's probably enough to secure the round. Just that alone is going to undo this attack from Rufflecopter, which was already kind of a little stalled out, if I'm going to be quite frank, guys.
Oh, Wedables though. Takes it, his trigger to go, but Dino too sharp. Eventually traded by Hotshot, brings back to the 2v1. 30 seconds to work with, but needs to re-repel, try and find an entry point in towards the map. By the time he even gets anywhere near that diffuser, the time's going to be really low.
No chance. No chance at all here for Hotshot. Definitely can commend any sort of effort that he might be able to undertake here, but
10 seconds to go.
Rightfully up against it. This means that it's now going to be 5-5. Sage does not elect to swing down. It doesn't really need to. So the Knights have clawed back.
You are out of time.
And you can all see it in chat. Tactical timeout will be called from Rufflecopter, rightfully so. After winning 4 rounds in a row, they've now conceded 3 in a row to the Knights, which their defense is looking very strong.
And it is that coveted round 11. Whoever wins this next round confirms at least 1 point and pushing the game to overtime. So really, really important one at that. And that is, again, the trigger for Ruffle. Take that tactical timeout, do their very best in stalling some of the momentum that Knights have really started to build up on this defense and formulate a plan as how they're going to take down this next objective. They'll have a good read on what objective it will be. And they should be able to try and come up with something to thwart some of these defensive efforts. I can't quite pinpoint exactly what is going wrong here for Ruffle, to be completely honest. It's just some of these power positions are just finding it really difficult to clear. I mean, the blatant and obvious mistake in that most recent round was just Juicy, just being completely misdroned. I can only assume the call went out that, you know, the hatch was blown and that it was probably clear, right? Any reasonable person would assume that it's clear, but assumptions like that, again, against the Knights, they don't fly and they'll be punished.
Yeah. There might be some viewers sitting back thinking that Rufflecopter looked a little worried here in their player cams. Nope, that's pretty normal. I swear they never look anything but like that. They could be up 6-1 and they would still look like that. It's 5-5 though. We head back down to service and cooking. Last time we saw this, the Knights were able to win it out a couple of rounds ago. Looked pretty good. which we've only seen it twice. Both times once, won by the defenders, Ruffle once, and of course Knights once. So it's kind of up against it here for Ruffle. And more than just that, but to go one step further, guys, it's not just this, but then you've probably got reading Fireplace after this as well, which is also going to be favored to the Knights. There's a real possibility this could end up being a 7-5 Knights victory, and to do that, they would have then won 5 in a row.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for sure. And the Knights, again, proving why they are one of the better teams, just being able to continually fight it out. Really, really impressive. Ruffle need to find some way to reapply that pressure back onto their opponents, make the Knights feel uncomfortable. It's a very difficult task. It's easier said than done. Pardon me, but it has to be their game plan from this point onwards. In terms of their operator lineup, interestingly enough, they bring the Thatcher on the board. I mean, we haven't really talked much about Thatcher because he hasn't been played, but is available. Flores was the util clearance operator taken down by Ruffle Copter, and maybe with Thatcher on the board, a direct hit on site might be the more reasonable approach.
Yeah.
Take Bakery, open up the wall and see what you can get done instead of going for that vert play.
Wedables might be listening to you right now, guys. He's already taken Bakery. This is very quick control for Ruffle Copter. And definitely seems like this is going to be the play. Are you sure they're not able to hear us?
I don't think anyone would want to take strategic advice from me, dude.
No, you just say it and then hope that they do it, and then if they do it, you just take full credit. Well, Sage could be their undoing. He could definitely swing and find a couple of picks, maybe 1 or 2, even just to offset this push a little bit through Bakery. At least should be able to get a lot of information that this is going to be the play here from Ruffle. Oh, what a nade.
Good nade. Yeah, that is a great nade from Cake, and Juicy off the board, and look at that. Exposes the site. Dono's really the only player that can hold the long angle, and the rest of the defensive lineup needs to try and rotate back towards site. If Ruffle play their cards right, they should be able to cut these players off or flank.
Oh!
Hayward heard him.
I don't even know who wins this.
50-50.
It might be Hayward now, because I don't know. Does Boydie have the info? They're playing a little dance, a little game. Boydie pushes out. It's Hayward, look. Oh, he goes for right, but Hayward's on the left. That's so unfortunate for Boydie. He's been playing so well in this game. You would generally back him in, but he just looks the wrong way.
Yeah, that hurt to watch. 50-50 doesn't go his way, but OJ's going for the plant. Dino denies again on that long angle, but Kaken to trade back. Josh elsewhere does find the trade immediately in response. Hot shot and Wedables, 50 seconds on the board.
Oh, but does he know Sage is in coat check though? No, well now he does. If he didn't before, now he definitely does. Does Sage swing it? He kind of does. Wedables falls down, so does Hot Shot. That's now match point secured for the Knights.
And Ruffle so close to winning out that round. It was such a great denial there from Dino, shutting down OJ. A couple of trades left and right out of that, and yeah, it doesn't quite go the way of the Knights, of Ruffle rather. It does go, of course, the way of the Knights. They claim match point. And again, that uphill battle is just getting a little bit steeper. Wow, okay, the Knights electing not to go reading Fireplace. They're going to back themselves to top floor instead. And no Goyo this time. And Kaid. Okay, this is super weird. Surely one of these is a 6-pick onto the Goyo. It's felt like it's been pretty fundamental in their upstairs hold, but I don't know, maybe Knight's going to bring out something else here.
Well, we saw Ruffle Copter go for a bit of a different tactic and that sort of more aggressive Bakery take. What are the Knights going to bring here on match point? They've secured at least 1 point at minimum. Can they secure all 3 though? Must win this round to do so. They've not had an overtime at all tonight. I think we had the one yesterday. Avert and Order was the only overtime. We've only actually had 2 OTs so far, all stage long. So it's been a bit of a rarity. And with Knights on the defense, reading Fireplace, they are by far and away favorites in this round. So it's up to Ruffle to overcome them.
So it is reading Fireplace. I am just tripping. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I'm getting confused with second floor, third floor. But yeah, with the Kaid on the board, that means that Claw could be used to deny that red wall. And the secondary one, not quite sure entirely where that would have been. But maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe both on the same wall, not too sure. Well, with Thatcher again, though, on the board, though, Ruffle can counter that pretty quickly. OJ will head that attack, assuming down the red hatch, and based on where Ruffle is setting up, that will be said play. Now, Hayward's quite aggressive inside his cigar lounge. This should be punished by Ruffle. If they manage to find this pick and get the man advantage, that will serve them very, very well.
Opening pick here, so crucial. Hayward's going to get droned out. His position now very pivotal. Rufflecop to have the information. How aggressive does he go with it? He gets very aggressive, but it does not work out. Hot shot, able to survive, and Hayward throws away his life quite literally out the window.
Yeah, when you're in that position, he really didn't have much of a choice. Played for his life, went for the pick. Didn't quite pay off. I thought he landed a lot more bullets than Hot Shot's remaining HP would suggest, but no, wasn't meant to be, and the Nomad wins out that engagement. Now all eyes really are on Juicy. Last time he played in Backstore, it worked out quite nicely for him. That deployable shield worked really well, and he has been droned on this occasion, but just like last time, he might be able to hold on and find a pick or two.
Minute 20 remaining. Ruffle have been doing very well in this match to execute once they've got that man advantage. Make it 2 now through Kaken. Overtime is brewing. Unless Josh, Sage, Juicy, can they hold on and keep these 5 members of Rufflecopter at bay? Boydie takes a tag. I don't even know from what angle that was. Sage does get the elimination onto Kaken. That at least makes it a little bit more manageable. Juicy with an Nitrocell. If he can get a kill with this, suddenly looks much better. But outside that white corridor window, he does not find what he is looking for. 40 seconds remaining. Josh does, though, onto Boydie. Big player to take off the board, considering his fragging prowess in this match.
And Sage isn't cleared. He can use these footholds. Juicy as well. Knights are in a great position here to close out the round and close out the map.
Juicy did see a pixel there of one of the players running around, so he's got info. Sage on site, 20 seconds left. Now over towards Pillars for Rufflecopter. OJ's with the diffuser. Wedables is down, courtesy of Sage. OJ can't land a shot back, though, to get that trade, so they're now down a player. It's advantage to the Knights. Swings in. OJ successful, gets that elimination. He's got to get that plant down, though. Juicy above, inside of mining. He's now going for the swing. 4 seconds left. OJ has to get this diffuser down. Juicy can use this same rotation hole to his own liking. Knights will take the win. They avoid overtime completely and secure all 3 points, and for the moment are now in top spot here for OCN.
The Knights showing why they're just so damn good. A clean, consistent performance in the back end of Cafe to close things out, and for the first time in forever, we're actually seeing a couple of smiles on the player cams there. The cold-hearted killers showing a bit of love for the game, and that's what we love to see. 7-5 victory. They get it across the line, and in doing so in regulation, they bank those full 3 points, as you mentioned.
I should mention they're not actually in top spot. I completely baited myself and hadn't updated the page, so it didn't show Chiefs on 9 points, but that's okay, it doesn't matter. Big win, though, regardless, for the Knights, for Rufflecopter. They fall just short Vast. Not a bad effort, a pretty decent game from both of the 2 teams, back and forth. At one stage, it looked like maybe Ruffle might run away with it, but the Knights, we always expected them to come back.
5-3 up Ruffle's way. You know, I was saying before, I don't really know why I picked Ruffle to win, but I was, you know, thinking, was it a gut feeling thing? But then I think for Knights, it's kind of the same problem as we saw yesterday and a few other playdays is, you know, they do come into the game really explosive, aggressive, with kind of zero fear, and then they start maybe losing a few rounds and they start showing, you know, their opponents a bit more respect, start playing a bit more structured, and, you know, then they start bringing it back. So, you know, despite Ruffle being in such a lead, I still, you know, was looking at, you know, when Knights were going to flip the switch and start playing a bit more properly.
Guys, obviously, for the Knights, they were down 2-5 at one stage, but as I said before, we probably expected them to do well on the defense, and that's basically what Cafe threw at us. It was going to be defense-orientated again.
Yeah, it was a bit of a clinic, honestly, from the Knights in that second half, doing a great job in establishing that streak. And Yeah, they just outclassed their opponents. Honestly, I don't think we saw anything too wild in terms of setups and whatnot, and that was kind of the expectation heading into Cafe, that it was going to be sort of more of the same. But the Knights just tuned up a little bit better, just across the board on all levels. In terms of stats, nothing again standing out as being too wild. In fact, the one thing that does kind of stand out to me is Hayward not posting huge numbers. He's normally the player that's getting those numbers on the board for the team, but still, of course, having an effort there. Fortunately, the entry stat didn't quite go his way, and in fact, if you look at that column a bit further down, very positive in the light under the Ruffle spotlight. They just weren't able to capitalize upon those picks.
Vast, it felt like a sort of game that both teams were pretty stock standard for a while, but when the going got tough, we saw some adaptation. Ruffle, of course, with that bakery push. What did you sort of make of the match in that regard? Was there anything that caught your eye?
There was a few small mistakes I saw from Ruffle. I'm sure you guys saw it as well. The misdroning in Cubby, where Juicy was proning, gave him 2 kills, and that that set the tone for that entire round. So it makes me think, if Ruffle droned that, if they dealt with Juicy there, could that have gone their way? It was the same situation for me with their bakery push. We saw Boydie kind of having a lurk on top floor, trying to chase, I think it was Hayward or Josh. And I was really puzzled by that, because the bakery push was the right idea, it was the right adaptation. They had a lot of things going for them. They got the wall open quickly. I think they got the first pick. I was just kind of questioning why Boydie decided to clear Piano and let Piano. Maybe they have some pre-placed drone that we didn't really get a catch, but I think it would have been a lot better to maybe just help your team in that man advantage, or at least lurk Piano. At least Piano kind of offers a bit more in terms of like the on-site, and it kind of denies the defenders from denying the plant as well. So I'm really kind of questioning those really small mistakes and decisions from Ruffle. I think that ultimately I did think that they played a good game. It was good to see them actually come out, a lot more aggressive than usually we see them, which I'm not really sure if maybe that was a change in their game plan or it was just the way they played Cafe. But for me, it was really good to see their first half. I think maybe after losing a lot of rounds, the way they lost them, maybe a bit of tilt kind of came up, and it maybe the mental was just a bit, maybe they just lost to their mental a little bit today.
Let's go and have a chat with the Don, of course, Juicy himself from the Knights. Congratulations on the win, mate. I'm just going to say, it felt like maybe a bit of a fun game, sort of maybe on your end, because I haven't seen much Cafe, a little bit back and forth. It wasn't too tense, not really too much on the line. How did it feel being in the lobby there, that sort of back and forth nature? A bit of fun?
It's always a bit of fun. These games, we try to go in, try as hard as we can, but at the end of the day, we want to, anything to get the dub and just get it across the line. So, that's the most important thing for us.
Yeah, Juice, I just want to ask a little bit about the entry stat. We saw it on the scorecard. It wasn't very positive for your team. Unfortunately, the likes of Hayward, not having the best of days. How do you sort of recover from that? Because, there were plenty of rounds where you did actually bounce back.
I think it's just staying positive and working off, the information that we have. If someone's died there, they've got to be somewhere else. So, I don't know, just keep working off that and, keep the round flowing. I think that's a big thing. And just don't get too worried about it and keep moving forward. There's nothing you can do after they're already dead, so, just keep trying to move the round forward and get picks back where you can.
Yeah, I think, you guys have been playing really well, obviously. You guys seem like the kind of team that, you're not really phased about who you're really versing. And I do have to ask, surely there's going to be one team that you guys are looking forward to that maybe not kind of scaring you, because, you guys are the Knights, you don't get scared. But there's got to be one game this season, Juicy, come on.
Honestly, Vast, it's the same every week for us. I think if you change your mental about who you're honestly, I think if you change your mental for who you're versing, I think that can go south. Just going with the same attitude every week and just think, we're better than all the teams. We can just win, and we just work off that. And I think that's a good way to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Speaking of mentals versus opponent, your opponent next week, I don't know where their mental's at the moment. Order obviously struggling a little bit. How do you sort of view that matchup just as a bit of a preview?
That's right.
Considering the season,
they're not versing Order next play.
I've looked at the wrong thing. I've stitched myself up. Okay, well, never mind. You know what? Completely scrap that question. We'll just go straight to the shout-outs.
As always, it's just thanks to the fans, thanks to the support staff, teammates, and for you boys for the cast as always. It's great to have you guys every week.
Thank you very much, mate, for coming on, having a chat, being better at this than I am. Best of luck in your game next week against Bliss.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
You weren't wrong. They technically are versing Order next week, but it's not their next game, so it doesn't really
you
make
could have
sense.
just you could have said that. You could have. You know
No,
what?
you know what? You have driven that bus over me 1,000 times. It's time it did a return trip. Honestly,
no, you're
you
right.
deserve it.
You're right. I like that you could have said it to me, but you didn't. I like that because I wouldn't have done the same thing for you either. Always great to chat with the Don. Of course, the Knights able to get the job done. You know, it's actually a pretty good match. A little segue there, Vast, that they're going to be taking on Bliss next week. That in itself is a pretty big game.
Yeah, and I'm kind of expecting the same thing from Knights, and I think it will be really just awesome to see that kind of playstyles clash. You know, Bliss can be really aggressive. We saw what they did against Chiefs, so I'm expecting kind of a game like that, but you know, with Knights actually being able to possibly match their aggression as well. But I don't know, we might see a different Knights, but I'm hoping we see that Knights. And as well, I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but I think next week, I don't know, we might see Hayward fly out of even more windows, because he was, I don't know how many times he jumped out of piano and it didn't work, but I was loving it. I appreciated the effort. Despite not getting any kills from it, he was still doing it.
The man just wanted to fly. Well, we are going to also fly to a break. When we come back, it's Avert versus Bliss.
Nitro!
At Livin, we are breaking the stigma of mental health. Everything we do is about empowering people to speak up, because it ain't weak to speak. Join us on the 14th of October as we host our first ever giving day, called Giving for Living. Over a 12-hour period, all donations will be matched through the generosity of our matching donors. This means that $20 transforms to $40, which can provide 2 conversations with a school-aged child about mental health. $100 transforms to $200, which can provide 10 conversations with a school-aged child about mental health, and so on. Donate and follow the campaign at livin.org/givin. Help us have more conversations with the youth of Australia so we can continue to break the stigma of mental health.
My name is Pen. I play flex for a bit, but what you don't know about me is I'm actually an amateur rapper. I started rapping when I was in high school. Rapping was like an underground thing in my country. One day there was like a TV show, goes really popular, and all the young kids like us just started talking about rap. My favorite Chinese rapper is actually MC Hot Dog and Johnny J. For the Western rappers, I mainly listen to Baby No Money and Logic. I used to try to write some rhymes and freestyle. I wrote about my first day. It's a little bit cringe, but once I rapped on the graduation stage, there was like at least 200 people there. I can still remember how much I shaked and how nervous I was. Everyone was actually clapping the song for me. That was really good. I enjoyed it. The best Siege operator for rapping, I would say probably Mozi, because he talks a lot, right? It'd be sick to sing an OG character and like rapping in front of the camera and never stop talking. It'd be so sick.
My name is Marty Koshnam, and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly two sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The Siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Captel, because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
A tight tussle between Ruffle and Knights sees Knights the victor on Cafe 7-5. One game to go tonight though for Playday 4 of Oceanic Nationals Stage 3. Welcome back from the break. Of course, we are presented by Samsung. It's always lovely to have them on board. Guys, Avert versus Bliss. It's our final game for the night. This is a pretty big one. All things considered, I'll go to you first, Guz. I don't know why you're already smiling. Come on.
I'm just happy to be here.
Just happy.
I'm always smiling.
Well, are you happy for this matchup, though?
Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Heading into this one, it is almost first. Well, not quite first, but one of the best, taking on arguably, statistically, one of the worst, because Overt, they've basically just jumped into the league. That said, Overt have already made some waves so far. They've put in some decent performances. They took down Order last night, 8-7 in a crazy OT matchup. Playday before that. They took down Rhythm as well. So on paper, heading into Stage 3, we probably thought this was an easy Bliss win, but I'm not so convinced it will be a stroll in the park for them.
Ooh, Vast, do you hold the same sentiment?
I do. I think I think it will be like pretty tough for Bliss, but to be honest, I actually think that they are the team that will kind of study their opponents and look for tendencies. I don't think Bliss will make the same mistakes and fall into the same traps as some of the other teams that have versed Overt. Bliss seem like a team that they won't push something if they feel that it's like a really heavy setup. If they might feel like it's a trap or something, they're not afraid to kind of switch up their pushes and push more weaker sides in areas that you may not be holding, and I think that will work really well against Overt.
I also feel like Bliss is probably a team that's more than capable of being the team to maybe bring Overt back down to earth, guys. This is a team that's very strong in the best of one genre here in the OCN, and obviously for Overt, they've had a great opening 2 weeks in Oceanic Nationals, pushed Knights to a 5-7 loss, being, of course, Overt losing that one. But then they beat Rhythm, then they've beaten Order. In saying that, I'm going to be completely blunt here. It's not like those two are world beaters. It's not Chiefs. It's not Bliss. This should be a game that Bliss take the win. But still, what an entry for Stage 3 Overt has had, right? And this is why I don't want to be too down on them. They've been amazing to watch. They've come straight in. They've also brought their own style and adaptation to some of the maps that we haven't seen in OCN probably since Ruffle came in.
Yeah, I do think, as you mentioned, this could be the game that does send them down to earth because Order, in bad form, they have Apex South. Rhythm, not in the best of form, one of the weaker teams despite, a couple of wins recently. Probably not the most challenging opponent. Prior to that, they did lose as well to the Knights. It was close 7-5, but again, Apex South is their priority. So, yeah, we have to still enter this match with tampered expectations for Overt. We're not expecting them to set the world on fire. I don't want to completely count them out of this matchup. We are seeing a lot of these players step up when required. But look, I think their experiences, or lack of experience, their inexperience, will probably shine through in this game.
Yeah, Vast, this is obviously a team that I don't want to say has surprised people, but they've been so good to watch in OCN that I really do hope that they're able to push the limits against Bliss. But do you get the feeling like maybe they're just going to have too much to do in this particular game against the best of one Kings?
Yeah, I do agree. I do think, though, it is quite refreshing having, a team kind of shake up OCN. It makes it really interesting. It, just changes the dynamic of everything. It makes you kind of question where everyone is going to kind of finish at the end of the season. But I think today is, Bliss is the team that I expect to beat these guys. I think that, as Guz was saying, that I think they haven't really been tested. Rhythm did talk about in that interview that they kind of took Overt for granted. They didn't really show them that respect. And, I want to see them versus a team like Bliss that will kind of play to your weaknesses. And I think Overt haven't experienced that yet. It seems like everyone is kind of playing their own game against them and allowing Overt to play the way they want to play. We haven't seen a team really make them uncomfortable, put that pressure on from start to finish. And I think today will be a big test whether, how kind of dynamic this team is, what they've, if they've got anything else up their sleeve.
We had Cafe. Are we going to get Coastline and complete all the maps here for OCN? No, we go back to Villa one more time. It has become a staple here for Stage 3, because this is going to be like the 5th time that we've seen Villa already this stage. The only other map that compares to it is basically Oregon. This is like the new Oregon and Clubhouse is now Oregon and Villa.
Look, I'm just glad we're not going back to Cafe, so I'm not too fussed. Villa could definitely toss up a whole wide variety of gameplay styles, right? Earlier in the night, we saw so much verticality from some of these teams. We could well see it again with some pretty crazy extensions. I have no doubt both of these teams might dabble in that. In terms of stats, Overt did pick up a win here on Villa. And looking across to Bliss, it is one of the maps that are banned against them quite frequently. In fact, they've actually only played it once this year. It was a victory, but yeah, it's neutral territory. I don't know if Fast has more thoughts necessarily on how the ban process is played out, but I didn't necessarily head into this with too much expectations as to where exactly we would head. The only thing I will note is Overt took Cafe off the board straight away, and that is easily Bliss's best map, so that was well done by them. They did their homework.
Fast, your thoughts on this map, Vito?
I find it really interesting that Overt were the ones that banned Oregon. I thought Bliss were going to come out and just ban Oregon. I think they've shown that they really know how to play that map, and it's very comfortable for them. Maybe this is just them wanting to mix it up. Maybe they feel like, we've played Oregon twice. Bliss doesn't have any info on us on any other maps, so I think that kind of makes sense there. I think with Villa as well, from what I've seen on both of these teams, I mean, Overt have actually played Villa. I just totally forgot about that. But maybe that was the thought process while they're banning that map at the time. I think on Villa, both of these teams, from what I've seen, they aren't really interested in playing the mini games, the util clear that sometimes we do see on Villa, the brown clears, the red clears, Astro clears. They seem to prefer to catch their opponents off guard with aggression and try to time it really well. Bliss did it really well at doing it as a team. It just seemed like when they were aggressive, they were all doing it together, and they were just getting just a bunch of kills at the same time without any trades happening. So I think I can expect a game kind of like that coming in. Both of these teams are going to try that play style, so I'm not really it's going to turn out, because I don't think we've really seen a really close play style like this come together. So I don't really know how that's going to go, but I think Bliss having more of the experience and being able to read their opponents will, you know, benefit them this game.
Appreciate your thoughts as always, Vast, but we are going to be heading straight into our final game of the night for Play Day 4. Avert going up against Team Bliss. We head back to Villa for the final time tonight, guys, in what could very well be, well, maybe a turning point of the season. If Bliss do lose this one, it really shapes up the top portion of the tables. We do expect them, though, to get the job done.
Yeah, on paper, this is a little bit of a sleeper game, but I do think it does have potential to really blow up, as Vast just alluded to. If we see both teams play really explosive, well-timed, well-coordinated aggression, and that clashes head-to-head, wowee, this is going to make for a fun game. And it could be a very stark contrast to that earlier match from Order, where we saw, you know, a lot of those mini-games play out and a lot of util clearance against Chiefs. So yeah, keen to see how they clash. Sophia off the board first. I mean, if that's any indication, then yeah, I think Vast is on the money.
Of course, Chiefs in order.
Jeez, okay,
Jeez,
wow.
okay.
All right, so that means Flora's available, Thatcher available, all flank watch available. I don't think there's going to be any util play in this game, or if there is, it's going to be a headache to deal with.
Yeah, it kind of sets the tone a little bit, obviously, with the with those bans mute, not too
mute. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. This is almost like no one is allowed to roam. Well, now everyone's allowed to roam, I guess, but the Nook, obviously, you know, you're not allowed to roam, I guess.
You can see what the final defensive ban will be. Okay, Malusi. So that, again, that's another counter-aggressive ban. Oda seems absolutely shocked, so I don't know if that was sarcasm or what in response to that ban. But yeah, wow, okay, this is pretty peculiar. Zofia, Nook, Mute, and Malusi. That opens it up quite nicely here for the attack. Yeah, this is going to be explosive. I would expect nothing less. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised we're already going to see the Jaeger Wamai. I mean, maybe Avert will kind of flip on what we're expecting here and actually play heavy into the util sync, but I kind of doubt it.
I think Bliss is also a team that's more than happy to play into this sort of style, right, against Avert. Avert's already proven so far... Avert's already proven so far since coming into the Oceanic Nationals, they're more than happy to, you know, play unconventionally, play aggressive, play their own style. But I think Bliss really plays into that themselves as a team coming into this sort of matchup. I think they're the team that should be able to actually counteract Avert's aggressive nature. Wow,
Yeah.
look at the community vote.
Yeah, HP Omen community vote, 59% in favor of Avert. So, okay, that's kind of weird.
I guess we could say which maybe team's got some more fans.
I don't know. I feel like Bliss is pretty populated in the chat. Hashtag Bliss up.
Well, apparently they're not voting.
No. They should, you know what they should do? They should go to @R6 Esports OCE.
They should.
So that they can vote.
And @Omen by HP_NZ, of course, but too late to vote for the rest of the night because this is our final game of the night for Playday number 4. Next week will be Playday 5 and Playday 6. Both next week. Yep. Wanted to point that one out.
Yep. Pretty sure what we're casting Saturday.
Yeah, we're going to be doing Knights in Order.
Ooh, that could be alright.
Yeah.
Or it could also be a Fizzler, who knows, with the way some of the form has been carried across by a lot of these teams. A little bit rocky, but a bit more clear-cut between these two at the moment.
A bit what? Clear-cut?
Clear-cut. I don't know why that was a tongue twister, as Jigsaw finds the first onto Elements. Mosley off the board. Not a bad opening pick.
E1D deployed by Shade, first of 3. Have we established that we're allowed to just call Twent Trent? Is this something that's been accepted now? Or are we still just going with Twent?
Guess we have to go Twent.
I can call him Trent because, I mean, we're best buds, you know, and that's his real name.
Let's go Trent. By the way, Trent is Twent. We're close friends like that. I kind of know pros, it's no big deal.
Yeah, cast them all the time.
Yeah.
Ooh, shot from Sawyer, close. No cigar though. Then Bliss, of course, with that opening pick, got the man advantage. Rapics down below. Second E1D deployed by Shade, who's at half health. Cairo though, holding main stairs for now. Very perilous position. Rapics literally just runs straight into the crosshair. Might get a second one here if it's timed perfectly. No, goes the other way. Jigsaw takes the head off of Twent.
Don't need to sync that util if you can negate it by clicking heads. Edpan and Cairo now to try and hold on, but plenty of time for the attack to work with. Bliss as well with 7 drones available. Should be able to locate where these players are. Edpan is isolated and can be cut off. Cairo alone in sight.
And should mention as well from the earlier matchup tonight, Chiefs in Order on Villa, AVG was, I don't think, actually ever taken by an attacking team. And if it was very rare. Oda, almost with some shots, actually takes one back, play over towards 90. One on site as well for Avert. 40 seconds remaining and time still on the side of Bliss here, and they can easily get this plant down. Never mind. Might have gone too soon. Cairo actually ran out of bullets. Has to pull out the pistol. Doesn't quite get the job done. Jigsaw's able to get Edpan. Cairo is able to at least reload here. 23 seconds, but it's a 1-on-2.
Jigsaw and Todd just need to time the push, and Todd will go first, find that kill. Well closed out there by Bliss.
Yeah, a little bit messy. But I think you would expect messy is probably a way to summarize how I think this game's going to play out between these two teams. It's not going to be that sort of structured, methodical siege. It's going to be, you know, swinging and pushing and you know, run-outs and basically all of the above between these two teams, I think. And that honestly plays into the hands of Bliss. I think there's probably some other teams at OCN that when Avert come at them with that sort of you know, ferocity or aggressiveness, sure, they might buckle under the pressure. They want that more structured siege, but I think Bliss is more than happy to play it, and you could see that Jigsaw thriving with a couple of kills in that round.
Oh, we shape up for the rotation. Overt not wanting to double down on AVG. We'll head over towards Stat Trophy. Now, on the side of the defense, not as util heavy here from Overt. They're not bringing the Wamai or the Jaeger. Last round they bought both. And honestly, that's probably going to have to be the play, right? We saw that shield set up top round last time. Didn't really work out. Didn't really facilitate many of the peaks across that study entrance as they would have liked. In fact, Team Bliss were able to still win that out with the shield standing and no util dumped. So Overt probably just need to play guns up. They want to play shields, don't rely on them too heavily. Yeah, so far, fast on the money. This is going to be a pretty wild match, and I don't really expect the pace to slow down too much.
Certainly not, especially when you look at the lineup of Avert as well. The Mozzie, Legion, the Valk, so much roam potential.
That's a Prisma.
And it's activated outside as well.
Yeah, which is annoying because it means that Overt now can jump out.
Well,
and
I was going to say it's annoying because we have to see that giant text the whole time.
It's annoying for us, but definitely worse for the players in the server. Someone will either have to, 1, go and clear it, or 2, Bliss just ignore it and have to be very, very vigilant for any future runouts.
That is one thing, though, of course, for, as Todd is actually going to go clear that Prism, when these two teams, you know, are going at it in this match, is that thought process of, you know, anyone could be anywhere. And that goes for both teams in this matchup, in this approach. You're not expecting Avert to just be literally sitting on site, right? You're expecting them to be off-site. You're expecting them to roam, expecting them to be in weird places, maybe even a few ratting sort of locations as well. And that makes it difficult. That means that you're inadvertently probably going to be a little slower with the way that you sweep over to site. But Bliss is doing a pretty decent job right now.
And they are bringing the write-ups to try and counter that. Jackal can track, Lion can crowd control. In combination can be quite tricky for the defense to deal with, especially if Bliss are pre-placing drones in that prep phase and ensuring that they have pretty good information, particularly down below. Only 1 Nitro available to Overt, that's Edpan, so if he's playing down below, could pose a threat. I think he is, so as Bliss enter in towards bedroom, that's something they need to be mindful of.
Minute 20 remaining, still 5 versus 5. Repix with a sliver of a pixel there from bedroom. But he's got a good little sight line actually onto site now, and Bliss are definitely probing around. Minute left.
Bliss not wanting to give away anything for free. Repix opens up proceedings onto Cairo. Twent finds one back. Jigsaw narrowly misses that wallbang there through the deer. Shade holding the crossing towards Astro, making sure that's clear as Edpan does eventually find one off-site. Bliss now at the main disadvantage. 40 seconds left as the Nitro's pre-placed. Bathroom is clear, however, so that won't find its mark. Shade really needs to go big here. If he drops Sawyer, he might be able to get in and actually help the team, but I think he's actually fallen off that repeller to assist on the bedroom bulk.
Shade going to be able to... Yeah, he is. Oh, well, maybe he's not. He had the right idea. Unfortunately, though, just didn't back himself in with the idea of checking right. Repix gets one onto Twent, but yeah, time is very much against Bliss. Repix, though, going for the plant. Edpan will stop him. Never mind, Jigsaw watching. Repix will be able to get this diffuser down. Unfortunately, though, he does lose Jigsaw in the process. I can't.
Just give up.
I gave up. It's too late.
Yeah. Does get quite tiring. However, yeah, that was really nicely played there by Sawyer, and not the first time he's popped off inside of Astro so far in OCN, so it seems to be a comfortable position for him. He found the swing in towards Bathroom, and then found the 2K at the very end there, not only to shut down Jigsaw, one of the best fraggers in the region, but also to deny the plan onto Ropix, not far behind. So well played there by Overt. A little bit messy, but again, that's a theme that's going to be consistent throughout this match.
So we get back to AVG, and Bliss won it pretty convincingly, I think, in the first round for a site that had pretty decent defensive capabilities in the earlier matchup between Chiefs and Order. We'll see whether or not Avert are going to be able to rectify any issues here. Can't really sit back and say what they did wrong too much. Just kind of felt like Bliss were able to really just win out a lot of those fights. They are going to put a bit of an extension over towards Stat Trophy. The other thing to note as well is the vert versus horizontal control, because it was brought up in our last match between Order and Chiefs. You know, you look at a site like AVG, sometimes you'll see that horizontal approach, but obviously in that earlier match, we saw a lot more focus on vert control rather than that horizontal.
Yeah, and that's just, I guess, the fundamental overarching kind of game philosophy that both of these teams have in comparison, right? These two, Bliss and Overt, super frag heavy, back themselves into win ones, not as strategic, and there we go, perfect example. Cairo on brown stairs, shuts down Repix, and that's one entry dealt with.
Not a good start to the round for Bliss, and for Overt, that's almost job done. They don't need to fall back to site, but you just keep maintaining your positions. Play off of this man advantage. Shade on the IQ, of course, employed to, I would imagine, primarily deal with the Valkyrie of Edpan. Basically a one-for-one sort of operator battle.
Ronin's out down below. Jigsaw marching forward. You can use that Inox scanner to spot any players out.
Never trust the naked eye.
Valkyrie detected on the other side of the map. Everyone from Blizz down below here. There's a real chance, honestly, that they just try and send it up red, maybe brown as well, and see what they can do. A couple of players potentially could be cut off on the other side of the map if they're not careful.
The problem, though, if you send it up red and brown sort of at the same time together, it's hard to sort of play off of both positions at once, too far apart. Obviously, if you win those fights, then sure, it's a lot of control and you can pinch on site, but 10 seconds remaining, still a lot of time for Bliss to sort of figure out what they want to do. Oh, nice little swing from Kara. That's twice now he's been able to do that. Jigsaw's able to get a kill onto Sawyer. I think Kara's looking for a third.
Twain trying to offer some support from above, but Todd will time the smoke as Twent's distracted elsewhere. Leaves it in the 3-on-3, 45 seconds left on the board. Oda has 3 Summers remaining as well on the hard breach to potentially get an alternate entry in towards the objective. Jigsaw finds one more to give his team the advantage, and now Overt on the back foot.
Well, Twent does get one though on site, throws out his final gas babe. 30 seconds remaining, so won't have any of those for the final moments to say deny a plant. Oda's got that diffuser in hand. Todd to, I guess, help cover him. Headpan though over towards 90, and he's in a very, very important position. Does get the trade at least 1-for-1. Has been established there. Edpan now versus Oda, 1-on-1. Does have the Nitrocell still available as well, if he so chooses to use it. Oda inside of games is going to be able to get this plant down. Nitrocell goes out. Does not hit the mark though. Now we've got 40 seconds, and Oda has an idea as to where he is. Plays off of that Nitrocell, and is able to get the second round win here for Team Bliss.
Yeah, really good composure there from Oda. Unfortunately, that Nitro cell just a little bit shallow, doesn't quite hit the mark, caught on the couch, and was never going to do enough damage from that range. Closely contested round, very awkward for the most part over towards Brown Stairs, a lot going on. Some util dump to an extent, but again, it was mainly just guns up for Bliss. They backed themselves to win out these fights. Overt doing the same. A really nice trade there from Edpan in dying seconds, but unfortunately, he didn't quite apply enough pressure to stop Oda from sticking that diffuser, and once it was down on the ground, he had the advantage.
And not the best signs here for Overt defensively. AVG, they've now lost twice. And obviously can't go stat trophy, they won that one, so kitchen dining, they've had enough of AVG, not even going to try and repeat it, which is somewhat surprising simply because it's not like they were obliterated on site. It literally came down to a 1 versus 1. You tweak a few things, maybe you can have it go in your favor. In fairness though, also, a lot of what worked for them was Kara at Brown Stairs. He was able to get 2 very crucial kills. And then as soon as he dies, and that position does go into the hands of Bliss, they end up just sort of overwhelming the site and basically win out from there. Kitchen dining, we'll see whether or not they are going to extend above. Seems like that could be an option. Something that we did see a little bit of in Chiefs versus Orders match as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, if they do extend up above though and invest utility, again, I'm probably not expecting Bliss to waste too much time and resources actually playing into that. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for some kind of lurk down in basement, see if they can cut off a defender or two and find some picks, probably apply pressure in towards pantry, and honestly probably just set up for like laundry or something pretty simple. If they overcomplicate things here, they're probably just going to screw themselves over really, so we'll have to wait and see. They have bought the Jackal, which would suggest that maybe we'll see some sort of room clear, but I mean Jigsaw finds a kill for free basically there. Edpan spawn peek can take him down. And if Bliss want to play off that quite swiftly, they might be able to. It really depends what kind of info they have in sight.
I mean, pick doesn't necessarily mean everything though. I mean, we saw it last game. Last round, I should say. Avert weren't able to capitalize. I think it does mean a little bit more though for the attacking team. Just makes life a little bit easier. Zoya just taking out a couple of drones. Speaking of a couple of drones, only 6 remaining at the 2-minute mark. Bliss do need to be careful that they don't expend their drone usage too easily here.
Really is the game of information at the moment. Jigsaw tracking feet, and Sawyer with heartbeat sensor tracking through walls. So it does create a bit of a standoff here at the moment. Both teams kind of aware of where the other's situated. Bliss in the meantime, while that's going down, we'll try and take up above. They only have 3 drones left as mentioned, but should be able to get the job done. Not too much in the way of pressure up above in this position. I think Elements was at least just in stat, but will fall off to top red. I mean, that leaves 3 on side if Bliss want to hit, but again, limited drones mean that they probably won't be aware of that, and they're not really in a position to go for it anyway.
2 Nitrocells available for Avert as well. Of course, one of which with Sawyer. Although for Elements over towards landing, he's not quite near sight. Could definitely... Oh, this could be the play though from Sawyer. Doesn't go for it. Thought he would have. To throw it through the hole. Now he goes for it and he will find the mark onto Shade. Had he pulled it first time, I wonder if he might have been able to get 2.
45 seconds left. There we go. Elements over towards top red. Does drop the Jigsaw. Overt now with the advantage, but Repic's able to clutch one back on towards Sawyer, and that is the pulse taken down, limiting some of the information gathering here for Overt. They probably do have some Vault cams still available. Not sure whether Bliss have dealt with those. Of course, IQ has been down. Shade no longer playing a part in this round, but Oda still able to find that pick. Enters in towards site, hungry for more. Doesn't hit that flick though. Twent's still alive, but there we go. Red picks to follow up. Elements still alive, but not for long. Todd wins that round out, and Bliss will claim it.
Really well played from Bliss. They didn't force the 1v1s. Despite the time, they still made sure they could have those 2v1s. So it's not just Oda in the 1 versus 1 there. He gets a bit of help from Repix. It becomes a 2 versus 1, and then it all just becomes too much there for poor old Twent and the rest of Avert. Well played from Bliss. Patience is a virtue. They take Kitchen Dining just as they've been able to take AVG. We head back over to Stat Trophy. This is not shaping up to be good news right now for Avert on their defense here for Villa.
And Avert will take a tack, I presume.
Yep,
it's confirmed. Probably a good time to do so. Don't want to extend out that margin too much. See if they can hunker down, win the next couple of rounds, and even out.
It's a little. I think it's a little bit early though. Surely it's 3-1. It's not.
Yeah, but
you're going to Stat Trophy. Like you won that before.
Yeah, I guess I agree with that argument that you're going back to a site you've had success on. But at the same time, you also want to be able to hold some of this momentum and really work out what's going wrong. Because honestly, that last round probably should have been Overt's, but they kind of just fell apart in the final stages. At the moment, Bliss are kind of just playing their game. They're backing themselves to win out these gunfights, and sure, the structure kind of looks a bit funny, but it is working for them, and Overt are kind of finding it tricky to deal with. Sawyer, again, is stepping up on multiple occasions, but it can't just be that one player that's consistently putting in results.
Yeah, and look, I will say this as well, that generally after 4 rounds, if things aren't going your way, there's 2 more rounds to go. You have that tactical timeout. You reset mentally for the final 2 rounds. Sure, Stat Trophy to site you've won before, but then what happens after that, right? That 6th round. You probably don't want to take a tactical timeout with 1 round to go in the half. The only other thing would have been to do what I believe Wildcard did earlier tonight, where you take the tactical timeout in conjunction with the halftime break and really extend it that little bit further going into the second half. But maybe by that point, who knows, it could be too late. What if you're staring down the barrel of a 5-1 deficit just after your defense? So yeah, it's always a tricky one. Full credit to Avert though, they're taking it early, and that means that they're taking this into their hands as we head back over to Stat Trophy, where it did work out for them pretty well last time.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the discussion was for Overt. I think one talking point potentially could have been the tempo of this match so far, because it has been at a really, really high intensity. And Overt kind of have to start making a conscious decision, right? Do they try and match that or even surpass the kind of aggression that we're seeing from Bliss? Or do they try and really slow down the momentum that they've gained, slow down the tempo of the match consciously? Based on their operator picks, I'd say they're probably going for the first option, or at least keeping it level to what it was before. They're not going back to that kind of Jaeger Wamai setup we saw earlier, sinking util and forcing that kind of play on Bliss, because maybe they just figure it won't work. And honestly, that might well be the call. Instead, try and back yourself to win fights like that, right? Cairo wins the opening pick there, Repix taken down once more. And that's the kind of aggression that, if rewarded, could really pay off in the long run.
Can Avert capitalize on this opening pick? They weren't able to in one of the earlier rounds. Todd, a little bit of deja vu there, clearing that prism.
He really doesn't like it.
Oh. I'm glad he doesn't, so he can get rid of that one.
Good camps here from Sawyer. Could potentially set up for a C4 down below if NPAM wants to play that position. Impact as well from the belt, but doesn't quite hit the mark. Those summers will detonate. And now Sawyer's actually found himself in a really, really awkward position. He can really no longer cross. If he does, it will be pure luck. And Shade going to capitalize upon that? No. Bliss unaware of Sawyer's position.
Does get droned out. Now they know, but are they going to be able to have anyone actually get him trapped in there? He too can actually just swing out here, maybe find a kill. If he does that, I think that's at least 1 for 1. That's job done. You wouldn't really expect much more. He's able to at least get into Astro now and get away from that position. So honestly, this is looking pretty good for Avert.
Now that bathroom camera was taken down, so Sawyer a little bit blind here inside of Astro, and Todd down below with Vert. Could clear that out with a skeleton key. In fact, that barricade means that his position is quite safe, and if Sawyer is revealed, he'll be taken down. It's Jigsaw actually to find that pick. 4 versus 3, as Oda does get 1, presumably from the breach. That's the smoke off the board. As Jigsaw tries to take out the default, lit up by the Nitro cell, and here we go, the explosion from Bliss.
Yeah, and this is just Avert though, continually trying to chase kills. They lose a couple, they try and get the trades, but then they lose another one, and suddenly it all just ends up being now 4 versus 1 down to Elements. don't necessarily dislike it, Guz, but obviously it hasn't quite worked out in this case. It's almost like Operation Try and Save Sawyer. He dies, you try and then run in, you try and get that trade, doesn't work, and ultimately, yeah, that's a little bit of a cheeky one, but that was a bit of a wasteful kind of round, I think, from Avert. You almost need to just say, leave Sawyer, let's just go back, let's stay on site, and then play off of that. If he gets anything, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Yeah, Bliss are choking out their opponents at the moment. And we did kind of frame this matchup in the pre-show as potentially being, you know, the first real test, in quotation marks, for Overt, and so far it's kind of showing. At this rate, it's probably going to blow out a little bit more. I don't expect Overt to really start mounting a comeback unless this somehow ends up being super attacker-sided, which, you know, maybe it could be because we did anticipate a lot of aggression from both of these teams. But yeah, so far, that kind of clash of play styles heavily favoring Bliss. They seem to just be out mechanically performing the other team. And like I said, choking out their opponents so well. Just no one from Overt is ever looking very comfortable. Sawyer, perfect example. If he had his time again, probably wouldn't have aggressed on the breach in the fashion that he did. But yeah, from that point onwards, it kind of felt like they were trying to catch up to their opponents, and they're not setting the pace of the matchup or being able to slow it down. They're kind of stuck in this weird middle ground, which isn't working for them.
I would be a bit surprised if this turns into an attacker-sided Villa, though.
Yeah, I don't think it will. Honestly, at this point, 7-1. Like, I think Avert's gone.
Jeez. I don't know if I go that far, but...
Well, I'm saying it.
I'll buy... We've only had 5 games of Villa. That's actually our second most played map in OCN. It's 62% defensive win rate. Nothing else really comes close at all. In fact, no, nothing else really comes close at all. Everything else is closer to that 50% mark. So this really does sort of stand out over those 5 games that has been played. That defense has been very proficient here on Villa, especially sites like AVG, and I think that was almost sort of the smoke signal at the start of this game, and it's like, well, you're losing AVG, that's probably not ideal if you're Overt here on the defense, and so they get one more opportunity on it here to close out this first half. If this does become 5-1, then yeah, maybe 7-1 could be on the cards.
Last time we saw Bliss heavily push the brown stairs position, and so far it's looking like it will be the same. Oh, nice drain there from Repix. Red hallway exposed. I don't think Bliss can really play off that though. Looking to gain control of that kind of lobby position at the bottom of the brown stairs. In fact, rotation will come through to cut off Red hallway, and Jigsaw might enter elsewhere, see what he can find with that Inox scanner. Pretty measured at the moment from Bliss, but they're the kind of team that, and we've seen it so far, right? When the intel's there and they know when it's time to go, they commit. They're not going to do anything too irrational though.
And Avert find their way back into this matchup. Definitely need to win this round if they are to do it. Minute and a half remaining in the final round of this first half, and our final game of the night as well. The Team Bliss doing kind of what we expected them to do and be the catalyst in taking down Avert, a team that has been riding such a high since joining OCN. Oda, that is so close. Todd, that chair ends up stopping him.
Trade.
But trade +1 in favor of Bliss.
Yeah, that's just so well played. Bliss doing a really good job there. Edpan doing his best to waste time, and to be fair, they have wasted quite a bit. 2 minutes down, 1 remaining here, and Elements can actually retake this position. If Bliss don't have intel, oh, I think they do, watching this position already, but Elements still wins the fight and drops the diffuser in the process.
Next to the 3 versus 3, good information as well for Avert. Shade actually taking a bit of damage too. Jigsaw having a big game so far, 9-3-1. And still alive and can still command this round to go into his favor. Gasbabe goes out. Dissipates. Now it's the push from Jigsaw and Repix. Can they overwhelm Twent? Sawyer. He'll have a 1 versus 1. There's the peek. It was a shoulder peek though. Gets the information. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, Sawyer in an awkward position. Twent will need to go big here.
Oh. Do they know he's there? He gets 1. He might even get a second. No, traded by Jigsaw. 2 versus 1. Shade gets the 1 onto Elements. Nice effort from Avert, but Bliss too strong, too good at the moment in the first half.
Well, it's been a little bit of a speed run so far from Bliss, 5-1, as we enter the second half. Looking strong at the moment, and a frag-heavy Villa seemingly favouring them so far. We head over towards AVG for the first defensive attempt. And as you said earlier, Jake, this is the most defender-sided map in the pool for OCN, so we're not expecting their momentum to slow down all that much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen situations in the past where we see a 5-1 half and we think, all right, well, now let's see what happens in the second half. It could be, you know, replicated. And at times it is. I just don't see the way in which it's going to happen here. Bliss coming onto the defense now, especially straight onto a site like AVG, which typically has a very high defensive win rate. And Bliss, a very competent team, should be able to get the job done, make it 6-1. You got that match point, and then for Avert, it's that damn wall that's broken, which it probably already has broken, to be honest. In saying that, though, like, this is not sad for Avert. This is fine. You've already had 3 amazing matches to kickstart your OCN debut. You were never going to really be able to finish first or second. That would have just been otherworldly. And so this is fine. Bliss is a team. If there's any team, including maybe even Chiefs, that you're probably not going to beat, it's probably this team anyway.
Yeah, this is honestly just a really good learning experience from Overt. I'm sure they'll take a lot out of this matchup, and yeah, it's not over just yet, but I think it probably will be soon. Bliss just across the board playing a lot stronger, and Overt not quite being able to sort of match that level of intensity and just mechanical skill across the board, which has been serving Bliss really, really well. Now, in terms of this round, we are seeing the lurk from Elements, so it seems like Overt are going into the pocket strats a little bit here, maybe trying to find something, and you know what? It works. Jigsaw taken down, that's the top fragger dealt with.
But they've had opening picks a couple of times in these rounds, so it's hard to get too excited. Be like, oh, they've got the opening pick, you know.
But it was a Jigsaw, so...
Well, that actually, yeah, well done. This is why you're the best color commentator in the business, guys. Jigsaw is probably, despite being only on, say, Valk or whatever, he is someone that is just going to be able to frag out. So can Shade.
Whoa.
So can anyone on this team. That was a little bit unexpected for Edpan. He's not going to be too happy with that. There goes Rep. Oh, Jesus. You know what? Don't worry. Jigsaw's dead. He's just going to go grab a glass of water or something while his team cleans up.
Element still seeing what he can get done, but Todd has the cross shield established for Oda to play off, and this is going to be very, very tough. And Todd will catch the Jackal off guard. Sawyer left in the 1 versus 4. It's been a pretty decently well-played map by the man, but this is going to take a very heroic effort.
Yeah. It's not going to happen, really, is it? For Avert, despite that opening pick. I tried to back you up there, guys, and try and say, oh, yeah, it's Jigsaw, but by the time I couldn't even get the words out of my mouth, Repix had already found 2. But that's what makes Bliss so deadly as a team, right? Jigsaw goes down. There are going to be people who stand up. There are some teams where you're like, oh, this player goes down. Who's going to stand up? You don't even ask that question with Team Bliss.
Yeah, for sure. Now Slayer left to enter the 4-man cross. All guns trained on this 1 doorway, and with 30 seconds left, he's going to be forced sooner or later to make a move. Question is, who's going to get the kill?
What's not Jigsaw? That's the only answer I can give you because he's dead. Good learning experience for Avert, and what they can sort of gain from this is very much invaluable. And you know what? They've got actually a winnable game next week against Wildcard. That's going to be a fascinating one to watch. A lot of repercussions there in terms of promos, rallies.
Operators, you are out of time.
For not obviously Avert, but more so for Wildcard and Rhythm and what happens there. But yeah, saving his gun for the next round.
Save op.
Yep.
Well, I did say before it was probably going to be a 7-1.
You did?
And you did snicker at me.
I did.
So that was not very nice.
Nope. Well, I didn't snicker. I just said, well, I wouldn't go that far. But then, honestly, also, to be fair, after I doubted you, I was kind of like, you know what? He's probably right. Very quickly. I think in my heart of hearts, I didn't want it to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, look, 100%. I don't want it to happen either. I think that Avert have showed a lot of promise in the first couple of play days, and I would have loved to see that momentum roll. Never expected them to win this matchup, but to at least put up a better fight would have been nice.
I think there was a couple of predictions for Avert in this match. I think one of them might have been Manic. Surely not.
I wouldn't.
I mean, he's not the smartest tool in the shed, but he, you know, like, come on.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen to him with too much conviction. I think at this point in the match, Overt kind of just need to throw something at the wall and see what sticks. The Ying being brought out is a nice adaptation. You pair that up with the Finker and you can get something done. Just try and catch Bliss off guard. Because it's felt like so far in this matchup, it's almost like Bliss are one step ahead of their opponents at every single turn. Every time Overt have tried something a little bit sneaky or something that they don't think Bliss will anticipate, on almost every occasion, Bliss has been able to read into that and win out the fight. So it does unfortunately place Overt in a pretty unfortunate position, but look, if there's any time to try something a bit ridiculous and see if it works, I mean, now's the time, because the chances of you winning the match are very much depleted at this point. So yeah, just throw something and see what sticks. What is going on?
Feels like it's been just basically every round, though. This is not something that's new. This is kind of how this entire game is played out.
It's been pretty wild.
Yeah, but it's been fun. It's honestly been really enjoyable to see Villa become a little bit more of a staple in the region. It was a bit of a rarity at times, as Jigsaw actually probably might lose this contest. Went with the Adrenal Surge will help out Cairo. And so Jigsaw does lose out. Cairo gets a second onto Oda. That Adrenal Surge really helping him as well.
Yep, reducing his recoil. And I'm pretty sure it reduces ADS time as well. Dev mentioned that to me last night.
Yeah,
so,
it does.
Yeah, got to be right. And yeah, you pair that with the LMG of Ying and you're going to inflict a lot of pain onto your opponents. Now we get to see what a Bliss made of. This is honestly the first time in this matchup so far they've really had their backs against the wall, at least in a single round in isolation. So, I mean, Shade, Todd, and Repix, bit of clutch ability available here for the team. Let's see what they can get done.
And full credit to Avert and Cairo. They've not given up on this one, right? Like, and nor would they, but good to see them really just fight it out for as long as they can. Shade, can he get one from this position inside of Astro? Cairo with the Candelas. We don't see Ying too often. It's been a little while between drinks. The Adrenal Surge helps out once again. Able to heal him up a bit. Rapix gets caught too. Down to a 2 versus 5, making a 1 versus 5. This very well could end up being flawless unless Shade is just going to say no to that, and he does, but Avert are going to win the round.
I think that is a very fair assumption. Shade looking to see what he can get from Avert, forced to rotate back down over towards the China doorway. Does get his second for the round, might be able to try and find a third. But look at that, so many exposed angles. I mean, honestly, Avert aren't set up in the best post-plant positions, but surely he gets swung in 3, 2, there we go. So to close things out, and Avert not rolling over.
Yeah, no, and I don't think you would ever expect them to roll over at all. In fairness, if Cairo dies to Jigsaw initially, then that round plays out entirely different, because then he doesn't even get that second kill afterwards. But because Cairo is able to win that initial fight with Jigsaw, bit of help from the Adrenal Surge, he then goes and gets that second kill, and that's probably the round over with, to be fair. Still a long way back for Overt, but if even they can just find another round or two and make that scoreline respectable, that's a big dub. And it also means that's more game time against a team like Bliss in a competitive environment. So the only thing to do here for Avert is to just keep winning more rounds and take what you can from this matchup.
Yeah, that's 100%. You basically stole word for word what I was going to say. Being able to emulate a competitive environment in a scrim is very, very challenging. There's nothing like the real thing. I'm sure players will tell you that. So yeah, anything that Avert can do to just increase their level of experience is always valuable, and the longer you can stay in the server, the more valuable experience you are going to gain. So stretching the match out is in their best interests, and look, you never know what can happen in a game of Siege. It's never impossible to come back from this sort of deficit. Very challenging, but by no means impossible. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the Ying double down here in round 9 for the attack. I would have thought that Avert would maybe stick that or something else a little bit more eccentric to see, you know, let's see what works, but a bit more traditional on this occasion. The IQ being brought out, direct counter to Oda on Valkyrie, even Pulse. I mean, honestly, not the worst of 6 picks. I think it was a 6 pick at least. We can see how Avert try and play off that sort of information.
trust the naked eye.
All right, straight into library.
RED scanning.
And you can, of course, now scan around, try and find those Valk cams, if you will. Did get a little bit of a ping out there, but this is, again, Avert just pushing through the map very quickly, trying to catch Bliss off guard.
You can hear X-Kairos being sent out. That's Sawyer. Towards Pantry, I think those may have been shot out, those pellets. Either way, though, Oda not really under too much stress at the moment. That wall's still reinforced fully. Kairo's got a nice cross in towards Mudroom. That can be a bit of a foot odd for this attack. The rest of the team doing a good job on this side of the map as well. Now, I don't know if Todd's got information on this position. There are some roamers, as Repix does light up one red hallway. Jigsaw as well, prepped and ready for the pinch.
Jigsaw 0 and 2 in the last 2 rounds. Would like to get on the old kill sheet. Edpan with the elimination onto Todd.
They're inside.
Really are just overtaking this completely, aren't they? But that does allow maybe Team Bliss for the retake. Jigsaw just can't get anything to work right now. Edpan and Elements combined. Couple of shots back though from Repix and Shade. Edpan's going to be able to get that plant down. Still a minute on the clock. Lots of time here. Don't need to rush this any further, but why not just keep pulling Bliss apart? They're going to make this 6-3, guys. And you know what? Like, I don't want to say it, but you know, this is not over.
Oh no, Shade gets one on the entry in towards Sheets. Now it's winnable. No longer a laughing matter. Edpan and Cairo, fair way away. Not sure what their trade ability is like at the moment. In fact, it doesn't look great.
What is
but
that
it's
angle?
A good angle there from Shade to force him back.
Hello. Bye-bye.
Drone feeding info as Shade will swing back. Pantry being held here by a double cross. Swings wide. Shade caught off guard. Overt. Take the round, and things start to get a teeny weensy bit more interesting.
Like, I closed the match tracker at 6-1. I was like,
I was wrong. It wasn't 7-1.
No, well, obviously.
I was a bit too cynical.
A little bit too quick on the trigger there. And yeah, honestly, Avert deserved this scoreline. 110%. This is not like, you know, junk time rounds, right? Where, you know, Bliss have already got match point. It is what it is. They'll win the round here. AVG. Avert definitely deserve these rounds. From just their general play in this match, even when they were down 6-1, they were fighting pretty well in those rounds. Just couldn't quite get a few things to go their way. And in these last 2 rounds in particular, they've actually just been quite a little bit sharper and I think a little bit more thorough with their pushing and their aggressiveness. It's almost like they were somewhat holding back a little bit earlier. Now they're just like, well, we can't lose from now. We can't get any worse than this. We may as well just go full throttle. And it has been working for them.
Yeah, and again, if you're playing without fear and full confidence, no stress, like arguably Overt are with their position relegations nearly almost confirmed, I mean, you go into every match with no real expectation outside of wanting to learn and, you know, just going for as many wins as you possibly can. If you lose, so be it. At the end of the day, it's probably not going to affect your position all that much unless you go for an absolute miracle run and beat all the odds, which is highly unlikely anyway. So, yeah, there's no real need for Overt to be upset at all with this result so far, or you know, allow Tilt to enter the game at all. Just play it out round by round, see what you can pull off. The last couple have been really well played. Arguably Bliss giving away way too much site control for free, right? Like that last round in particular, everyone's in sheets and in sight, yet no one on the vert has any idea, or at least no ability to counter that. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here for Bliss. Maybe they've just gotten a little bit complacent in the last couple of rounds, but I think they just need to close out this match and not let it get any closer than it needs to be.
Well, Edpan almost gets caught, and I think that's probably what would be the undoing for Avert. If they lose a player early on in some of these rounds, then it just suddenly becomes a lot harder to do what they really want to do, which is that aggressive push, sort of overwhelm the site play style. Kyra just able to expend a few of those Candelas on top of the ADSs of Repix. Continues to try and overtake Brown Stairs and has done so successfully with 1:50 remaining. This is not horrible from Avert.
Yeah, Repix in response, they did a good job to back off. If he didn't go early, he would have been caught by that Candela and likely killed. So honestly, it's a bit of a one-for-one trade. All that utility expended by Cairo means that there's no Candelas left for any sort of execute. So that's something that Bliss will probably be aware of if they've heard the cues, and Overt need to be mindful of as they prepare for an execute. We're still a while away from that taking place. Todd at 90 in a fight, wins it out with the pistol. Element's a little bit too slow there to find the kill, but it is an eventual trade.
4 versus 4, swing from Shade, who actually ends up, I think, taking more damage than he was able to actually dish out. Gasbabe, though, to at least buy some time. Jigsaw with the elimination onto Elements suddenly makes things a little bit more tricky now for Overt, down to 3 players. Sawyer, Cairo, Edpan, can they achieve yet another round win here to maybe send it to 6-4? Gasbabe once again executed from Shade.
Couple of smokes to work with and a handful of flashes means that there is some utility available to Overt, but I'm unsure as to how much information they have. Jigsaw as well has 90 control, making the long push tough. Yeah, this is not looking great for Overt. Bliss, especially off the back of that swing, should win the round.
Yeah, I was going to say droned out Jigsaw, but that 90 position still going to be so hard to get him displaced from. Yet, Oda is going to be eliminated by Cairo. Cairo very low, last one up. Sawyer's down, probably after the count as well. Players involved, players everywhere. Team Bliss finally brush aside Overt. They end up taking Villa 7-3, collecting all 3 points. They go to the top of the standings where they rightfully belong.
Cruise control for Team Bliss. They deal with Overt in a pretty strong fashion. Probably could have been a little bit more dominant, but hey, at the end of the day, it's still 3 points. And I think they also did flex their muscles a little bit there in the frag department. They leaned into that aggressive play style. They backed themselves in, and eventually it paid off.
So no overtimes tonight, 7-4, 7-4, 7-5, and then 7-3 in our final game of the evening for Playday 4. Bliss get the job done. Vast, at one point, it looked like it was going to be a 7-1. We both thought that was going to be the case. Avert decided to, of course, come back at the last second a little bit, make that scoreline look a little bit better, and I think it was a deserved scoreline.
Yeah, I agree. I think Overt, they put up a really good fight, and
Vast is muted.
I am muted. Oh no, that's okay. A bit shambles, but anyway, what was I saying? Yes, Overt did put up a good fight. Like I think, you know, the early game really affected them. You know, losing that many defense, but I think they've made a lot of like really good decisions on their attacks. They often avoided, like we see this, oh no, that's not their attack, but they often avoided a lot of Bliss kind of roams, and I think that worked well for them. I think this last round as well was a bit of a mistake from them. I mean, we saw Bliss weren't really running any wall denial. Bliss kind of changed up their playstyle a little bit and their plan. They didn't want to contest Overt so much, and they wanted to back up a bit and just play on site. And they didn't have any wall denial, and Overt had Habana, and they weren't really opening up anything. I think, you know, the right call there is to open up a lot of the walls, try to open up that long hallway hall, add more pressure on site, maybe use 90 repel. They just weren't really giving Bliss enough pressure in this game. Sure, they were playing aggressive and catching him off guard, but it didn't really look like Bliss were ever getting pressured.
Guys, it was a game where aggressive-natured 2 teams went at it. Ultimately, of course, Bliss, they've got the experience though, right? And I think that ended up shining through.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I don't know what more to add on top of that. We did see, on a couple of occasions, we saw both Jigsaw and Repix both falter on the entry, but on more cases than not, we had someone else from Bliss step up, and that's a good sign that even if, you know, one of your top fraggers drops off, especially early round, if you're able to recover that and make a round out of it, that, yeah, again, is a really good sign. Yeah, at the end of the day, this was kind of as we expected, right? Overt, they're up against one of their most challenging opponents so far, and yes, they've done well in the first couple of play days, but this should probably send them down to earth a little bit more, ground them a little bit, and hopefully fire them up for the back half.
Yeah, I don't think they would have been, what's the word? I don't think they would have developed too much of an ego from a couple of good days. So it's not like they go crashing down to earth or anything. It's just a good little test and against a solid team. Let's go and have a chat, though, with Team Bliss's Oda, who's, I'm sure, fresh off having a nice dinner plate meal earlier on tonight. Congratulations on the win, mate. Avert, though, they're a team that's obviously on the rise. It was a really fun game to watch because both of you two teams were just so aggressive with the way that you were playing.
Yeah, it's kind of what you expect from Overt, the aggression, especially like early in rounds. I don't know, like our attacks was just really just Jig picking them off early, and then just us adapting to like their playstyle and their aggression and just like executing on that really.
Yeah, I'm keen to just hear your thoughts rather on Overt as a whole. Oda, obviously their first couple of play days were pretty strong. Did you expect them to put up much of a fight tonight, or did you think they were going to be pretty easy?
My honest thoughts, I expected them to be easy. But no, they're a good little team. I think with more experience, especially playing in OCN and then going into that Relos, like they will be a decent team. And I reckon they'll make it out of Relos and back into OCN.
Yeah, I agree with that. Very impressive. I mean, with you guys, I don't know, I didn't really see any major mistakes today. Can't really talk about too much. I guess something I have noticed while watching you guys is the way you're able to like time your executes, like all 5 of you, really perfectly. It just seems like you're always trading, and I kind of wanted to maybe get a bit of insight on how you're able to do that so well.
Yeah, so with executes, it's just really all of us coming if we're ready and stuff, and like what intel we have on site, like where players are playing, you know, like, oh, Reppies, you're on me, let's refrag this guy. And it's just really just the communication going into those executes that we can pull them off.
I just quickly want your thoughts, because we've now gone through 4 play days. We're past the halfway mark on the stage. To me, it seems like a bit of a top-heavy stage, though. Bliss, yourselves, obviously, Chiefs and Knights, and that's about it. Is that the way you guys see it?
Yeah, I would say Order would be up there. I don't know what's happening this season, but yeah, it is just really us, Knights and Chiefs at the moment.
Well, I'll give you the floor. Final shout-outs to close the day.
Just shout out to the org, Bliss, you know, they're fucking, one of the best orgs that I've ever been with. Bit of a step up there. Shout out to the fans in chat, and shout out to Overt for a good game. Not my bad, please.
You're not going to be able to afford that red.
Yeah, that's your last interview, mate. See you later.
That Red Rooster's,
that's
what the KFC is not going to be afforded next week because you're going to have to pay the fine. That's all right. We'll get you off, mate. It's all good. Best of luck next week in the, what do you got? Knights. There you go. Best of luck against Knights next week.
Yeah, I'll see you next week.
I don't think we'll see him next week.
No, he's gone, mate.
He's gone, mate.
He's exiled.
Look, Bliss, too strong, too good in the end to, of course, against Avert 7-3. Respectable scoreline in the end. And for Avert, obviously, their little run does come to an end, guys.
Yeah, I think they can hold their heads high. As you said, respectable scoreline. Honestly, even if it was like a 7-1, as I kind of theorized mid-match, and they dropped, I wouldn't say necessarily a respectable scoreline, but I still think they put in a good effort. Despite going up against Bliss, who I would still argue, even though Chiefs are back-to-back champs, Bliss is still one of, if not the scariest team to play against, just because of how proficient their fraggers are. Overt didn't back down. There was literally, I think, one round where they showed any kind of like util dump kind of structure, and outside of that they were happy to back themselves and play their game. So I respect them for that, and I look forward to them just continually grow. I think Oda himself actually put it really nicely, right? There's a fair chance they go to Relos, they learn a lot there, they make it back up to OCN for next year, and they'll be looking really, really strong.
I mentioned in that interview, Vast, sort of the way the standings are kind of shaping up a little bit and how it all feels a bit top heavy. There's 3 teams that are on double-digit round differential. Do you want to name all 3?
I don't actually know. Are you like asking me to guess?
Yeah.
No, he's bringing it up, mate. I can see it on you. I can see it shining on his face on the Wikipedia page.
Knights, Bliss, and Chiefs.
No, you're wrong. It's Bliss, Chiefs, and Order, because Order's -14.
That was a trick question.
Trick question. Gotcha.
I'll set up for failure. That's not.
Believe it or not, Knights actually on 0 round differential, so it's yeah, a bit of a trick question. Let's go and have a look at the results from tonight's matches, though. It is all smiles, though, for the Knights, because they did end up beating Rufflecopter. The teams, though, that, of course, ended up winning, Rhythm 7-4 in what was a very big game, especially according to Guz. 7-4 as well for the Chiefs, and then 7-3 for Bliss versus Overt. Our match of the day, which was Knights versus Ruffle, 7-5, actually ended up being our closest game, Guz.
Yeah, but I just want to, again, backtrack on that first matchup of the night. Not only for many, probably the unexpected result, Rhythm taking that win, but again, let's just theorize, if Wildcard or Rhythm failed to win another game for the rest of the stage, then I'm almost certain Wildcard go to relegations, because Rhythm will jump across them for the yearly standing. So that is an incredible storyline. Wildcard losing that head-to-head. They're taking on Overt next week, and honestly, if Wildcard produced a similar result to what they did tonight, Overt are probably going to wipe the floor. So very concerning signs for them, and relegation's definitely looming if they don't pick up their game. In terms of, yeah, the rest of the night, probably playing out, I'd say, yeah, as expected. Chiefs, back-to-back champs, getting that dub over Order, who are still struggling. Knights closing it out there against Ruffle, and yeah, as we saw, Bliss quite dominant over Overt.
I was going to get your thoughts fast, but Guz went for,
I did a Xenox, I just
far
looked
too
over the
long.
entire graphic.
He's done a Xenox. Let's go to the prediction graphic there, where we've actually got two that are leading. It is Mandy and it is Guz, both on 11-5, and then the other guy as well, 10-6, the only other one on double digits. But Vast, what's happened? You've given away the lead.
I don't know. Yeah, I got humbled out really quickly. I've learned that I'm gonna stop going against Rhythm, and I'm gonna, yeah, not stop going against Knights as
also,
well.
Sorry to cut you off. How is Dev 8 and 9? Where's he getting an extra game from? Man is cheating. He is straight cheating. Sorry.
What? Wasn't Dev on like 4? Wait, I'm confused by that.
There's been 16 matches so far. He's got some 8 and 9, which is 17.
Dev is catching up to me. That is very concerning.
Nah, I wouldn't be too worried.
If I was, I know this isn't the biggest cop-out excuse, but if I was able to change my OCN predictions a bit earlier, like if I was to decide them a bit closer to the game day, I think I probably would have made some different choices. Say I made predictions this morning, I would have picked Rhythm for the first game. I probably would have stuck. I probably would have picked Knights actually for the third one. But look, you know, these are excuses. I need to be better, and I will be better.
Guz.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the results speak for themselves. I am clearly one of the best going around, and shout out to Andy, great obs tonight as usual, and even better predictions. What I will say is that next week, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again, Overt over Wildcard.
And I was right, by the way, that buffoon old mate Manic did end up going for Overt. Who's laughing now, buddy? Let's go to our MVP of the night, though. I'm pretty certain it is Dragos, if I'm saying that one correctly from
Probably not.
Rhythm. Probably not, but hey, I don't believe that's the right stats at all.
I was
My man
looking at the
popped
KD
off
ratio.
tonight. He popped off.
KD 0.38. I mean, I would be a bit concerned if that was actually his KD and we picked him. Maybe we were watching the wrong game. I don't know.
Nah, he popped off tonight, didn't he, Guz?
Yeah, he did. Look, the most difficult thing I found tonight was actually saying his name correctly, so more than happy to be corrected on that. But yeah, across the board, some really opportunistic plays. Round 5, the highlight there in particular, went absolutely huge, and there were just time and time again where he just dismantled Wildcard, Rhythm rather. Wildcard. He dismantled Wildcard as Rhythm. It's getting late in the night, but yeah, as you can see, 12-3 at least at that point. So I don't think the KD was quite 0.4.
Vast, have you know much about this guy at all? He seemingly has come from nowhere.
Not really. I used to scrim him a little bit when he was on Skyfire, the OCL team. To be honest, I'm not trying to sound egotistic, but nothing really stood out at the time when scrimming. It was just a scrim. I've watched a bit of OCL here and there, and you know, didn't really see much. But I think coming onto an OCN team, maybe it's brought out a lot of you know, strengths of his. Maybe being on a team that has better, you know, droning coordination, better idea of how to play the game. Maybe that's, you know, maybe made him a bit more comfortable to perform.
Certainly. So let's have a recap of the standings and how it all lays out after 4 play days of 7 have now concluded. I'm pretty certain Team Bliss should actually be in first place.
3 wins would be 369 points.
Well,
1 loss. Yeah. I think it's right.
When
and then
wait, hang on a second.
Chiefs should have a loss. They don't have a loss.
Bliss haven't lost though.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Chiefs and I think Chiefs and Bliss are the wrong way. Either way, you get the idea, basically.
that was the test. That was the test for me. I failed it. You just come to expect these things, honestly. Oh, okay, no, I thought it updated. Okay, we're back.
You get the idea. Bliss are in first, Chiefs in second, Knights in third. We kind of touched on it a little bit. I'll go to you on this one, Vast, but it is very much a top-heavy stage.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a bit more tighter than we saw last season. I think last season it was mainly just Bliss being miles ahead, Chiefs kind of being not so far behind, and I can't really remember, but I'm pretty sure everyone else was kind of quite a bit far behind. But now we're seeing, 3 teams on, really tight, really close on the same points. Yeah, I think it's turning out to be a really good season.
Guys, I'll get your final thoughts, I guess, whether it be about the standings or the night or about Manic, whatever you want to talk about.
Well, yeah, Manic's a flog. We'll get that out of the way first. In terms of the night, pretty exciting. I know I've harped on about it all night, but I still do really genuinely believe that wildcard rhythm matchup was critically important and could send a wave throughout the rest of not only the stage, but the season as a whole. Imagine a scenario where we look back at this play day in a couple of weeks after Playday 7 and go wildcard are going to relegations because they lost a rhythm. Even saying it, I mean, I don't want to say it because it makes me feel really bad inside, and I can't even imagine like what's going through wildcard's head at the moment. It must be really, really challenging for them. So hopefully they bounce back against Overt next week.
That's Playday 4 concluded, of course. We've got the reload on Monday. You can watch that on Twitch, Rainbow6ANZ. So, of course, we'll be there chatting nonsense as always. In terms of OCN, though, we'll be back next week.
Should be the next on the board to be taken down.
Drax holds his position.
Oh my God.
Timing. The epitome of timing. When you look it up in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of Drax looking away. Definitely doesn't look like a team that's in a mega
what
slump.
defender is that? Oh, God Legion. Hello? Oh, what? That's not bad. Nico off the board. Oh, Spectre! Good night! Oh my God. Ethan, ultra aggressive inside the study.
They're not going to be ready for this at all, but also, to be fair, the last shot, I swear, it was the last bullet from Ethan. To fight the other stairs, Ethan gets Bailey pushing in, 2 for the round. He's going for a 3rd.
As Knights will get control. Oh, I fixed it! I told you it would fix it!
Don't,
Yes.
Why would you do that? I don't think that's going to hit anyone unless they walk literally on top of it. 35 seconds. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Really good job here of pushing out these opponents, which look quite comfortable. Oh, God Legion catches one off guard, make it.
Shoot, potentially. Oh, shoot him. God Legion, you saw him. Shoot his head.
No! He pulled away from it. It doesn't matter. They're up 5 versus 2 anyway. They get the flawless round. What?
Subdivine. I'll show you how it's done.